That boy Big T don't miss.
Bang, 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 boy, shit break. On the hard thing, out of Alabama, you can add Nick say.
Now our feature presentation.
What's good, gang? We here. It's day 3. As you come into the building, hit the like button and let's get into it, man. The state versus Hernandez Govan. Let's get it. Good morning, everybody in the building, man. Salute the Angel, the real boss, Dotson Jones. Salute the Keita. Going on with it. Detroit Cam, what up, though? Gina, good morning to you. Althea, what we talking about? What's going on with it? Oh, man. That boy gonna have to swing for the fences today. Just saying. He kind of like behind the 8 ball with this one, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Plus size baddie was good. Great face. Salute to you. Yeah, man. If Manny gonna make some magic happen, he gonna have to make it today. But Tam say, let the Lord use you, Quette. You gonna have to let the Lord use you. We got Trayon Ingram on the stand today. Whew. I guess we're just gonna have to sit back and see what happened. Yeah, look at this. So we won't be surprised when they come in. How everybody doing this morning? What we on, man? This is hump day for most, but I think it's sink or swim for Quette today. Honestly speaking, you know, it's a lot that's been said. I don't know what's gonna be able to be refuted. You know, we're just gonna have to see. Let's see. We got positive vibes in the building. We got Nana in the building. Salute to you. Trayon Ingram, who wasn't a shooter or involved, versus one of the shooters. Good luck, Manny, with this move. The cross on him could be detrimental. I agree. My goodness. I hope this ain't all they got in the tuck. You feel me? I hope this ain't all they got in the tuck. Sean, what's going on with it? Salute to Sunflower. We got Nikolai in the building. Salute to you, fam. Yeah, buddy. This all they got? Man. I'm just saying. Shan, what it do? Toya T, salute to you. Yes, indeed. They all better remember they under oath. And Manny told Cornbread girlfriend that yesterday. You know you're under oath, right? with all these hot ass lies, you know you're under oath, right? Man. Okay, here we go. T-Baby, salute to you. Yeah, man. I'm just, I seen Miss T video today. She said, She don't believe there's any type of misconduct or corruption going on with MPD, but man, oh boy, no. What up with it, Neo? Lil Mama, salute to you. Yeah, man. They were saying Jook name. They were saying Jook name before the end of 2021. And to be fair, they were saying Quette name too. It took them to November of the following year to come get Quette. But they never came and got Jook. I don't know. I don't know if no touch was an effect for Jook. I don't know, man. But this is crazy. This is crazy. Mystery, what's up with it, home? Salute to you. It's a reason behind the madness. It'll eventually come out. I hope so. I hope so. Cause that yesterday didn't look good, man. The optics on that, just knowing that, these folks knew about Jook out the gate and just do nothing. They ain't do nothing. Yeah, it's crazy. Legit money, what going on with it? Yeah, you're under oath. It's different when you can be charged when yeah, exactly. You know? She should have been in a jumpsuit right next to Jamarcus, if you ask me. Yeah. The narrative that they left Jook out there to catch other people is bull. Yeah. Yeah. Facts. Yeah. He really did. Quay got the same treatment, gang. He was out there moving and shaking, crossing state lines. I hope there is a method to their madness. T-Baby said they almost blew the case. Yeah, this is wild. This is wild, man. Oh my goodness. It's like, it's gotta be a method. You would hope so. They had to get guys first, knowing one of them was snitch. Works orderly, maybe not enough evidence on Jook, Govan. Hell, they got all these phone records. But what really screwed the pooch for his Jook is these folks. Can you imagine? These folks went and crashed out just off a Jook face card. Oh, he got it. That's Big Jook. That's CMG, nigga. He got it, but is he gonna pay it? Check his track record. Is he gonna pay it?
Those all of them.
What's up with it, E? Salute to you. Salute the plus side bat in the building. We're finna get into it. Salute G Money. You know what it is. Clarinetta, PB21. Salute to y'all. Y'all hit that like button.
Okay, so make sure I have this right. State moves to use the CDRs for, what's TZ's government name?
Joshua Taylor.
And the other person, Ham,
Harry Lockhart.
who's also referred to as Ham. Harry Lockhart.
Harry, Harry.
Let's get into it. Miss Muffin, J. Rail, salute.
Is Ham CDRE
I have no idea.
or?
I don't believe so. I've seen no evidence of that.
So Ham doesn't necessarily have an affiliation here.
They discussing it's like gang politics. This ain't good. This ain't good.
I was asking if Ham had an affiliation with CDRE or CMG. No, nobody really knows. Okay, that's
Positive vibes, salute to you. G Money, yeah, all is well, bro. All is well. Eve said, I wish somebody would tell on Gotti. I know he had something to do with it. They gotta prove it. They gotta prove it. Salute Ash. Said I'm gonna don't forget the cookies. Lord have mercy. Salute Joe Bass. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, this is crazy because the judge asking, it don't sound like they talking about music. Was he CMG or was he PRE? You know what I'm saying? Ooh, man. Could be legit money. They got a lot of evidence off a lot of dead people. Name Big Jook. But I'm pretty sure God is smart enough not to speak on no phone.
so. Let's take them in reverse, just because that's kind of how I looked at them. Ms. Taylor, what's the argument again for the court to allow in the CDRs for Harry Lockhart, also known as Steve?
Yeah. He was referenced in, well, his name was brought up as having communication with one of the co-conspirators in
Which one?
Justin Johnson.
His name was brought up in text messages or?
No, his
testimony?
name was brought up in Browning's testimony on yesterday.
Okay, as what? I mean,
As having, this was on July 27th. it was in reference to Justin texting him about talking to Jook, and it's also, I believe, relevant as to the text messages that defense has brought in referencing his name. They indicated that Justin was doing, not Justin, I'm sorry, Joshua Taylor, Harry Lockhart, I'm sorry, all the names starting to get confusing. Harry Lockhart was talking or was referenced in some of Justin's text messages in regards to maybe Justin doing an outside thing, outside of the conspiracy.
And you said specifically on July 27th,
Yes,
as we were going through text messages on yesterday?
no, he was brought up in Browning's testimony
Right.
in regards to July 27th.
So what I'm saying is that did we not see text messages yesterday on July 27th?
Just from Justin Johnson.
Well, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about, so we're talking about Justin Johnson's communications with Harry Lockhart.
On yesterday is how Harry Lockhart became relevant. And it's also referenced in Justin Johnson's text message to, I think, another individual
About Harry Lockhart.
about Harry Lockhart.
Okay, so my question to you is that when Sergeant Browning was testifying yesterday going through his PowerPoint, was Harry Lockhart mentioned on the 27th? Did you because you referenced the 27th,
Yes.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
And you think it's relevant now, because I'm sure that's what your argument is going to be. I didn't necessarily get that from you. Is your argument that it's not relevant?
Yes, Your Honor, just like yesterday, it's just a passing reference in the text. There's no communication that we introduced to
Right.
him, and you suppressed that yesterday because that's the
Well,
whole point.
I got that, and I agree with what I just read, that it is just passing here. Ms. Taylor just brought up another argument, but that it was brought up in Sergeant Browning's testimony yesterday that there were conversations on text message
Big dog.
from Justin Johnson to Harry Lockhart that she says is relevant because Harry Lockhart's name came up yesterday.
Right, it was on direct. They brought it up. It just happens to be a passing thing on cross that we're doing a text message. You can white it out for all I care. I didn't need his name in there. I'm just giving you the text message because Justin Johnson was talking to somebody else and he says, oh, Ham's there too. That's essentially all that is to it. It wasn't relevant and direct when they talked about it yesterday. We didn't bring it up. We didn't emphasize it. We didn't do anything. I don't even know what Ham has to do with the price of tea in China.
But it's now in the text messages that you've entered.
His name,
That's to
they
say that you've highlighted some text messages, okay?
Right.
That says that you're making the argument that Justin Johnson was having individual conversations outside of Govan, Mr. Govan, about other issues, about
I'm not,
whatever they were talking about.
I'm not highlighting it.
No,
Follow
you're
the tracks.
highlighting.
Well, it's in there, but
Yeah.
on direct, they brought it up, that Justin
And I
Johnson.
understand, but you've now highlighted it, and so, Ms. Taylor, what's your response that it's not relevant here, that it can be whited out as far as he's concerned?
Well, now they want it whited out. They didn't do that yesterday and they could have done that then. But also, Your Honor, I would further state that there are communications between Mr. Govan and Mr. Lockhart during the time of this conspiracy, which I think is relevant. And if they're gonna bring it up that Justin, may have been doing some outside things, it's important for the jury to also know that Mr. Lockhart had communications with Mr. Govan.
Judge, they brought up the communication between Justin Johnson and him. They brought it up in their text message. It was already there. So when I'm crossing in with some of these other text messages, that guy's name is referenced. We didn't bring any other specific text messages between him and Justin Johnson. They brought it up. It wasn't relevant to them yesterday when they went through a very lengthy direct examination. It's one of their slides out there that says Justin Johnson talked to him. They brought it up. I didn't even ask the name Ham. I just read the text message like you instructed me to do. And admitted this stuff. It has nothing to do with anything as far as that goes. They brought it up. And I'm just responding to that. It wasn't relevant in direct examination, but now it's relevant.
What's your
I mean,
response?
I reiterated that, I mean, the call records aren't coming in through another witness. These are self-authenticating documents that I feel are relevant to this trial, specifically to Mr. Govan. If their argument is gonna be, which they asserted several times yesterday, that Justin Johnson was going outside this and he was talking about Ham and referencing Ham and sending information about Jook to Ham, it's also relevant that Ham or Mr. Lockhart has communications with Govan. It's not outside of the scope of the conspiracy.
Your Honor, they're conflating the issues. They brought up the fact that Justin Johnson was talking to Ham on direct examination outside the scope of the conspiracy. My text messages don't have any communication with Ham. It's through somebody else. If they want to bring in the TZ stuff, I agree. I put in a text between Justin Johnson and TZ. Got it. It's the same argument we went through yesterday on chat. They brought up the text. Now she's making it seem like we somehow manufactured something out there. They brought up the text, indirect, that Ham communicated with Justin Johnson.
And I was under the impression that Ham was mentioned, and I'm looking at Exhibit 26, that Ham was mentioned in this text message from Justin Johnson to TZ, Joshua Taylor. I'm going to exclude that one. As to Harry Lockhart, also known as Ham. You cannot use those.
We have no objection to the TZ one, Your Honor, based on that argument.
All right. So you can use the TZ, Joshua Taylor CDRs.
Thank you.
Out-of-state lawyers on state cases. You don't get the type of favor that you would normally get. He don't get that type of favor that a Handle Durham would have gotten. Handle Durham, I don't even see him in the courtroom. So
Say that again.
Nothing for Mr.
Divine Black Rose, salute.
All right, you ready to bring in the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is your medical examiner here?
Yes, sure.
I want to put her on.
Oh, well, I will just say I have no further questions for Sergeant Brown.
Okay.
I don't even know if he's here.
Yeah, he can be released and then bring in the medical examiner. And we'll just let the jury know that he's been released.
And the CDRs with the self-authenticating document will be out there.
We'll put that, let's get the medical examiner out there and then we'll put that in.
Just finish the list, Judge. Sure.
Appreciate you, N2. I'm good, Brody.
And you don't have to ask me to do that.
Okay, well, I didn't, sometimes I've got in there,
She probably got credit in over there too.
I've got a lot of ladies.
So,
I guess. You're on the lead, off the phone.
Damn. I don't know how to do track records, so I just know he was, you know, he came in, and then Manny came in behind him. He basically looking like a tool, so that you know Manny could practice in the state of Tennessee. There he is. That's crazy how he ain't even up there with the other attorneys. They could handle back there with the damn PI.
Ready to go?
yes.
Jury's now in.
Good morning.
Morning.
Before we call our next witness, you should know that Sergeant Browning was excused, yesterday without any further questions. Call your next witness.
The state calls Dr. Juliet Skittleberry.
Stand right here, ma'am. Face you, raise your right hand, please.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Have a seat. Thank you for your presence this morning.
I have no idea, family.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Dr. Juliet Scantlebury, JulietTTE, Scantlebury, SCANTLEBURY,
And where are you employed?
at University of Tennessee, at a West Tennessee Regional Forensic Center.
And what's your position?
I'm an assistant medical examiner,
How long have you been in that position?
6 years.
And what does your job consist of?
My job consists of performing medical legal autopsies to determine cause and manner of death in certain cases in this jurisdiction.
I want to talk a little bit about your background. Could you tell the jury about your education?
Yes. So I completed a Bachelor of Science in Biology at Howard University. Then I completed my medical degree at Howard University College of Medicine. My anatomic and clinical pathology residency was at Washington University in St. Louis. And then my last training was in Forensic Pathology Fellowship at Salinas University.
And are you board certified?
I am.
And are you a licensed physician in Tennessee?
I am.
And could you tell the jury what is forensic pathology?
So forensic pathology is a specialized branch of medicine that examines deceased persons to determine the cause and manner of death in a medical legal approach.
So what does a forensic pathologist do?
So a forensic pathologist performs autopsies based on the jurisdiction that they're working in to determine the cause and manner of death for certain types of cases that are under our purview.
And what exactly is an autopsy?
So an autopsy is an extensive examination of a deceased person. You have an external examination and an internal examination of the body. So you look at everything from hair color, eye color, their body habitus, see if they have any scars, tattoos. That's external examination. And then the internal examination, depending on the level of autopsy, we'll look at all body cavities, we'll weigh all organs, we'll see if there's any fluid or any evidence of disease in any organs. And we also open the head and look at the brain and take certain fluids to be able to test to determine by toxicology or histology to determine, and with all that together, we determine what most likely caused the death for a person if we do an autopsy.
So Dr. Scantleberry, are there different stages of an autopsy?
Yes.
And what are those stages?
Okay. Autopsy itself is looking at the body, but starts from the investigation. So an investigator will give us some information, and the information we get from the investigator determine what type of autopsy we need to do. And if there's determined that a full autopsy needs to be performed, we might need x-rays, we do that first. Someone will help take all the clothing off, if there are any, take necessary pictures, necessary measurements of the body, the height, weight, and any other identifying characteristics on the body. And then move on to the internal part, and that's where we'll make an incision to open up the body cavity to see the internal cavity and see all the organs and any changes that might have happened that might be related to death or otherwise.
And have you performed an autopsy before?
I have.
About how many would you say?
Over 2,000, I stopped counting after that.
So could you explain to the jury, what does cause of death mean?
So cause of death is the immediate reason that led to a person's death. So it may have different ways of saying, so if it's natural, it would be what medical disease led to the person's death, or if there's any kind of injury that caused the person to no longer be alive.
And is that different from manner of death?
Yes.
How is it different?
So manner of death is the classification of that type of death it was. So it will be how you would want to classify the death. So there are 5 manners of death in this jurisdiction. It may vary in places, but here is natural, accident, suicide, homicide, and undetermined.
And have you ever testified about your findings from an autopsy you did?
Yes.
And have you ever been qualified as an expert witness in the area of forensic pathology?
I have.
And have you been qualified in the courts of this county and other counties?
I have.
Where have you been qualified before?
Illinois, Missouri, and Tennessee.
Your Honor, I tendered Dr. Scantleberry as an expert in forensic pathology and asked that she be allowed to state her opinions as to a reasonable degree of certainty, medical certainty.
No objection.
The court will find that Dr. Scantleberry is an expert in the area of forensic pathology, therefore she can testify as to how we know that we give her opinions as to that matter.
Thank you. Dr. Scantleberry, I want to ask you about a specific autopsy. Did you perform an autopsy for an Adolph Thornton Jr.?
I did.
Okay. And do you recall when this autopsy was performed?
Yes.
When was it performed?
November 18th, 2021.
Okay. And during the course of conducting this autopsy, did you also take pictures of Mr. Thornton's body?
Pictures were taken.
No objection, David.
Okay. I'm passing you a few of the pictures from this autopsy. Dr. Scantleberry, do you recognize the photographs we just handed you?
I do.
Okay. And do they accurately depict the victim and the evidence during the autopsy?
They do.
Your Honor, I would like to have these photos of the autopsy entered into evidence and marked as the next number exhibit.
Well, she needs to testify about what they are.
If we could enter them as a collective exhibit,
Well, that's fine, but she still.
Thank you, Nana.
We need to know what they are. She needs to testify to each of them individually.
okay.
I mean, you don't have to publish them. That makes me no difference, but she needs to tell us what each one of them is.
Dr. Skimmelberry, if you would look at that first picture, what is shown in that first picture?
So this first picture shows Mr. Thornton on the right side of his body, some of his head and his right shoulder, and it shows some gunshot wounds of his right jaw, right neck, and right shoulder.
What about the second picture?
This is a shot of his right upper extremity of gunshot wounds of the right forearm, so here and here.
What about the third picture?
This is another shot of the right side of his body, mostly with the right arm, and it shows his right hand, and there's a gunshot wound of his right wrist, and it shows another gunshot wound of his right forearm.
And as to the fourth picture?
This shows some other gunshot wounds of his left upper extremity.
And the fifth picture?
So this picture shows the back of Mr. Thornton's body, and you can see both arms and his back, and you can see the majority of the gunshot wounds of the back, and you can also see some gunshot wounds of his upper extremities.
And the sixth picture?
This is another picture showing the same thing, but it was taken from the left side of the body, showing gunshot wounds of the back and upper extremities.
And the seventh picture?
This is a closer view of the gunshot wounds of the back from the left side of the body.
And the eighth picture?
This is an overall view of the bullet fragments that were recovered from the right jaw from Mr. Thornton.
And the ninth picture?
These are bullet fragments from the torso from Mr. Thornton, pictures of bullet fragments.
And the 10th photo?
This is shows a picture of the remote bullet from the left thigh.
And the 11th?
This is a remote bullet from the right lobe of the liver.
And the 12th?
This is a bullet core fragment from the right chest.
The 13th?
This is a bullet from the lower mid back.
The 14th?
And this is a remote bullet from the right buttock.
Your Honor, we'd like to have these photos of the autopsy entered as a collective exhibit.
No objection to any of that.
We're gonna make this a collective exhibit. Pages. The first 7 pages are multiple pictures of District Thornton's body with multiple gunshot wounds. The next 7 are pictures of the fragments that were removed from different parts of his body. We'll mark this as collective exhibit 31.
Thank you. And we have permission to publish?
Yes.
Dr. Skimmelberry, we're going to start with the first photo that you viewed. Could you tell us what is seen in this photo?
So in this photo, you can see the right side of Mr. Thornton's body. that rectangular object is the case placard with the case number associated with this case. It can be seen. This will help you attach that photo to that particular case. And it can also use a scale for the wounds or anything you need to measure on the body. So on the right side of the body, you see those defects in his right jaw and right neck. Those are gunshot wounds of his right neck and right jaw. And then there's some gunshot related injuries of the right shoulder.
Did you have any specific findings as to this injury?
Yes.
What were those findings?
So the injuries of the right jaw and the right neck cause injury to the tongue and skeletal muscle and the right mandible, which is the lower part of your jaw. Those were injured.
Moving on to the second photo that you viewed. What is shown in this photo?
This is the photo of his right arm. So to the right of the image, that is his right arm. And most of what you can see is right forearm. And this is the front side of it, the anterior portion. You can see those two large defects are gunshot wounds.
Were there exit wounds on this part of his body?
Not that one. Those are kind of graze or tangential wounds.
Moving on to the third picture. And what is shown? What is shown in this picture?
This is a photo of the right side of the body, and you can see a gunshot wound in the right wrist. And another defect a little earlier, smaller defect.
Moving on to the fourth picture. Could you tell the jury what we see in this photo?
So this is a photo of Mr. Thornton's left forearm, and it shows a gunshot wound and some gunshot related injuries of the left forearm.
Moving on to the fifth photo. What do we see in this photo?
So this is the backward view of Mr. Thornton. His head is to the right and his feet are to the left of the photo. And you can see his arms. You can see some of the same gunshot wounds you saw in previous photos, but on the back view, you can see the overall view of the gunshot wounds of the back.
Okay. And moving on to the sixth photo.
This is similar, but from the left approach of the body. You can see its overall view of the gunshot wounds of the left back, of the back.
Okay. And the seventh photo that you viewed?
This is a closer view of the gunshot wounds of the back from the left side of the body.
Okay. So in total, how many gunshot entrance wounds were there on Mr. Thornton?
Definitive gunshot entrance wounds, 20.
And were there any exit wounds?
Definitive exits, 4.
Okay. And moving on to the eighth photo. What do we see in this photo?
So these are bullet fragments of the right jaw. These are all the larger fragments that were able to be recovered from those wounds that you saw in the right neck and jaw.
And that was from the first photo that we viewed?
Yes.
Okay. The ninth photo?
These are fragments recovered from the torso.
Okay. And the 10th?
This is a remote bullet from the left thigh.
All right, and the 11th photo?
This is a remote bullet from the right lobe of the liver.
Okay. And the 12th photo?
This is a bullet core fragment recovered from the right chest.
And the 13th photo?
This is a bullet from the lower mid back.
And the 14th photo, what do we see here?
This is the underside of a bullet base that was remote, that was recovered from the right buttock.
Can you describe to the jury, what is a remote bullet?
So remote is people use different words you can say remote or old, but I choose to use remote. Remote means it's a bullet that is related to a previous injury, a previous shooting, not the shooting that led to their death in this case. It's happened before.
Wow.
And how many, or do you recall how many remote bullets you might have found?
There were 3.
Okay. So, Dr. Scantlebury, within a reasonable degree of medical certainty, did you render an opinion as to Mr. Thornton's cause of death?
I did.
And what was that opinion?
gunshot wounds of the head, neck, and torso.
And did you render an opinion as to the manner of death?
I did.
And what was that opinion?
Homicide.
Your Honor, I will pass the witness.
No questions, Your Honor. Thank you, Dr. Stanford.
Thank you, Dr. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, that is the state's proof, with the exception of the,
Go ahead and read that.
They finna rest?
is it something that you wanted us to read into evidence? This was just a stipulation.
Oh, that wasn't a stipulation.
No, it was.
You're not stipulate to the phone record, it's no problem.
Did we already put it in the evidence?
No,
We
no.
talked about it, we had put it in the evidence. So ladies and gentlemen, there are, when you go back to deliberation, you will have everything that's been entered as an exhibit. There are at least 2 documents or 2 exhibits that you haven't necessarily heard specific proof about. They are called, what you might have heard is CDRs, called detail records. The law will allow certain records to be entered into evidence without testimony about them. And so that's what Ms. Taylor is getting ready to enter into evidence now. It's been redefined by the state, and there was one that was entered yesterday also. So you'll have a few things that you can review, but you haven't necessarily heard testimony about.
Attached is the self-authenticating document and the flash.
Now, this is self-authenticating document for phone number 901-283-3878. From T-Mobile, attested to by a Joe Rico. Also, I have here is a zip drive, a blue zip drive that has Joshua Taylor's name on the outside of the envelope, and it has CDR. So these are the call detail records for one Joshua Taylor. Let's enter this as collective exhibit 32.
This one.
So Ms. Taylor, do you officially want to rest or?
In front of that is the state's proof.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to take a brief break. We're coming back in just a few minutes. You haven't heard all the proof. Continue to do what I know you've been doing, which is not talking about this case. Give us a few minutes. We got a few legal things to take care of, and we'll call you back in just a few minutes. Mr. Roy, you have a motion?
Yes, Your Honor. I was moving for a directed verdict, understanding that Mr. Cornelius has given some statements about it, that he was ordered to do it. I don't know if that rises to the level of a conspiracy or agreement amongst the parties. It was very inconsistent as far as that goes. Secondly, there's been no mention of how Justin Johnson is part of the conspiracy at all whatsoever. I understand it only takes two to tango, but I just don't see where the proof adds up to the conspiracy, and certainly not the first degree murder charge in count 2 based on the evidence that you've got.
Ms. Myers, Mr. Williams, excuse
Your Honor, the court is to view the evidence in the light most favorable to the state. We've heard testimony from Ms. Thornton that Mr. Thornton, the victim, was alive, is no longer alive. We heard testimony from Dr. Juliet Skittleberry, who testified as to the cause and the manner of death, which is homicide. We also heard from a few other witnesses, like Cornelia Smith and Angela Arnold, stating that Hernandez Govan is the one that told Smith about this hit on Mr. Thornton and told him about the price. So all that to say, Your Honor, and also, Your Honor, that Justin Johnson was involved and was a part of it. So all that to say, the state would argue that there is enough for a reasonable jury to conclude guilt.
And Your Honor, I have no quibble. Of course, he was alive and he's since passed. You heard proof that they didn't communicate for 2 weeks, at least with Justin Johnson, at least 2+ days on the phone calls that the government submitted yesterday. Cornelia Smith, supposed last phone call was on the 15th of November, 2 days prior to the murder. It was for 0 seconds, and then there was that code 11 that Garner talked about, might have been voicemail, that was 40 seconds. We know for a fact that he didn't talk to Justin Johnson based on the phone records for at least 2 weeks prior to the shooting. You're being asked to make a lot of supposition here based on what Cornelia Smith said. Cornelia Smith also said there was no plan. He got a call that morning, they got there, and they were just riding around doing whatever. Now, the fact that somebody 3 to 4 months prior to that fact said to you there may be a price on somebody's head, and was it Justin Johnson? I'm sorry, was it Govan or was it Jook? You've heard both things from the same witnesses have said it both ways in uncontroverted evidence. And so I'm not sure, how do you have a plan when I say, hey, there's a hit on these people? Some point in the future they kill them, now I'm on the hook for it. I just don't see how that makes a conspiracy. Generally, there's meeting in minds as to how, who, what, when, where. Nothing happened. It was just a generic, if you believe Cornelius, 4 months prior to the shooting, there's a generic statement that, hey, there's a hit on these guys and you can get paid.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
In the light most favorable to the state, the court has heard from different witnesses. There has been some conflicting testimony. However, the court thinks that the state has made a prima facie case for both conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and first-degree murder, and it's a jury question. So I'm going to deny your motion. Are you ready to present proof?
Could I just have a couple minutes to see who's here? I told them 10:30. I didn't know if
Let's stay in a brief recess.
Or stays in a brief recess.
Well. It ain't looking good. It is not looking good for Orange Mound Quette. Boy, I tell you. Man. At this point, do you take stand in your defense? What do you have to lose? What do you have to lose at this point? That's a good question. Let's see here. Manny, stop it and take your head back to Atlanta. Your client is guilty. He just admitted Quette guilt with that statement. Man, hit the like button, good people. We got 107 in here. Y'all hit the like button. I think we got half of the we got half. The ratio was half as far as likes. Yeah, I mean it's kind of hard when you got a star witness and you got all type of evidence. When Jook told him about it, he should have just said, "Bro, let that go." This ugly ass could have at least made common ground between the two camps. Yeah, I mean, either that or, you know, I would have just told them to let it go, because if they going this far, you ain't finna make no common ground. These folk mind made up. You know what I'm saying? But it was the perfect storm. You got a thirsty old head that want to make it to the level of his partner, which is Jook, and then you got this struggling rapper and this Pillhead. You know what I'm saying? It was the perfect storm. A bunch, and I'm sorry, Stanley, but these were a bunch of losers, man. And they locked in. If you don't go get on that stand and say what he need to say, what he need to say is over with. It's over with. What's up with it, Young? Salute to you. What's going on, family? Well, Quette will have the time in jail to write his book and do a documentary, for real. For real. He can FaceTime Vlad and all them other folks. Yeah, man. And that's why they concluded with the autopsy reporter. The way they did. Just to bring it on home. You know. You've heard all of these characters, and you heard about car covers and perks and oxycodone and all this other stuff. You heard about paper route wool. At the end of the day, these folks put so much hardware inside a DOF. And this is what rings volumes with me. They put so much hardware in the DOF that when they start picking it out of him, they found bullets from when CMG had hit him previously. So theoretically, all of these bullets come from them people. The old ones and the new ones. Boy, I tell you, I don't know. You know, when I talked to his brother the other day, he said they were contemplating whether, you know, they were going to take the stand or not. Then they done put Jeremiah Taylor, and I couldn't hear the other name. I was talking about Joshua Taylor, Teasy. What's going on, Bubba? Salute to you. Salute to you, fam. Let me get that right there. So, said Teasy's phone sealed the deal. Man, it's crazy. Beverly Jones, yeah, you may be right. You may be right. Quette already looks 10 years older since the case started. Let me show you something. It's a good thing you said that, Nikolai. Let me show you something. Before the trial, after the trial. Stress, pressure, bust pipes. Crazy work. Crazy work. Man. Stanley, you're not in the courtroom, bro? Mystery, what's going on with it? DA, what's going on? She said Quette got on all that makeup to cover those teardrop tattoos under his eye. We all know what them teardrops symbolize. I didn't know nobody was laughing. This is not a laughing matter. But I will tell you this, Stanley, he may have to take the stand in his own defense because, you know, the way that Manny is chipping away at this thing, he not making no ground. Yeah, he looked like a totally different person. I agree. Man, you so crazy. Yeah. So salute Indigo Ray. Can we all be civilized and act like grown people? Stanley, we know that's your brother, but you don't have to. You have to respect other people's opinion. If not, why are you gonna be in the chat? Yeah. It is. I understand, Stanley. I understand. This is a hard pill to swallow. Hard pill to swallow, man. What I miss with the phone, with TZ phone, they got communication. They hadn't played anything or said anything in regards to TZ's phone. They just said they got records, and they entered it into evidence. So nah, they hadn't really said anything. They brought in forensic pathologist, the lady that they brought in for Justin Johnson's trial, and gave the same testimony that she gave previously, stating all the shots, how Dolph had, they expelled 20 shots into Dolph's body, 4 exit wounds. What shocked me is when they were pulling the shrapnel from Dolph's body, they ended up pulling what they call remote bullets. And remote bullets are bullets that were from a previous shooting. So they pulling bullets from the CMG hit from ordered by Jook, as well as either I want to say the Corey McClinton shooting in California from Vato. It's gonna come down to how the 12 that's all cases. Big pressure. What's up with you, man? Salute. Oh man, I do have empathy for the family members that had nothing to do with this, but this is probably a good idea. But it's probably a good idea to just avoid speaking. Yeah, I feel you. I'll be somewhere praying and fasting, not in the chat. Stanley said, I understand, Rose. I just want to know what's humorous about this situation. Nah, ain't nothing humorous about the situation, bro. We know. You know what I'm saying? Big G, same thing. Got it doing every day, trying to stay alive. That's it. Lynn, what's going on? Salute to you. Mike, what's going on? So they shot him in the butt too. Yeah, man. You know, catching Dolph at Makita's was the equivalent of catching him in a phone booth. There's nowhere to go, nowhere to run, and you're surrounded by glass. So y'all saw the latest footage that they released that actually showed bullets penetrating the window and striking Dolph, you know. So J. Rail said, take the stand. He need a character witness. Mm-hmm. Hey, I appreciate you. I appreciate you, big homie. Yeah, man. I spoke earlier and hit the like button. I appreciate you, DA. You know I do. Appreciate all y'all for tuning in and rocking out with the squad, man. Yeah. I asked Stanley about the children's mothers who are unalive behind someone's ego because you mad, can't say nothing about me. Stupidity. Look how they laughed on YouTube, going live. My God. Yeah. People go crazy, bro. Calling the police to stay alive ain't snitching. Hell no, it's not snitching. It's basically calling for backup. And if he had a snitch, maybe these two clowns wouldn't have been on the street to get off. Just another perspective. Shout out to Woo Baker, man. I'm not disrespecting anybody. Just wanted to know what's funny. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate you, Ed. You know what it is. You know what I'm saying? Damien, salute to you. Yeah, that's Govan's brother. We have both of his brothers in the chat from time to time. I think his other brother may be in the courtroom. And depending on how everything shakes out, he may come up here and give us a few words after this is over. Just depending on how people feeling. Yeah, at this point, only thing that can help if he had a bird. Hey, he need to be a bird. You feel me? Remember Tam saying the chief of police went and secured T's phone the day of his death? We got video footage showing she pulled his Apple Watch off of his wrist and his phone out of his pocket, hopped back in the SUV and skirted. Said, come out the bushes. I told you Nikolai was laughing. Yeah. I understand, bro. You ain't got to explain yourself. Even if you were being disrespectful, I can understand why. This is a pressure-packed situation. You know what I'm saying? Cornbread should have been charged with woo. He told on himself. Yeah. Doing all that talking. You're talking to get a time cut, but then you talking about more shit that you done did. You can't pin it on nobody. Only person you can pin it on is doing life plus 35. Yeah. He had to drink that night. Yeah. Real crazy work. Oh, I see that, but some people gonna laugh. I'm just saying, yeah. This the internet, Stanley. You know what it is. I'm just mind-boggled on how this behavior is normal. It's a jungle in Memphis. Yeah, this is moving material for sure. Stanley, with all due respect, there are many chats that I have seen going hard at Quette, way worse than what you see here. Stanley know what's up. Stanley know that we've treated him and his brother and his other brother with nothing but respect. You know what I'm saying? I treat y'all boy with respect because y'all civilians, man. Y'all ain't had nothing to do with this. You know what I'm saying? So it's crazy. It's crazy. Reminiscent of hip hop past. Salute to you. Yeah. Oh, you say you working? Say he was working. He was down now. Yeah, it's gonna be. If he believe in what they trying to do, he may need to take the stand for himself. That prophet that saved Cornelius, it won't hurt him. Okay. That prophet saved Cornelius. Gotcha. Salute Dub JJ, my dogs. Salute. Look like they may be getting up in here. Rita, what's good? Salute to you. I don't believe everything the state putting in front of us. Some of this shit sounds scripted because the state needs certain factors to bring charges. Well, one thing I can say the state is doing, they are pulling on the heartstrings of the jury. And I would too. What was done to Dolph was disrespectful, low down, scumbag activity. So when you open the trial, you go straight for the jugular. You bring in Dolph's sister, have her speak on Dolph. You put a nice picture up down on the screen to show people that this was not a demon. This was somebody that was giving back, a philanthropist, somebody that helped his fledgling community. And then you hit on with everything that Cornelius and Angela said. How they didn't care about Dolph. They didn't listen to Dolph music. I don't know nobody on paper route. I just needed the money. When you think about it, that's open and shut as it gets. That's why Manny Roar is poking holes, trying to poke holes. You know what I'm saying? At the small things. At the small things. Salute, Cypress. You know what I'm saying? But it's sad, y'all. Why you think some people involved wasn't charged here to need justice in totality for sure? Like what people are you speaking of, Real? Man. The small fish, people like the girl from the Gospel Gardens apartment, 2-lane apartments, whatever they call now. Angela Arnold wasn't charged because she told, so yeah. I think his lawyer batting that Jook, the mastermind that planned it, not quit. Yeah, he's trying to go for that. Yeah, he basically saying CMG did this. CMG did it and Arthur Horn helped. That's basically what he's saying. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, this ain't hard. This is a softball. This is a softball for the prosecution. Now, I'm not gonna lie to you. How many of y'all, when y'all seen Quette walk in there on day one and seen the scowl on his face, you say, yeah, that nigga did it. That nigga did it. If you didn't know nothing about Quette, the way he came in and he sat down, you could tell he was nervous, but them beady eyes, and them stares, you're like, yeah, that nigga did it. I mean, I'm just saying. That plea deal would be looking real nice right now. Say they just told on the whole gang, like Dolph said. As a $1 billion lawyer, I don't know you didn't. I know you didn't think this was over. Yeah, that's facts. That's facts. Yeah, and I'm not just saying that, you judge a person off of their looks. But shit, if you could, bruh right here would be prime example. Oh yeah, he looked like he did it. This nigga here, oh yeah, this nigga looked like he did it. That's why he need to get on the stand. Because when Quette opened his mouth, very charismatic, very well spoken. You feel me? That's the best at this point, that's the best ammo they got. He better try to save himself somewhat. Absolutely. Boy, y'all crazy. He doesn't look like he was somewhere with his feet kicked up watching the 85 minutes. No, you don't. It says Manny in with Trump. I have no idea Ed. Oh boy. All right. Let's get back to it. Let's see. I just seen Judge Mitchell sit down, so bring this back up. All right. Y'all hit that like button. They pump faking. They getting filthy rich off them boys. Boy, I tell you. Man, I want to say, salute. Somebody just sent me a donation via Cash App. I want to say thank you. Can't get right. Salute to you, big homie. Salute. I ain't gonna call her name. I don't like calling folks governments, but salute to you. I appreciate it. Much love. Oh man, it's all in the making. A Savage, what up, man? What going on, A Savage? Salute to you, big homie. No, it don't look good for him, bro. Just to be honest, it don't look good for him. They were confident. His brothers was in the chat this weekend and they were super confident. It's just not looking good, man. It's just not looking good. Where Quette get money from for lawyers? Well, Quette got a couple of business ventures. Y'all know Quette does. Y'all know Quette does his box truck business, and he also do his parlays under the moniker Bet with Quette. So he not broke. and evidently he got the plug on the beans in the city. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. And who knows? Quette could have got paid. Drop got paid. Did Quette get paid? You know what I'm saying? This investigation is very sloppy. Yeah. Manny, that's all Manny been doing. Y'all ever watch football or basketball? and the team losing and the coach run out there and get to arguing with the referees and get kicked out, and you know what I'm saying, I don't know, that's what it looked like to me. It's like a last ditch effort to try to save face. I don't think this was a recruitment thing. It sounds like Jook was putting on capping in front of them young niggas like he always do, and Quette didn't tell them Jook was like he always do, bullish like he always do. That makes sense too. That makes sense too. But you gonna tell these knuckleheads that Jook full of ish. You probably enjoying the clout that you're getting by standing on the side of Jook. You feel me? You know how it go. You know how it go. Drop knew better. Drop knew better though. Cornbread might not have knew better, but Drop knew better. We'll bring this down until they come back. Yeah, these folk knew better, man. Man, they knew. They knew. I'm gonna say it again. They knew. Yeah, Drop was campaigning for this. He was campaigning for this. You know? And he thought he got elected. Well, he did get elected for some dumb shit. You know? He did get elected for some dumb shit. Let's go back. The infamous walkthrough. CMG Vato. I don't know all these cats. That's the protection there, John Wick. But the cats I do know, you know, they stick out like a sore thumb. Yeah. Jook. And straight drop. Let me pull this down. I think we're back. I think we may be back. I rock with 700. I ain't even listened to Doe yet.
Yeah, let's go back on the record.
Court's back in session.
Bring the jury back in.
Y'all hit that like button, family. We ain't even at 100 likes. Let's get that like button. Jump it. Feel me? He got it covered up with foundation, family. We're good with it. E-Babe, salute. Yeah, they done already rested. It's done. Y'all see how that how his face touched up on the right side over there? You may have some on the left side too. And no more witnesses for the prosecution. Defense hadn't rested yet, real spell. We're gonna see though. That's what it's looking like. He was supposed to have been there at 10:30. Trayon Ingram may have backed out.
Ready on it?
Yes.
All right, jury.
They're supposed to. Nah, this is not the verdict. The jurors are walking into the juror box.
Lieutenant Coburn, the state trial.
Stand right here, sir. Raise your right hand facing the other.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
See?
All right, could you please tell us your full name, spell out your first and last name, please?
Michael Coburn, MichaelCoburn.
And I see the lieutenant bars in your uniform. Could you tell this jury where you work
I'm currently assigned as a supervisor to crime scene
and with what department?
with the Memphis Police Department.
And how long have you been a police officer?
Almost 28 years,
And how long have you been doing crime scene analysis, I guess?
about 15 years.
Have you been qualified as an expert in crime scene analysis in the past by the state?
I have,
And you testified as an expert?
yes,
Have you testified in Shelby County as an expert?
yes,
And crime scene analysis, meaning you look for blood, evidence in cars, houses, stuff like that?
yes,
And that's what you've been qualified on behalf by the state in many cases in the past?
yes.
Your Honor, I move to have Lieutenant Coburn admitted as an expert in crime scene investigation.
Lady Ms. Williams, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, qualified Lieutenant Michael Coburn as an expert in crime scene analysis.
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor. Back in 2021, I think you were a sergeant based on your reports, is that correct?
I was assigned to homicide.
And were you doing crime scene with homicide back in 2021?
I was,
Did you happen to work on the crime scene analysis for the murder case of Adolph Thornton?
for vehicles, yes,
Okay. And did you specifically process a Mercedes-Benz vehicle in that case?
I did,
And was that car recovered, and I guess you looked at it on November 20th of 2021, is that correct?
yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you a few photos that have previously been marked into evidence and just make sure that's the same car, okay?
Okay.
My other lawyer, Robert, will do that. We're going to put in Exhibit 11 that's previously been marked and entered. I know it's a little bit of a distance shot. Does that look like a Mercedes that you processed?
Yes.
Next, please. Exhibit 12, it'll be 12, 13, and 14. I just want to get the jury acclimated to the car. Close-up view of the car,
Yes, sir.
same license plate, everything that you processed.
It is.
Okay. 13. Yes, I said we're going to do 13 and 14. Just the front view of the same car?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Same thing?
Yes.
And then where do you process the car?
At 475 Clinic, it's a warehouse.
Okay. So I guess it gets towed over to the police warehouse?
Yes, sir.
All right. With regards to processing the car, can you tell the jury what exactly you do
Primarily, we document evidence, collect evidence. When we process it, we usually process for prints, touch DNA, and just evidence like clothing or something, anything the investigator is looking for.
You also look for blood.
Yes,
You also look for evidence of somebody trying to clean up the crime scene.
sure.
So with regards to this Mercedes, I think they used to call it luminol, and that's what you hear on TV, but it's Blue Star now, right? That's what you guys use to look for trace evidence?
Never use Blue Star because luminol requires more darkness than Blue Star does.
All right, and Blue Star was used in this case?
It was.
All right, so without getting into the nuts and bolts, you process this car with Blue Star?
Correct.
And if I were to tell you that a witness has said that he took a towel, put a bunch of bleach on it, and wiped the car down, is there any evidence of that in this case?
No.
And you would see that with the luminol, that there's bleach and things like that, where somebody's trying to clear a crime scene.
Yes, sir.
Okay, because otherwise people could get away with anything.
Correct.
Did not happen with regards to this car.
No, sir.
So if I said under oath, I got bleach, put it on a towel, wipe that car down, complete lie.
Yes.
Thank you. No more questions.
Why they got bro up there looking stupid like that? Appreciate you, Stanley.
Sergeant Coburn?
Lieutenant.
Lieutenant Coburn.
Yes, ma'am.
Very sorry.
That's all right.
Lieutenant Coburn, you processed the white Mercedes, is that correct?
Correct.
You found several prints outside of the car, is that correct?
I did.
You didn't find any prints on the front passenger outside of the vehicle, is that correct?
I'd have to look at the summary of it.
Just one second.
Smash that like button, chat. Let's get us over 100 likes, bro. Let's go, chat. Help me out.
Let me ask you also, did you process the inside of the vehicle?
I did.
Did you find any prints of value inside of it?
I couldn't say without looking at the narrative. No, there's a lot of print cards.
What did you
say?
There's a lot of print cards.
Oh.
That's what we put the prints on.
No further questions.
No more questions.
Thank you. Yes. Call your next witness.
Call Miss Vivian Ferguson, Your Honor.
Is,
She needed some help getting up this matter.
is this Vivian Fifi? Is this the lady that took the payment for cornbread? I think this may be the lady that took that. Was it 300 or 500? I think she got the $500 payment and passed it off to cornbread.
Raise your right hand. Face your honor.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
Have a seat, ma'am. Watch your step.
Good morning, Ms. Ferguson. Would you tell the jury your name and could you spell it for me?
My name is Vivian Ferguson.
And could you spell that just because the court reporter needs to get it right?
Which one?
Your first name, middle name, and last name.
Capital V-I-V-I-A-N. B as in boy, A-N-K-S, Banks. Ferguson, capital F-E-R-G-U-S-O-N.
And Ms. Ferguson, how old are you?
80.
Okay. We're never supposed to ask that question, so. Do you live next to Cornelius Smith Sr.?
I live next to King Smith, his daddy.
Okay. So his daddy's King Smith lives next door to you, right? And you have to say yes or no. I'm sorry.
Yes.
All right. And Cornelius Smith, that's somebody you know, right?
Yes.
Could you tell the jurors how you know Mr. Cornelius Smith?
He's a young man that lived next door. And
Thank you,
the
Sean.
only reason I had to came in contact with him, he always would do nice things for me. Like when I go shopping, he always would get my grocery out the car and bring it in the house for me. That was good for me because I was tired. So that's not only that, that's the only time that he come around. If I needed something done, I could ask him and he would do it. And if he charged me, I would pay him. But he never charged me for anything. To me, he was a nice kid.
So, Ms. Ferguson, you and I talked at your house last week, just a few days ago, right? You'll have to say yes or no.
Yes.
All right. And I also asked you if Cornelius Smith said a few years ago that somebody came by your house to give you $500 for him. Would that be true or false?
That would not be true.
What?
So if Mr. Cornelius Smith said under oath that, like, you're like a grandmother to him, right?
If that's what you want to say?
Okay, I'm just repeating what I've heard in court. So if he said that you got $500 for him to hold, never happened.
Never happened.
Not yesterday, not 5 years ago, not 10 years ago.
No, if somebody's gonna leave something for Cornelius
Thank you, Sean.
in my house, they
Thank you,
probably stuck
N2.
it in my mailbox or something like that. But I haven't received any cash or any envelope for him.
So if somebody said you were specifically given $500, would be a lie.
Would be a lie.
And I'm really sorry to call you. I know the last time you came to court was talking about your son's murder, so I 100% apologize. I know you were very upset at that. So thank you for your honesty.
No cross, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am, for coming. You're free to go.
Okay.
Exactly, Great Face. This was for nothing.
Call your next witness.
I don't have any more witnesses, Judge. We're gonna run.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to that juncture where you have heard all of the proof, but there's still one more piece left that you don't have. and that is the law that you're going to get from me. So give us a few minutes, and we'll get back with you. So please don't discuss this yet, okay?
It's game time. Wow. No Trayon Ingram. Y'all think y'all know what this is.
All right.
The only thing I have to do, Judge, is once we get that exhibit worked out that we were talking about, I'll move that into evidence if you want.
That's fine. If we will, you got it?
All right, let me get the stipulation signed.
That's fine.
Make sure.
Ron, what up?
What's the next number, Your Honor?
33. Mr. Aurora.
Yes, sir.
I need you to put your client on the stand. We need to do a moment here.
Yes, sir.
This is a good time to do that. Come on around, Mr. Govan.
Let's go.
Yeah, ask if it's on the record.
Is this on the record?
Yeah.
Okay.
Raise up your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
It's probably a little out of order, but better late than never, I guess. Mr. Aurora, would you like to ask your client some questions?
Mr. Govan, would you please spell your first and last name for the record?
HERNANDEZ
And Mr. Govan, you and I have talked about your right to testify at trial, correct?
Yes, sir.
I've advised you that I would recommend not testifying based on some of the evidentiary rulings. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you've agreed with me that you do not wish to testify.
Yes, sir.
And that's freely and voluntarily. Nobody's forcing you to do that.
Nobody's forcing me.
Nobody's threatening you to do that.
No, sir.
All right. And this is something you are doing freely and voluntarily again.
Correct.
I'm going to stamp this 33 on it and give you the stipulation.
Ooh, boy.
Can I have that?
I was just going to get the sticker on it.
So this is all of them?
This is all of them, state and federal.
Are they labeled? Yours were labeled pretty good. Did y'all, I mean, so they'll know which bite is which?
The two that overlap, Your Honor, essentially the same. Theirs are just a few seconds longer, so they should be able to figure it out pretty easily.
That ain't what I.
Okay.
Are they labeled?
Ours are labeled. They will have, I believe they have initials. So like if it's an Angela Arnold clip, it will say AA and then whatever the contents, Jook or.
Right, okay. As long as they're labeled somehow, they're just not just clips with nothing other than a bunch of numbers on them.
Yeah, they're labeled so I can find them. So same.
All right, this is order stipulating to the police interview sound bites that were testified to on yesterday by witness Angela Arnold.
Angela Arnold, Cornelius Smith, and also the detective. We played parts of sound bites from the interviews for all three from Your Honor.
Okay.
Yeah, Detective Browning, I'm sorry, said Smith. It's Browning.
Okay. And the stipulation reads that whereas there having been presented to me the Honorable Jennifer Johnson Mitchell, Judge of Division 10 of the Criminal Court of Tennessee, 30th Judicial District at Memphis for the purpose of trial, sound bites from police interviews with witnesses. The sound bites were stipulated by the Assistant District Attorney and Attorney for Defendant Hernandez, Govan, and shall be entered into the evidence by this agreement, signed by Assistant District Attorney and Attorney for Defendant. And the sound bites are captured on a black zip drive in a brown envelope that I'm going to place on here. Police sound bites, police interview sound bites.
Yes, sir.
Of Angela Arnold, because this is just of Angela Arnold.
It's all of it, Your Honor. It's Angela Arnold, Cornelius Smith, and Detective Brown.
All right, police. Of Angela Arnold, Cornelius Smith, and who's the third person?
Detective Browning, Your Honor.
What's his first name?
Jesse.
Thank you. All right, I put just that on the police sound bites of A. Arnold C. Smith and Detective J. Brown. We'll mark this as exhibit, collective exhibit 33. Put that back here, because I need to keep this for you. Just leave it right there. All right. Have you had an opportunity to look at the jury charge? All right. Well, you need to take a few minutes, because we're going to charge this jury, look like after lunch. That'll give us time to review it, and then we'll come back and talk about it on the record, and make sure it includes everything it needs to include, and make sure it doesn't have anything in it that doesn't need to be in there. And that'll give me time to get it printed, and I'll charge them after lunch, probably about 1:30.
And just to give you a heads up, the only thing we would ask is the accessory after the fact charge. That was the only thing I didn't see in there.
Okay.
It's 3.03.
As to both.
Yes, sir.
Okay. State, any objection to that?
No.
Okay. All right, well, I'll add that. I'm gonna go back and add the other expert. I just added the Scanoberry. I'm gonna add the guy who just testified. I'm gonna add the stipulation. You know, look at it, tell me what else I've left out, or just look at it. Look at it, let me know. Okay? We'll stand in recess.
What's in recess?
You said 1 o'clock here?
No, not for y'all.
Okay.
I need to know, probably within the next 30 minutes or so, if you think the charge is complete. I need to know what you think about the charge.
I think we're all good except for what we just mentioned.
Okay, so you have reviewed it?
Yes, we reviewed it last night.
Oh, okay. But so, no, let's say 12 o'clock for lawyers, so we can make sure it looks like it should look, and then we'll probably recess to 1:30, because I think lunch is coming somewhere in that time period. Okay? Understand me?
Nah, Stanley, I don't think we're ready to throw a block party. I mean, block parties are reserved for the memes. So we won't be throwing a block party. This is what you gotta understand, Stanley. We didn't even know of Hernandez Govan. He got thrown into this equation. This ain't about Quette. He's a domino in the grand scheme of things. Come on, man. We want justice for the men that were struck down on airways. That's it. That's it. That's it. What I will do No, we're not gonna throw a block party if your brother's convicted, man. That ain't it. I'm gonna drop this link in the chat if anybody want to come up and talk about this, because they finna be on in recess for probably the next 2 hours. The city of Memphis should be assigned. Well, I mean, not gonna lie, it kind of comes with the territory. Not speaking ill of Memphis, but Memphis has a track record of corruption in city government and police. So, I mean, that's it. So what you'll have when they come back is basically closing statements, and she will charge the jury to bring back a verdict on this, man. You know what I'm saying? No, so your brother's a bad guy, Stanley. It is what it is, baby, at the end of the day. Yeah, I mean, we didn't come into this like, you know who they need to throw behind bars? Hernandez Govan. They need to go arrest Hernandez Govan. We didn't know nothing about Quette, bro. We didn't. We got the infamous Dot again on the stage. What's up with it, Steven?
What's going on? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, bro.
All right, so your quick assessment on the last 20 minutes. What do you think?
Man, it was lacking. It was lacking. Everybody talked about Trayon Owens and Trayon Ingram, and he didn't show. They brought Miss Fifi on the stand, and all she said was Cornelius didn't accept $500 for Cornelius. Well, that ain't what Cornelius said. Cornelius said he asked them folks to put an envelope that they were going to bring to him in the mailbox. So it didn't really, you know what I'm talking about? It really didn't do nothing.
Yeah.
Salute to you, Miss Butterfly. Yeah, this is, I mean, to the average juror, it's not enough. It's not enough. Yeah.
I think, you know, I will say this, objectively. I commend Manny Aurora for not giving up on his crime. He was paid handsomely. Not sure how he was paid, but the one thing Vivian Ferguson or Miss Ferguson didn't do, she didn't discredit the car. She didn't discredit the text messages, the Instagram messages, the murder. She didn't. Yeah. So once again, I commend Manny for trying, but he never separated. Not once did he separate his client from everything. It's almost like, well, he was semi-involved. Any involvement is involvement. Hernandez Govan is in his 40s. And I know Stanley's in the chat. So Stanley, if you're listening, your brother should have said no. Well, he wouldn't be here if all he said, it was so easy and simple to say, no, I don't want to be involved. That's very simple. So
right.
I have brothers, I have siblings. If somebody, like, there comes a point in time where we have to let humanity kick in. And if your brother wanted to make it, there were different ways to make it. This clearly wasn't one of them. So we don't know your brother. We don't. But I know this, as a man, as a black man especially, it comes a time when you got to say, you know what? My brother was wrong. He got to sit down. You can still love him. That don't mean you don't love him. But he got to sit down because a man lost his life and other men's lives were put in danger because of your brother and others. But your brother ain't going to be by himself. Like, it's a war zone in Memphis. Your brother added to that. There comes a time where you got to say, you know what? My brother was wrong. I'm sorry. I love my brother, but he was wrong. So it ain't us picking on you. It's just understanding the gravity of this situation, which is something you lack for whatever reason, last name or not.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm done. I just, your brother gonna have to sit down for a long time. I don't feel an ounce of sorrow for him because he did it to himself. His choice should have been, no, I don't want to be involved. Leave me out of it. And I'm gonna mute myself.
So we may be looking at this with tinted glasses. King Curly, my dog, said everything is allegedly. He walking. Y'all type in the chat. Do y'all think he will be convicted, or do you think he will be exonerated? Let me know something. How y'all feeling about this? I know a lot of y'all feel like he cooked, but I need to know. Prosecution missed their chance to cross the lady about the accuracy of what happened. Kenise didn't say the money hit her hand. He said it was put in an envelope. Right.
They'll bring that up in closing, I think. I don't think the prosecution's gonna let that slide. I could be wrong, but they'll reiterate the actual facts. So because they get 2 chances to do that. They'll be fine.
Mm-hmm. You only need one person in that jury box that may have lost a child due to Memphis violence. Then on top of showing them graphic pics, he cooked. Yeah, I agree. Mac name, Mac, salute to you, big dog. What's going on, man? Salute. They said, well said. Yeah. Convicted. Ooh. Manny is killing it. Okay. OG Snake Spotter, salute to you, bro. I looked up last night and Duke was out in April, so it's possible they could have been talking about ghosts. The officer wasn't accurate on that. That's true. Convicted because of phone logs connection. Could be. I thought they said accessory after the fact. It's reasonable doubt, especially if those jurors are from Memphis. Not in Tennessee, he's not walking. Manny comes across unlikable, which hurt Govan even more. That's what I was thinking, y'all. Convicted. And if so, go and have a cookout afterwards and celebrate. Okay. Let's see. Conspiracy for sure. Honestly, I believe he'll be acquitted due to the lack of an investigation. Well, that's another thing that he's trying to point out, that, they just took the junkie's word for it and wrangled him into it. They don't have evidence to say that they corroborated anything that the junkie said. They just went off a name and phone records. The phone records do help too. Conspiracy was proven, in my opinion. He done. They gave grandma one of their prepaid cards and gonna blame it on her age. Crazy. Man, listen, I feel like crap. I'm glad you said that, bro. I feel like crap today. But I had to get on here and talk to the people about this. CMG way of thinking. Cornbread put a lot of nails in the coffin. Is anybody gonna answer? Where is Hagerman? Yeah, man, they said Hagerman recused himself. No, the girl. Man is on the head. He called Stupid Duke a serial killer. Streets about to be empty. He did say that. Stanley go touch some grass. No one is celebrating. Yeah. Ain't nobody celebrating, bro. You ain't seen a celebration yet. Let this go federal. Then you'll see some bottle popping. The defense is trying to imply girlfriend should be charged with accessory. Manny G. Man, Manny, you in Memphis. All of them people you threw under the bus, watch for straight. He'll be out of here soon as this over with. He'll be on the first thing taking flight. Done. Doran said hung jury. Did Cornbread lie on straight drop? I don't think he did. In Memphis, it's definitely a possibility he could walk. Money talks on verdicts.
Why they money talk with Justin then? I mean, I don't. That doesn't make sense to me. Like people
Right.
say stuff like that. Well, Justin, I mean, CMG paid for the lawyers, so nah, this ain't. We're not even going. Nah. But I mean, you got your opinion, but you wrong.
Yeah. Y'all don't even know, fam. I'm up here struggling right now, but I'm rocking out with y'all. I am struggling right now. Y'all, please hit that like button, man. And if you can, donate to the channel. But if you can't, I ain't messed up about it. Recuse, like coffee. What's going on? I don't know. I got to get down to it. But I heard that he had to remove himself from the situation for some reason. Hernandez Govan brother said something to that point last night. So we don't feel sorry either. No text messages shown between Govan and the co-defendants, only phone calls. Hang it up.
That's enough, though. That's enough. I mean, whether it's text messages or not, phone calls, that's enough. They got each other's numbers. And what Cornelius said corroborated. Like I said, see, Lady B, here's the thing. They got the IG. Cornelius talked about reaching out to Jill. Cornelius showed the AutoZone receipt. They got the car. They got the fingerprint. They got also other stuff. It's not circumstantial. It ties into everything else. So Cornelius didn't lie. If he lied, it'd be different. But he everything he said, they matched later on. So I'm not understanding people's points. But go off though.
Govan ain't the shooter though. He's not the shooter, but he's conspired and yeah. Justin might be state witness next. Justin ain't talking. Money is gonna be the reason why they get cooked, to be honest. We see how the judge, aka the Grim Reaper, feels at the end. The judge, she trying her best to be nice. You know what I'm saying? My brother took his life, be it like a champ. Take yours like a champ, Quette. Yeah, Justin ain't talking. I don't think this is enough, fam. I don't think it's enough. And I really feel like Quette is the fall guy. Especially with Jook out the way, Quette is the fall guy. He gonna take the fall for this. And if it don't go federal, remember what I told y'all months ago? If Quette don't say it, it ain't nothing to be said. Well, we here now. What's good, Head? I just want to let you know that if you wanted any information on a 14-year-old that playing at kidnapping of that kid here in Milwaukee, I know the little boy personally. Okay, I got you, Bad Way. Shout out to you from the EML. Yes, indeed. What do you think about Mac, who spent 21 years of his life in prison for a crime he didn't commit? Mac, refresh my memory, Stanley.
I'm talking about No Limit Mac. This ain't about No Limit Mac.
Oh, you talking about McKinley Phillips? Well, I mean, those situations are different. D-boy conspired, Stanley. Yeah, that conspiracy is a bad mother, Yeah. Precious said accessory after the fact. So you feel like he should get Jamarcus type of time for the role he played in this. When he had a talk with Neil and introduced him to drop, all four of them talked about unaliving Dolph and the conspiracy in Tennessee that can carry a life sentence. Yes. We all know who ain't going to jail like they thought. Got it. He been going to jail for 4 years now. Yeah. You're right. Govan, what's good, man? So the phone calls are not enough. Cornelius lied about a whole lot. Well, I mean, Manny didn't bring you home, bro. He didn't bring you home, but we're gonna see. You didn't go to court either.
I know what time it is. I wouldn't have went either. Stanley, I'm saying your name because I see you in the chat. You don't have to want to talk to me. Your brother going to prison. That ain't gonna stop nothing I say. If you mad, get over it, bro. That's your fault. Your brother did what he did, so take some responsibility. I'm not disrespecting you, but bro, that shows what type of person you are. You want a criminal to get off. Your brother's a criminal. Period.
My goodness. Quette is the link between everyone. He kind of like the nucleus. Once everybody got acquainted, they kind of cut him out, especially when Drop was going to start, you know what I'm saying, going under Jook as far as music. Yeah, they kind of cut him out. They need to go to Mr. Hill and Mr. Robbie for the other two. Phone calls connect and more important than questionable testimony. Why you mention my okay. All right, let's see here. You going to jail, but some things ain't sitting right in my spirit. Yeah? What's going on, Cypress?
What's going on, bro?
Oh man, nothing much, bro.
Peter, you all right? What's going on? You got a head cold or something?
No, I ain't feeling my best, man. There's a lot of stuff going on right now, and but we good. I'm pressing.
Okay.
I think
Go ahead.
I think the problem with this case, Manny couldn't remove him from this shit. He couldn't remove him from that.
Y'all go ahead. Give me a second. I'll be right back.
He couldn't remove him from he couldn't remove him from the conspiracy, man.
He couldn't. And Victoria, yes, they proved their case beyond a shadow of a doubt. Like, if you listen to Manny never said my client wasn't there. Manny was like, well, my client, he did do this, but not to the degree that they said he did. Yeah, no, he did. Yes, he did. A man lost his life. Man, how you giving out artists' addresses? Like, see, people in the chat with the last name Govan don't want to talk about that. They don't want to talk about that. They Dolph lost his life, and all of y'all thinking about people in the chat with the last name Govan. Well, that's my brother. I want him to get off. Imagine your last name being Thornton, and somebody was doing. Imagine somebody did this to your brother. How would you feel? So imagine how the Thorntons feel. Like this to me is just not even like it's not even. I'm trying my best to be civil with people, but if it was my parents raised me right. If this was my brother, one of my brothers whom I love very much, or my sister, you got to sit down. I'm not gonna hate you. I love you, but I'm gonna write you. I might come visit you every now and then. You got to sit down. Somebody lost their life the way they shut that man up, and you in the doggone chat talking about some. Well, y'all want to have a party, bro? Your brother is a criminal. This ain't the only crime he ever committed. He's fortunate they not taking the trial. They didn't take the trial years ago for the stuff he did. So as a man, as a black man, I'm trying not to yell. As a black man, get out your feelings because you acting real pussy right now. You say my brother was wrong. That's all you got to do, bro. It ain't personal. It ain't even business. This is serious. Somebody lost their life, and other people had their lives attempted because of your brother. So yes, I'm celebrating. Yeah, when your brother get found guilty, I'm celebrating. I'm telling you now, and I'm gonna continue to celebrate. If you don't like it, hit the link. Get your brother.
Oh my God! Steve, that man said he gonna celebrate him.
I don't care about this man up there crying. Well, what is my family? Your family should have thought about that before you put your name through the mud like he did. And sitting there lying on folks.
Well,
This man told on CMG, he told on 2 record labels through his lawyer, your brother's a snitch like they said. And not only, he ain't just a snitch because he told, he's a snitch because he was participating in crime. And now he want to tell on everybody. He was telling on people that had nothing to do with this trial, bro. That's how big of a snake your brother is. He's a snitch. I wouldn't be surprised if Jook wasn't talking about him.
Govan say he ain't going to prison. I'm sitting in the lobby beside him right now. What y'all having for lunch, bro?
Okay, we'll see. Hey, you talking to 12 jurors the truth? Because I don't think so.
Oh my God, bro. I don't know, man.
Why y'all gonna celebrate my brother go to jail? I'm playing preach and 100 shots when they get this verdict. And you know, hey, I'll tell you this, if he doesn't get found guilty, I'm gonna apologize like a man, because that's what I do. But that conspiracy to commit murder, if they get him for that, then they gotta get him for the murder one, because it's conspiracy to commit murder, not just conspiracy, my brother. So I hope you let your brother hear this. If he ain't getting out that conspiracy, boy.
Yeah, it's kind of like macaroni and cheese with that. Peanut butter and jelly.
Steve, you sound like you had some biscuits or something this morning, man. Sound like you got a lot of energy there, man.
No, I get tired of black men making excuses. This ain't got nothing to do with the system. This ain't about race. Your brother made a decision that he shouldn't have made. He didn't have to lose that stress weight. You get stressed when you do something, or when you're stressed about something. I'm not stressed about stuff. The police and the feds ain't after me. And also, I didn't sign the federal proffer. Why your brother sign that proffer? Tell us why.
Oh yeah, you signed the federal proffer. You telling your ass all you gonna keep it deep.
This the crazy part to me. Cornelia, boy, he the junkiest of junkies. This man said, everybody said he was a federal informant, but shit, he ain't told on me. That nigga wanted that money so bad, bro. That nigga wanted that money so bad. He's like, shit, he ain't told on me. Nigga, you got reeled in and he told.
Yeah, you know I don't think they removed him from the conspiracy. They would have had to do that from the beginning, and they didn't do that, and that cost them. And I think that might cost them in the end.
Man, I tell you, that boy said, I was going to get a car cover, but they had found the car, so I said, shit, I might as well just take the money and go buy some pills. I said, boy, you is a real junkie.
And Heather, not only that, they showed the man phone looking for AutoZone, 24-hour AutoZone. You can't undo that. I don't care what that Miss Fifi said. You can't undo that. That's real. You can't undo that receipt. You can't undo that message to Jook. Tell me if you could. I want the truth or his whomever they. Tell me how you gonna get around that. Actual pictures. Tell me how you gonna get around shooting at Wu multiple times. That police phone call. You can't get around that because Wu called the police. He just didn't say his name. How you gonna discredit that?
Appreciate you sharing. Yeah, I called at the end of the day. I got my boy out of here for school, and I was feeling horrible. Still am, honestly. But I said I had to cut this thing on and let us talk about this. But yeah, we working through it. We got a couple of things going on, but we're gonna press through. Let's see here. Man, murder just unsolved, allegedly. I appreciate it. OG Snake Spotter in here snapping. I see you, OG Snake Spotter. Yeah, man. Yeah, but you know, it's a crazy situation. It's a crazy situation. You know what I'm saying? This don't mean nothing. This is a bunch of people walking together. This don't mean nothing. This is a bunch of people walking together.
So,
Oh man.
Cypress, let me ask you a question. So now you said conspiracy hard to prove. Is it harder to prove? And well, let me ask a better question. How many homeboys do you know that have had conspiracy, been hit with conspiracy, and never saw the light of day again, or did a lot of time?
Hold on before you answer that, Cybers. Yeah, we started on the 8th of August. G. Yeah.
I had a few homeboys I had a few homeboys to get hit with conspiracy, never see daylight again.
Yeah.
Yeah, conspiracy is I mean, like I said, like Hitter said, mac and cheese, man, you can't hit them, you can't find them guilty of one and not the other. Like if they gonna read conspiracy first. Now they dropped the attempted because I ain't gonna say it was hard to prove that, but that was on market, so they weren't gonna be able to really prove that. But this, man, listen, it's probably I give it a 1% chance. And like I said, if he gets found innocent, I'm gonna be like, I hope you come on live or you still here. I'm gonna apologize. I'm gonna apologize to all the Govans and anybody else. But I don't see it. I think that apology gonna stay in the vault.
Very possibly. Very possibly.
What's up, Sharon? What's
had him coughing this morning, ain't he, yo?
Now I couldn't imagine being in that courtroom seeing Dolph's pictures, seeing that autopsy report. Like the state knew exactly what they were doing. It was just like Justin's trial. And if Cornelius got Justin about it, like the state ain't playing. So this is it. Before the RICO comes, and it's coming, the state had to do this. I'm just thankful that we're getting justice. Not only that, but I'm thankful that people who were involved are being held accountable. Now, there's some other folks that we didn't know about, Tam and the other folks. I'm like, who are these folks? But man, it's a lot of people that are going to be brought to the carpet for this, because it took that many people to get Dolph out the way. One man caused all that hate and jealousy.
Mac, he said he in court. He in court with it, brother. They got the phones out in the hallway, bro. He said he right beside his brother right now. The other brother at work though.
Hey man, I don't like how they threw a lot of names out.
Me neither.
They didn't make it to court. They're probably gonna get checked whenever somebody catch them niggas in the hood because niggas threw their name out.
Names like what?
Yeah.
Names like.
They threw some names that was one in particular. It's local out here.
Oh, Weathers, the one that brought straight dropped that stuff?
No, when he threw out miscellaneous, all them cats, like, and people gonna check these niggas in the streets when they see them because they threw their name in there.
Justin Taylor? Because Bobby dead. You know Justin Taylor? He might be one of them. Yeah, I think Wu would like to know who shot at him. I got a question. Who was Wu in the car with? Was it straight up girl? Was it Raquel? Because he said it was a man with a woman.
It might have, but she's like a doorknob. Everybody was getting a turn with Raquel. Let's just be honest.
Cypress. Yeah,
But the truth.
Cypress.
You said we telling the truth. You said we telling the truth, so we telling the truth. But now you said that, bro. We telling the truth. We gonna let the truth out.
I agree, Granny Wu. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Tell everything, man.
Yeah.
We gonna tell the truth, Steven. So we gonna tell the truth, man.
You right. Well, I don't know. I heard that before, but I don't. I mean, if you say so, I don't know.
Yeah, she's old.
What's the deal on Hackerman, man?
I think Hackerman wanted nothing to do with this shit.
He the face of it. He the face of it ever since the onset. He's the origin of this. From the opening hearing when dropping cornbread went in and said that they didn't have no lawyers and they didn't know when they were gonna get some lawyers to drop getting life plus 35. And all of a sudden we don't see him. You know, it's crazy. The truth. Hold on. The truth, if you still in here, let us know. The best thing we can do in life is stay away from the BS and show our kids how to work hard. Stay away from. Yeah, that's facts. That's facts. Go ahead.
I think one of those, I could be wrong, but maybe one of those motions was to have Hagerman off because he said stuff like mastermind before. See, Mulroy didn't do that, but if I had to guess, I would guess one of those motions was, hey man, since Hagerman's put it out there and it's not true, then he's gonna come in with a bias, kind of like the coffee situation. That I guess I could be wrong, but Hagerman, there was no way he's gonna recuse himself.
That makes a lot of sense.
No, Gotti did not take out his brother to save himself.
Nah, and listen, since you on this platform, Rashid, I'm gonna tell you straight up. At one point in time, I did believe that, but I had to walk that statement back. I did believe that at one point in time, though.
And believe me when I tell you, he did not want to walk that one back.
No, I didn't have no problem with it. Once I figured out what it really was, I ain't had no problem with it.
No, I ain't saying you had a problem with it, but I'm saying like before
Yeah.
then. I'm talking about like before then.
Yeah.
If that the
Well,
case,
I mean, if he was gonna get his brother out the way, he wouldn't have waited till. I never really like people saying that. I'm like, it just don't make sense to me. Why would he wait until that day? He could have got him anytime. He could have called Duke over his house and like, hey man, poison his food or something like. No.
It's a lot of name dropping there. There you go. Govan said Hagerman pulled out months ago because he didn't feel like the state had everything they needed. He's preparing to run for a bigger position. I think he's running for Mulroy's spot, honestly.
Mulroy got 3 more years though.
Mulroy crook anyway. Get him out of there, man.
Yeah, so Hagerman pulled out because he didn't feel like the state had everything they needed. That's simply not. You know why that's not true? Because Hagerman on TV and Mulroy, they were standing next to him, said that we are ready and have been ready to hold all those involved accountable. So that's a lie. That's a lie. What you just said.
Hagerman was the man who been promoting this for years.
Yeah, so that's a lie. No, that's a lie. I'm not saying it's a mistruth or an untruth. I'm saying you're lying. I don't believe you. You need more people.
After reading the exact definition of mastermind, do you think Quette will be looked at as that? No, I think they kind of removed that from him.
Well, hold on, let me go back up. It was a comment I saying. Well, that know your girl, if that's the case, why Barnett is the only one gone? Because Barnett had a minimum role, he just was riding, and he cut a profit and told everything. So they had to let you go. He got a profit deal. All them niggas got a profit deal. Barnett, Quette, and Cornelius all got profit deals. This dude still got profit.
OG Snake Spotter, I appreciate the love, bro. Thank you for the donation. For real. What's up with it, Kenny Adams?
Not his chart. KNOT. In the world? Okay.
So, it's obvious they didn't have everything on Govan. They said they found out his role had changed when he got a bond. True. That's true. That came from Mulroy.
They didn't have it. No, they had everything on Govan. They just changed his role, person. Man, we're not gonna do this today. They had everything. And Quette told them. If Quette told his lawyer, imagine what he told the feds, based on what just came out in this trial. Imagine what he told the feds. And I told you this wasn't gonna go longer than a week. I knew it. I knew it wasn't going to go 2 weeks. What's up, Kenny Adams? But like I said, if I'm wrong, I'm gonna apologize like a man. Whatever y'all want to say to me, I'm gonna take it. I ain't gonna say nothing. I'm gonna take it. You can call me whatever. You can talk about whomever. Don't talk about my daddy though. He gone. You talk about my brothers, my sister, my nieces, nephew, my mama, whomever. I'm gonna take it. If I'm wrong, if you that mad, but if you wrong, then whatever they do, however they deal with you in the chat is how they deal with you. Don't get mad. Don't get in your feelings. Just say, you know what? It is what it is. I gotta just take it because Dolph should be here, and I don't know Dolph. I'm not paper route. But this was wrong. I feel the same way with the Mo 3 stuff. If the police were gonna get them, let the police get them. Same way with King Von, all them. I don't wish death on them folks. Let them go to prison where they belong. Mo 3 was going to prison. Period.
Tap, I think all of that's allegedly and may be fabricated. You know, if you think about the timeline of events, the time where they said this happened was like weeks before Dolph died. They was already hunting down paper route in June. You know, they were dropping locations on Woo. They tried to get at Big Moochie Grape. So this had already been set into motion. I think that's an old folk tale. You know what I'm saying? Prosecution was pitiful at best. Wow.
I agree, Mac Damon. I wouldn't say pitiful. I just think they probably knew Manny's persona and knew what he was going to do. So it was more like they want to come off as more likable. Manny not coming up as likable shouldn't mean anything. It's about the evidence. But he came off as unlikable, and the evidence is gonna hit him too. So he might have did Govan in himself.
Right.
Should have look in the back chat. I sent you some.
Okay.
So I have it.
Family, if y'all hadn't hit that like button, please do so. And if y'all can donate to the channel, support the channel, man. We rocking out for the duration of this. And that could be all day. That could be all day. Let's see.
Heather, what do you think? Oh, you hit an answer. My bad. Go ahead.
No, I just saying I got you.
When do y'all think they'll have the verdict? You think it'll be by the day?
It may.
Okay. I think so too. I think it'll be around. I don't think it'll take as long as straight drops. I think the last two witnesses, man, they like I don't know what Manny was trying to do. I don't know what they were trying to do.
Hold on, Steve.
Solicitation to vote the conspiracy and okay. So I am adding those.
Do we need all the lesser included if I just want to go on the indictment, or is that something?
Well, it's
I can't go all or nothing?
No.
Okay.
Can't do all or nothing. Court of Appeals might not like that if they have to review it.
Even if I waive it?
Yeah, because the state, we wouldn't do so. I mean, if y'all agree, if you agreed, I think I might be able to get away with it, but somebody's gonna be unhappy with that. One party or the other is gonna be unhappy, and be like, that's bad for those legends included, so I'm adding solicitation to both the conspiracy and first degree murder, and I'm adding accessory after fact to both also. On page 5, in the definition of conspiracy to commit first degree murder, in paragraph 2, that the second part to that was actually the definition of first degree murder. I'm scratching that. That kind of confuses things. So paragraph 2 will read that each of the parties to the conspiracy have the intent to commit the offense of first degree murder. Okay. I did add the stipulations. I added the experts. I took out defendant testifying. So let's go back to, I guess for it to be complete. On page 4, where I list the charges. Of course, I'm gonna add solicitation and accessory after the fact there. And when it comes to count 2, I've added solicitation to first-degree murder, second-degree murder, aggravated assault. Do I need to put it on the assault? Just out of an abundance of caution, or y'all do it if I don't? It just kind of feels like overkill for me to get that. Okay, so the parties agree, I will leave it off of assault. Assault is the last offense there. Okay? Anything else?
Yes, Your Honor. We skipped my mind about a mere presence instruction.
A who?
Mere presence instruction.
As to the conspiracy,
As to the conspiracy.
it's in a definition somewhere. Where did I read it?
Thank you.
Hold on, let me. It's part of a definition. I think it's probably in the conspiracy definition.
Okay, if it's there, that's fine.
Hold on, let me.
Page 18. Page 18, there it is.
Right, page 18. In what? Because now I've added a bunch of stuff. So what is it a part of?
So it's under the criminal responsibility for conduct of another section, right above accomplice.
Okay. Yeah, last paragraph of the second to the last paragraph. However, mere presence during the commission of offense is not sufficient to support a conviction. Good enough? All right.
Boy. Man. Nah, ain't no plea deals. That's over with. Oh, boy.
Hold on, what said it? I was in and out.
Yeah, we may have to go back and see afterwards.
Just a hard copy. All right.
And then between closings, we'll need a second to switch those.
That's fine. Do I need to put a time limit on closing arguments? I normally don't. But I just need everybody to be reasonable.
Yeah, I'm hoping it's not that long.
You've been pretty fairly reasonable throughout. I haven't had to clear my throat or look at you hard, so.
That's why I always keep my back to you.
Right. I think I know of ways to get your attention, and I don't want to have to do that.
I don't want to go long.
And I'm going to give you the opportunity to present your case. I'm not getting ready to step on that. Just when I start hearing the same things over and over again, I get restless, and that's just.
If I'm doing that, then I've really screwed it up.
Right. Okay. Well, good. So let's stand in recess to 1:30.
Go in recess to 1:30.
All right. Thank you. That's all right. All right.
Michelle, salute to you.
And between closings, we'll need a second to switch those.
Michelle.
Do I need to put a time limit on?
Michelle. Michelle, get your stuff together and come back up, okay?
Okay.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Okay.
You can.
Cause I don't know what I'm doing. I was just
Okay.
letting you know they was back on, and she was saying what he being charged. You know, she gonna charge him with.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, you good.
Okay.
All right. Bye bye. Y'all didn't see what just transpired? Cause I saw y'all was saying that they were back, but we had it on the screen. Y'all didn't see that?
I heard a little bit of it. I didn't hear. Did she add something else? Because I didn't hear it.
Hold on a second. We'll go back.
I was listening, but I wasn't paying attention. So that's my fault.
No, I was getting whatchamacallits, text messages and some more stuff. All right.
The state didn't have an issue with that. I think you asked for that too. Okay. State.
Can y'all not see this on the screen? Y'all let me know something.
No, we can see it. We can see it.
Okay. Because I know a lot of people saying they back on here. I'm like, it's on the screen. So let's go. We're gonna go over it again because I missed some things too.
They also asked that I include solicitation to both the conspiracy and okay. So I am.
Oh, that's it right there.
Adding those.
Do we need all the lesser included if I just want to go on the indictment, or is that just something?
Well, it's.
I can't go all or nothing.
No,
Okay.
can't do all or nothing. Court of Appeals might not like that if they have to review it.
Even if I waive it.
Yeah, because the state we wouldn't do so. I mean, if y'all agree,
yeah.
If you agreed, I think I might be able to get away with this, but somebody's going to be unhappy with that. One party or the other is going to be unhappy, and be like, oh, that's bad for those wages included. So I'm adding solicitation.
Y'all come out the app and come out of YouTube and go back in if you can't see the screen. She adding solicitation. Let's go.
To both the conspiracy and first degree murder, and I'm adding accessory after fact to both also. On page 5, in the definition of conspiracy to commit first degree murder, in paragraph 2.
Salute, Raven.
The second part to that was actually the definition of first degree murder. I'm scratching that. That kind of confuses things. So paragraph 2 will read that each of the parties to the conspiracy had the intent to commit the offense of first degree murder. Okay. I did add the stipulations. I added the experts. I took out defendant testifying. So let's go back to, I guess, for it to be complete. On page 4, where I list the charges. Of course, I'm going to add solicitation and accessory after the fact there. And when it comes to count 2, I've added solicitation to first degree murder, second degree murder, aggravated assault. Do I need to put it on the assault? Just out of an abundance of caution, or y'all do it if I don't? It just kind of feels like overkill for me to get that done.
Black money.
So the parties agree, I will leave it off of assault. Assault is the last offense there. Okay? Anything else?
Yes, sure. We skip my mind about the mere presence instruction.
Who?
Mere presence instruction.
As to the conspiracy?
As to the conspiracy.
It's in a definition somewhere. Did I read it?
Thank you.
Hold on, let me. It's part of a definition. I think it's probably in the conspiracy definition.
Okay, if it's there, that's fine.
Hold on, let me.
Page 18. Page 18.
Page 18. of stuff. What is it a part of?
So it's under the criminal response.
Salute T-Ski. I appreciate you, big homie.
Responsibility for conduct of another section, right above accomplice.
Okay. Yeah, last paragraph of the second to the last paragraph. However, mere presence during the commission of offense is not sufficient to support a conviction. Good enough? All right.
Y'all, oh, they coming for that neck. I'm sorry.
That's it, man. He ain't beating all that here. He ain't beating all that, bro.
Yeah, they coming for that neck.
It might have been safer to take the plea.
Yeah.
You know, might have. But they finna hit this dude. Imagine. Hold on. Does anybody know what those charges, like what's the minimum mandatory on those? Solicitation and accessory after?
For just the hard.
Just a hard count. All right.
And then between closings, we'll need a second to switch those.
That's fine. Do I need to put a time limit on closing arguments? I normally don't. But I see everybody would be reasonable.
Yeah, I'm hoping it's not that long.
You've been pretty fairly reasonable throughout. I haven't had to clear my throat or look at you hard. So.
That's what I was keeping back to you.
Right. I think I know of ways to get your attention, and I don't want to have to do that.
I don't want to go long.
And I'm going to give you the opportunity to present your case. I'm not getting ready to step on that. Just when I start hearing the same things over and over again, I get restless, and that's just.
If I'm doing that, then I've really screwed it up.
Right. Okay. Well, good. So let's stand in recess to 1:30.
What's in recess to 1:30?
All right. Thank you.
All right, squad. So check this out. Solicitation to commit murder carries a sentence ranging from 8 to 30 years. So that's just on that charge. So there you have it. Matter of fact, so no one feels like I'm, you know what I'm saying?
BSing out there. Let them see it, yeah. Took that plea, my boy.
It's a Class B felony. The potential penalties for a Class B felony in Tennessee include imprisonment for 8 to 30 years and fines up to 25 bands. All right, let me extend it. However, the exact sentence for solicitation to commit murder, like any other crime, can be influenced by various factors such as specific details of the case, the defendant's criminal history, which is lengthy, aggravating or mitigating circumstances surrounding the offense, the judge's discretion within the legal guidelines. Listen, none of that helps. None of that helps this situation. Just to be honest with y'all, it is crucial to understand that Tennessee sentencing follows a structured approach with ranges based on the offender's criminal history. Hold on, y'all. If you are facing charges related to solicitation to commit murder in Tennessee, it is vital to consult with a qualified attorney to understand the potential penalties in your specific situation and to develop the most effective defense strategy. Man, based on this, he may get the high end. He may get the high end if convicted.
Yeah.
Yeah, he may get the high end if convicted. Man, well, I tell you.
Wasn't worth it, bro. Wasn't worth it.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't worth it. Definitely wasn't worth it. Wow. Man, the gang is all here. I keep showing this. I keep showing this, y'all. Cause folks say Drop went around Gotti. Well, Drop was definitely around Gotti. Say he gonna get over 50. I don't think he gonna get over 50.
I do get it. I think
he may be kissing 30 in the mouth. Real talk. Oh, good old straight drop. What damn straight drop. Straight drop, boy. That's too close for comfort for me, man. I know these just individuals walking through a arena corridor, but hey, that's too close for comfort for me.
Yep.
My goodness. Who don't fit in this equation? Why are you there? Your music ain't jamming like that for you, for you to even be under consideration for CMG, in my opinion. Oh no, I'm not sipping hot tea, but I need to. I definitely need to. Paula Raj, what's going on, family? Salute to you. Salute to you, man. So this is gonna be interesting to see how they how they set this thing up. I'm telling you, fam, she gonna unload the clip.
Yeah, I think he's getting about 60 plus, bro. I think he's getting about 60 plus.
All right. Adding charges is never good. And adding charges is basically saying let there be no misunderstanding. You know? Let there be no misunderstanding. This is what it is. And you know, we don't want to confuse you with nothing, because if you confuse you may not let this bird fly. You may let this bird fly. I don't think they want him to leave out the double doors. He will be leaving out the side door. If you ask me, if you ask me, I try to clear that up for sure, man. It's a few things besides that. My head is rocking, stomach upset. I think I got a bug or something from somewhere. I think I might have got it from work, just to be honest with you. Greetings, brethren. He knows the feds are about to lock that ass up. Govan working his move. Yeah. We gotta see. We gotta see. N2 said, helping arrange that M ain't never good either. Actions have consequences. Absolutely. Man, it was trying to go all or nothing. He sure was big pressure. Man, it must feel confident about his jury. We're gonna see. His lawyer already pretty much confirmed it. Pimp tight, what's happening, home? Go man, got 1 days of freedom. yeah, for real. I hate this. I hate to give him because I know his family be in the chat, but that's what it's looking like. I mean, who knows? You said 2, it may be 1. You know, depending on how quick they can get these statements out and how quick she can read the instructions to the jury. Man, them folk might come back today. We don't know. Yeah, we just went over it, Neo. We just went over that. Absolutely right. Yeah, Dolph did say that. I appreciate y'all trying to help me out.
Man, it may sound like Claire Huxtable on the show.
For real. Boiled water, honey, red lemons, oregano. Yeah. Hey, man. I'm finna get on it. Trust and believe it. I'm finna get on it. I'm rocking out with y'all right here, though. Y'all already know what it is, for real.
Run up on this fire and get burnt, little nigga. Spent $500,000 just on furniture, nigga. Paper route business, it don't concern you, little nigga.
Yeah, man. That's what we on. Yeah, man. This ain't about your brother. It's about Dolph, man. It always have been. It ain't about Drop. It ain't about Lil C. It ain't about none of them niggas. It's about Dolph, man. That shit was dirty, low down scumbag activity, bit dog. You gotta know this, bro. Y'all just pawns in the game. Y'all just pawns in the game, bro. You feel me? And your brother got caught up. His eyes got too big for his plate, man. You know what I'm saying? That's a whiskey or bourbon. Y'all gonna have me going to the state store and everything. Listen to you. I'm talking about whole Gotti and CMG. They crossed state lines twice trying to unalive Dolph. Absolutely. Absolutely. All of that is the makings of a federal indictment. Now, can they just pinpoint Gotti? Nah, I don't think so. But hey, the RICO makes it so you don't have to pinpoint Gotti. You feel me?
Absolutely.
Love you, Hitter. Tanisha, I love you right back. Salute to you. For real. True Aquarius said, damn fool should have took a plea because taking it to trial increases the risk of getting more time. Absolutely. I totally agree.
Yeah, he's done.
I appreciate you, Dub JJ. Cypress, what's your take on all of this?
He's done. He could have took the plea, man.
Yeah. I think so too.
And y'all had too many hands involved. If I'm straight drop, even if I'm gonna, y'all ain't get no upfront money. But then if I'm gonna do this, Cornelius got to die.
Man, Cypress. There you go with that. Here's the thing, though.
I'm saying this. Yeah, it's a high possibility where we're gonna tell it anyway. But somebody got to go.
Cypress, you believe in God? You believe in? Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say these niggas were too sorry to buy a car cover. Man, when nobody finna die. When nobody going nowhere. These boys, they were moving in slow motion, bro.
Yeah, like me, I believe somebody should have had something up to okay. He gonna be the odd man. We don't want to pay him anyway. Get him out of here. Even though I'm going to jail, even though you got a high possibility of going to jail because number one, too many hands in it. Y'all right. But I'm gonna eliminate somebody. But he just got to go, fam.
Cypress, let me ask you a question. You believe in God?
Yeah.
This is gonna happen anyway. It ain't. God is working through Cornelius. He kept Cornelius alive long enough to do this. Like this was because God gave him too many chances to not do it. He gave him way too many opportunities.
Man, they probably took him out, fam.
But Cypress, here's the thing though. Who's to know that Justin wouldn't have said nothing, or Cornelius' girl? Who's to know? We don't know. This was ordained already. Us sitting back as humans, seeing it, and that's scope, that's different. God gave them too many chances to not do this, so they got to be exposed.
Listen, man, y'all are absolutely right. High chances are a nigga going to jail anyway because too many hands in it. But I'm killing them just for the hell of it. I don't give a damn.
But that doesn't make that's not gonna make the penalty any less severe for the people involved. So that's just more about.
I wouldn't care. As long as he go, I don't know.
So if you sit in prison 100 years, the fact that you took somebody out, that's gonna make 100 years more bearable to you.
No, if I got 100,
no, exactly.
If I got 100, I just got 100. I just gotta do it.
Okay, so my question is, if you get 100 or 1,000 years or 20 years. You already got your time. That doesn't bring him back. But who's to say that if you say you got
I don't care about him coming back because I'm glad I'm gonna be the reason he gone. I don't give a damn about him not coming back.
Okay. Now Cypress. By that same token, What if you were just hypothetically? Let's say you were involved in this, right? Hypothetically speaking, you get 15 years as an accessory. How long?
By
You
cap.
get 15 as an accessory.
Salute
Somebody
by
do
cap.
you in prison. So both of y'all gone now. Was it worth it?
No, but then what come
No, it
with this
wasn't.
shit? It wasn't worth it. But then what come with this, man? Then what come with
Hold
it? When
on.
you
Let me take this call.
he said, who was identified as Big Jook.
Jook was on. Yeah. Yeah, Jook was on.
Well, Mama, sorry,
Even
man.
though he was in the phone as Jook, but in straight drop phone, Jook was labeled as Jook. Yeah, but yeah, they used the name
You
Yeah.
right. Thank you, nothing for saying it. How I'm saying it. Diane said one of the commandments tells us we should
You
not
think
kill.
Lambert? I'm sorry, y'all. You think Lambert was on Gray Face? Lambert could have been on, but you didn't really have no communication between Lambert and them hitters. What going on with your T with Goldie? Salute to you.
See what going
Cypress said he go do 100 years like a G. Oh damn.
Yeah, man, I got 100. I got 100. Ain't no that. Shout out to you, back cat. If I got 100, I got 100. Ain't nothing I can do about it. But like, I'm cutting off a loose end somewhere. I'm looking like this. We ain't got plans on paying him no way. Eliminate his ass. That's that simple.
So Lambert paid straight drop. Okay.
He said that should not
So
kill.
Cypress, you eliminate him. What does that do when you still going to prison? That's just another dead body. That's all it is.
I don't. Hey, well, he a dead body. I don't give a damn about all of that. If I'm going to prayer, I'm going to prayer. No, I'm
Okay,
cutting off
so
the
Cypress.
end somewhere.
So Cypress, according to Tamara, straight drop talk too, and Govan. So should they be killed too? They sound proper,
Yeah.
based on what Tamara said. So all of them should go.
Yeah. If that's the case, then yeah.
Yeah, Justin Fadal put us on the Lambert. Yeah, I know Lambert, the light skinned old curly head fella. Yeah, that's Jook. That's Jook partner. They mentioned him in the trial. He made the trial too.
Nah, I ain't doing
They
no
mentioned him
talking.
for a reason. They mentioned him for a reason.
I ain't doing no talking. But now,
So,
anybody
Cypress, it sounds like.
And listen, man. Anybody who you always supposed listen, man. You always supposed to cut off a loose end somewhere.
Cypress, you know what you're always supposed to do as well? Not break the law, not do it.
Yeah,
Just
but
don't do it. So
if you hey man, listen, but if you can do it and don't get caught too, that's cool too.
no, we're not putting that out there, Cypress. Just don't do it. Just, bro, listen to what I'm about to say, Cypress. They were given Cypress. No, wait, Cypress. They were given months of opportunities to not do this. They were not only shooting that dog, but they were chasing his artist around, bro. Like they were, bro. Do you know what type of the level of jealousy and envy you have to try and kill a man's artist? And you said it's street stuff. Explain if it was street stuff. Explain trying to kill Big Moochie Great and Paper Route Woo. Explain that if it was just street stuff with dog.
I mean,
I
the
didn't touch
streets,
it.
the streets is basically surrounding this shit. If you really want to know the truth, man.
Cypress, I didn't ask you that. I asked you to explain because this is your term. You said this for years. It was street stuff. I'm asking you, if it was street stuff, explain why they were consistently trying to take out paper route artists. Now we have more proof. Why were they trying to take out Big Moochie Great and Woo? Because you said it was about Dolph. So explain that part to me like I'm a 5-year-old.
Well, I don't know why they were trying to take out them niggas dudes because I don't know them dudes. But I'm just saying, like,
Exactly.
I
You
don't
never
know
could.
I don't. But I'm saying though, like a lot of that shit was the Drip was mad about it because he, you know what I'm saying, because him and Dolph did business together, but people just threw Yo Gotti in the mix of it because Yo Gotti was named in music, man. But this shit was based on
Cypress.
Hold on. Hold on. Jook didn't plan the first hit when Keon them and
No,
or the one in California.
I didn't say he planned it. I said a lot of the hostility came from Jook being shady with a lot of shit that he do.
Right. And it being exposed.
Right.
Um,
Trial.
yeah.
I think he should have avoided the trial. He should have just took the plea. Simple. He should have took the plea. He too old for that. He should have took the plea.
Yeah, everybody want to put this on Jook, but they were hitting it. They were hitting that Dolph way before, you know what I'm saying, Jook came into this thing and tried to put his ones and twos on it.
Yeah.
You know.
But I think Dolph exposing a lot of Jook shadiness to people who really didn't know it, really amped the level up to the point to where he was gonna make it his business to get this man out of it. I'm not saying it's right. That's just how I feel about it.
What's up, Bobcat? So let me ask you this, Cypress. So you said make it his business. I'm curious as to why CMG paid for both of Cornelius' lawyers. People still haven't answered that question. Why both of them?
They probably won't never answer that question. But this is a lot of shadiness go on, man, with all these people with money, bro. Like we would have never known that Art Horn paid 50 cash for this shit out to leave him had they not went to trial.
Okay, look, speaking of Art Horn,
it looked like if they go fed, then Art Horn might get indicted too on this.
Oh yeah. He out of here. He out of here.
And he should, low down piece of crap.
Okay, Cypress. So was Art Horn Jook's lawyer, or was he the corporate? Now, who you think found Art Horn? Was it Jook or got it? Like, if you had to guess.
He the label lawyer.
He the label. He the whole label.
Okay, and who's the CEO of the label, Cypress?
Got it.
So where you think he got that money from to pay for them lawyers? Tell the truth, Cypress. No,
listen. This is what I believe what happened. Let me break it down. See, since they exposed it, okay. I think they took the money, paid Art Horn. Art Horn went paid cash. Made it seem like he was paying cash for one to leave back to him. To try to get them clean out the loop. The feds is coming, buddy. Art Horn, say your prayer.
Oh, okay, Cypress, but it led back to him because of who? Govan's lawyer. Cornelius didn't say anything about Art Horn, did he?
No, but
who gave Art Horn the money? Who gave Art Horn the money?
CMG, the label.
Who's over the label, Cypress?
It don't matter who's over the label. Listen, man. He is the lawyer of the whole label, so we ain't singling nobody out. So we ain't singling nobody.
No, I am. Cypress. Okay, if you had to guess, who paid? Because it couldn't have been Jook's idea to pay for two lawyers alone. Who do you think signed off on that and gave him $88,000 combined? What would make sense to you?
I mean, you right. Listen, man. You right. I give you that. Okay. Right.
Yeah. So that right there is accessory after the fact right there. You can because it's after he had passed away. And also remember now, I'm bringing this up. It's very important. Luke Evans said because Luke Evans. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh, Luke Evans and Manny Aurora for some reason just like bringing up CMG. Luke said, "You understood that this money was for services rendered for killing Dolph. This money from CMG, those two lawyers, for some reason, either hate CMG or they're in alignment with the state and the feds. They just bring up CMG and they're telling stuff nobody asked them. So if the money was for services rendered, Cypress, that's where they got the RICO right there. You can't Jook being gone means nothing. They don't care about Jook. They're not gonna stop until they got it. and others involved. Jook was a nobody to them. They don't care about him. They never did. They want his brother. You understand this, right?
I've been saying that. Where you been? I've been saying
What?
that.
Cypress.
I've been.
All I know is
been.
this.
Where you been, man? Where
They,
you
they shouldn't
been?
have paid for them lawyers. They shouldn't have paid for them lawyers. That's a bad. They gonna Govan. Imagine everything he told the feds. If this and it, bruh, I'm just sitting back. I bet the feds got so much information. It's unbelievable. Cornelius knows a lot more than what he told in that state trial. So for anybody saying Cornelius knew nothing, Cornelius ain't saying everything he knows in the state trial. In those federal investigation rooms, he told it all.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. Yeah, allegedly.
Yeah, I imagine he did. I ain't gonna say he didn't. You're right.
It ain't looking good for you, Cyber. I think you're gonna stop drinking Coca-Cola after they finish with your boy. You might be on the Pepsi when what they finna do to your boy.
No, Pepsi, that ain't good.
Okay.
Yeah, and I agree. Providing a legal service is one thing, but funneling money.
Yeah,
See, he didn't provide a legal service for Johnson or Smith.
Yeah, this was total corruption.
Cornelius has done a lot more than what he said. No, we get it. Cornelius out here acting a damn fool. Drop Monica as he's a hitman for hire, but shit, Cornelius could say the same thing. But look at the track record. Just look at the track record.
This is bad.
Tamara was right, man. Tamara was right. There's a lot of stuff she knows she can't say, but now thinking back on what she said, I'm like, Tamara, Cornelius wasn't just no junkie. Cornelius he was putting in work. He was putting in, but he was stupid at the same time. And he wasn't dumb enough to go see them alone at Prevay, and he wasn't dumb enough to not take pictures of his messages and receipts. That was stupid based on what it led to, but it was smart. Because he was covering his tracks. So I commend him for that, even though I think he should be in prison for the rest of his natural life.
Yeah.
Govan to get 3 to 5, nothing, no real evidence. Well, that conspiracy charge carries. What is it?
4 to 40. And solicitation, that's 8.
That solicitation charge gives 8 to 30. So that's gonna be a little bit more than 3 to 5.
And by him going to trial, he gonna get every bit of probably at 30.
Be pressure. So Luke said it came from CMG account. Manny said it was a cash payment. Also, it was a cash payment from the CMG account. So one of them lied. Big pressure. I'm gonna start calling you CMG pressure world, bro. You just be saying stuff that don't even make sense. We know where it came from. Art Holmes. When they jammed him up, you think he ain't gonna talk? Man, please. Big pressure. Just stop.
Luke didn't say it came from a CMG account. He said it came from CMG.
Sure did. Like, come on, bro.
Same thing. We know where it came from.
You gotta prove it though, and then what you know is what you can prove. Remember.
I'll say it like this: you started out with a different lawyer, and you ended up with the lawyer you have now, right?
No, sir. No, sir. He was never hired.
Okay, well, he got paid.
No, he did not get paid.
He didn't get paid?
No.
He didn't get $50,000?
He did not. He ain't signed my jacket saying he represented.
That's not what I'm asking you.
I just talked to him.
That's not what I'm asking you.
Right. You asked me.
He got $50,000. The original lawyer in your case got $50,000 to represent you. Did he not?
I don't know exactly how much you get. I don't know. I can't say.
All right. And you knew that, just we're all clear here, that money came from CMG.
That money came from CMG. Right?
Yeah, I don't know exactly who, but yo.
All right. So you talked today. You got paid for what you just testified to, didn't you?
After I was locked up.
You got paid,
My
right?
lawyer was paid. Lawyer,
You got $50,000 to pay a lawyer, right?
I didn't get it in my hand, correct? I don't know how much it was, but correct, my lawyer got it.
Okay. And there's no question that that money was for services rendered. Killing dog.
There it is. There it is.
So I
Very
mean,
simple.
they did say a
It is.
CMG.
It's simple, bro.
Yeah, it's plain. It's plain and simple. You know, so this is what it is. This is what it is, man. Whether it been Jook, whether it been Art Horn, whether it been Miss Jared. I mean, it came from CMG, the label. So
Yep.
that's a conflict right there. But yeah, man, this is crazy. Hold up, Cypress. Then you catch a body when? Oh Lord, have mercy. Cypress is paid not to say God. Hey, y'all funny. They're trying to appeal to the jurors like they took advantage of an addict down on his luck, grieving the death of his son and desperate to buy his daughter a birthday gift. Yeah. All he had to do was catch a damn, go to labor ready, catch a damn hustle truck at the damn Home Depot, and could have did all of that and then some. You know what I'm saying? If a CEO, he's still here. He's just on mute. So if a CEO is considering a transaction that benefits them personally but might harm the company, the lawyer would advise against it, even if the CEO requested it. Makes sense to me. Yeah.
Yep.
Thanks, Hackerman, Cornelius, and Manny. They brought up CMG, and Cornelius told it all. Yeah. I bet $100 Arhorn don't get charged with anything regarding the transfer of funds. He may not. I'm just saying. He may not.
It looks very suspicious. It doesn't look good. It doesn't look good.
Yeah.
So have the jurors start deliberating again?
No, they hadn't even gave closing statements yet.
The prosecution really don't need to get close.
No, they might.
Govan said Jook gave Art the money at Still Smoking Smoke Shop.
Well, that put Art in it then. That put Art in it right there. Game over for Art.
Boy, that's a lot of information y'all taking. Y'all closing out with a whole bunch of information. Drop told his lawyer that too. Nah, how his lawyer? Yeah, I mean that's that's how gangsters do it. They ain't gonna say it, but they'll let their lawyer say it. You know how it works. Yeah, this is faster than I assumed it would be as well. I'm not even gonna hold you.
When they brought up
services for a rendered hit. Yeah, that's true.
When they brought straight job, Cornelius on the first day, I knew it wasn't gonna last long. They were trying to get him out the way early. This didn't even last as long as straight job. Straight job. Well, no, it's about the same time. 3 days. No, this ain't the same time.
No, our trial was 4 days.
4 days, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Crazy
we
work.
Got a verdict that day. Yeah, we got a verdict that day. So day, that 4th day, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So
we come out with a verdict. I think a verdict will come down if they deliberate at 1:30. If the closing statements don't take long, we'll get a verdict today.
Yeah. Boy, you I don't think we're gonna get no verdict today. That's just me. Hell, it's gonna take 45 minutes just to read all the charges to the jury. The defense gonna take 15 minutes. I mean, the prosecution gonna take about 15 minutes. 30, 45. Let them go deliberate. I don't think we're gonna get one today. You think we'll get one before 5 o'clock?
I think it's possible based on how the state. Cause I don't think the prosecution or the defense closing statements are gonna be long. I think Manny's gonna have a bunch of fluff. I hate to say this because I know you're supposed to wait, but I think a lot of them juries have their mind made up already. I really do.
Mhm.
Like this dude is guilty. Like his lawyer didn't. Man, I'm just gonna tell you, Manny Aurora's kind of overrated. He is.
So every defense lawyer would ever have their license taken by that theory.
No,
Attorney,
every defense lawyer. Go
how
ahead.
long? Attorney Horn got the money, 50,000, but only delivered 38 of it to Attorney Taurus Bailey in a paper bag. After Bailey thought about it, he said, "Hell no!" Took that money, took it to the no-show attorney. Yeah, which was Michael somebody. I forget who that was.
So
Michael.
They play him all the way around.
Yeah,
God
absolutely.
damn.
Yeah.
Well, they took the 38,000 to the other lawyer, and then didn't show up. They did nothing. Went on vacation and shit.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
how you
To
gonna
me,
play like that all the way around?
yeah. I mean, to be honest, if you don't do all of this type of plan, you should have just smacked him, like you said.
Right. I don't need to let him have the right. You take him out. You ain't gonna pay him. You gonna play him. Why not stand and sing you up to kill him?
Exactly.
Hey, let me ask you a question.
What's happening, bro?
Do you think that how long do you think? And this is just your opinion. So they get a conviction today. Do you think the RICO's unsealed before the end of the year?
I can't. I can't say, bro. I really can't. I really can't. You know,
I don't.
I don't either. Just if I gotta say either or, I would say you're not gonna get no indictments this year. It's gonna be a while if they come. Just
And
based
Curly,
on
you said that.
all the other
Go ahead.
Ricos that we've seen. Based on all the other Ricos we've seen, yeah, I don't think they'll come this year. It's just it's too close in time proximity. If they don't come with the verdict today, Govan better go live it up. I swear to God, come in that bit with a hangover tomorrow. You feel me? Yeah, for real. Y'all should see some of the case in Shelby County and the city of Memphis ethics board that have been reported. Sometimes I just go through reading, like shaking my head. What King Curly say? Ain't no Rico
Ain't no
coming.
RICO coming. Okay. I bet you won't bet no money on it.
Shit, you might not be on YouTube when that comes. The feds ain't waiting on the state to wrap up that case. After that, everything will go silent. I'm thinking so too. Shit. They all got the information in them proffers. Exactly. I'm perfectly okay with that. Justice will be served. Yeah, I believe so too. And just to be honest, if you get all of this information mentioned in the court about a war going on in Memphis, because the way Manny throws it out there, he don't speak like Hagerman spoke. Hagerman spoke on a man wanting to be self-made that built a record company, and because of that, ensuing beef occurred from the label that wanted to hire his services. Manny Aurora comes in and says, "Yeah, this was a gang war. This was a gang war. Paper route versus CMG. Because see, Govan don't have an allegiance to either. So Manny can come in there and just give it to him raw and uncut, you know. So you can best believe if a Rico don't come, there will be people looking into both of these organizations. Absolutely. I believe that both of them be under federal investigation. That's just me, though.
I think they have to. That they have to bring a RICO at this point. They have to.
Mm-hmm.
Or I honestly think one is being built anyway. But PRE just gotta stay. They gotta keep their nose clean, man. Like I said, they in South Carolina doing their thing. Just keep going on tour. Just make music and just stay on the tour.
But that's what they doing, and that's the whole. That is the whole situation with them, to where you see what they doing versus what these other people doing, and the factual evidence that's being presented shows that they was being hunted by CMG. Did they shoot back? Yeah, they shot back. You know what I'm saying? You had people dropping on. You had Jook. I don't think nothing has come back on Jook, so you know. Yeah, I don't really believe that nothing would stick with paper route, but that don't mean that their ass ain't finna get in, looked into, investigated.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's my thing. Let's see, it's organized crime, disorganized crime. Disorganized crime.
Yeah, you're right about that.
Yeah, that civil suit, man. Ooh. Now that's what need to come down the pipe. If we talking anything, we need to be talking civil. So, yeah. That's all I'm saying. Bubba said Cypress ain't wrong now. Bread and the car should have gone the night of. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Pre was doing more to CMG that was said in court. I don't remember them saying what did they say that Pre did to CMG in court?
Yeah. He was
Hey,
just say stuff like
I'm gonna be right back, y'all.
All right, man. Ain't nobody win the battle. I mean, if we really talking, ain't nobody really won a battle, bro. These boys lost on both ends of the spectrum. No?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Feds won. Yeah, you're right. Feds won in the end, King. These court cases confirmed a lot of questions. If I was family or close friends of any people involved, I'd have my family to F up out of Memphis for real. In the feds. What a Nissa ass. Oh yeah, Jizzle.
Oh, Jizzle. I hope Jizzle don't. Well, I'm gonna rock with gray face on that one. I hate that. Hey, T Street. He wrapped his cars in camel. He can do that. That tells me he wrapped his cars in camel. That's all it tells me. That don't mean he's going to war. Like what? Man? Yeah.
Man, he said the car was shot up. Yeah, he did. The insurance man said the black youngster truck was shot up, but I don't know. What happened with Hitter? What you mean? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
man. Yeah, I had to end the live last night. I had to go get my boy mom. She was stranded at work. I wasn't feeling good then. I sure as hell ain't feeling good now. I'm good though. I'm good. See, Jizzle had some old charges today. They kind of bammed him on.
Today?
No. The stuff that he locked up for now.
I'm not saying he couldn't, but it did. T Street, it doesn't send any message. He can if he would have had his car wrapped up in rainbows, people would have been making excuses like, oh, what he saying? He LGBT. Like, come on, man. Like, you reaching, bro. You reaching. You reach it.
Appreciate you, young. Appreciate you. Man, if y'all ain't hit that like button, hit the like button and support the channel if you can. I'd greatly appreciate it. Yeah. And coming here in a minute, I'm had to send an order to Walmart to get me some stuff to get myself right. I can't be down like this, but we good though. I appreciate y'all for rocking with us.
Get you a what they call them things? Something bomb, like Starbucks selling. I forgot what they call. That'll fix you right up, bro. Two of those, I promise you'll be good. What's it called?
What is it? Just type it in the back chat. Let me know something.
Hold on.
It said, I ain't got a dog in the fight. I feel you, T-Ski. I feel you. Don't know if a Rico or not, but the preheating motions were sealed. Why? Something in the Fed's pot is cooking. A medicine ball?
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Boy, two of those, I promise, bro. I don't know what they put in this stuff, but man, you gonna feel like a brand new person.
Yeah, I might have to DoorDash one of them. Appreciate you, KC. Cypress left. He'll be back though. He'll be back. Yeah. So I had never heard of the medicine ball. I might have to DoorDash that. That again, facts, because there's several people with camo wrapped on their car in my hometown. Yeah, I don't think it's to say we're going to war. You know, that's just me though.
Yeah, calling people out on me. That's what you call
them. No, I don't think they will. I don't think they will. You know what I'm saying? You know, only autopsy photos I've seen of celebs would be Tupac Shakur and Davon Bennett, which, you know, Pac was a cult figure. Davon Bennett was basically, I don't want to speak ill of the dead, but y'all know his track record. And to see him in that state is crazy. But yeah, it's wild. Where's the insurance dude not called as a witness? It make you feel like that insurance call may have been 80% cap. I'm not gonna hold you.
I think the Feds got him in hiding.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah, I think because they said he just left town. I think the Feds got him because the stuff he said. A lot of that can be corroborated. A lot of it can be.
Right. Out there. Rainy chicken noodle soup out there. I appreciate you. T-Street said, ain't a reach, man. What you talking about?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Well, he wrapped his car in camo, man. They had to kill him. Okay, bro. All right. Okay, I remember No Limit. So somebody should have taken out Master P then back in the day, huh? They should have. Cash Money should have ended him, or Bad Boy should have ended him, huh?
Boy,
how dare you call yourself? How dare you call yourself? You know, the general of the tank. How dare you? Come on.
The colonel of the tank.
Yeah, Colonel, my bad. Yeah, like what we doing?
Yeah, let's see here. What these folks? Hold on, I'm gonna remove this right quick. But they thought they was on their way, bruh. They thought they was on their way. You know my boy right here. But they were gearing up for it, wasn't it? I had the homies in there. Yeah, we going platinum with this one. We going platinum with this one.
Remember that Desi Banks skit? That Desi Banks skit, like how you are in the studio after you drop a banger? You can give a dap to folks and everybody smoking weed, people on their phone. It's a hit right here.
Nah, this ain't it. This ain't it. The autopsy lady was looking at them and going over them. Yeah. Joshua Taylor.
Dumb, right? Look at this fool.
Platinum in the pen.
Call Wicked fam. Man, better get out of here. Yeah, they threw Wicked in there.
Well, we got one. Yeah, Wicked did make the trial, didn't it?
Yeah, tell Wicked, I'm like, bro, Manny O'Rourke he left no bullets in the chamber. He said, F that.
Yeah, he told on everybody he could tell on. That was hilarious. Everybody that he could tell on, he told on. He pulled got in him out the front pocket.
Mm-hmm. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. And speaking of Yo Gotti, I'm like, that. Open the statement.
For real. That boy said, you don't want to go to war with a soldier. Yeah, man, I tell you. Crazy work. Yeah, they did it to themselves. Jesus. They had the whole gang up in here for this one. Third ball. Jonathan, what's up with it, home? Salute to you. Salute to you, family. Why, I tell you, I'm old as hell because I'd never be caught in public with my pants like that, bro. I just couldn't do it.
I wasn't like that. Look at this fool. As a 16-year-old, I wasn't getting caught like that. And look at this. All them bread gang folks, who signed off on that?
That boy looking good. He looking in good health. Well, that boy, he done aged 30 years. Since this. Man. That pressure bust pipes. Yeah, you got 30. You got big homie G. But yeah, them boys grew up with each other, so you know what it is. You know what I'm saying? They just did it for the love. Ain't no money exchanged hands. Allegedly.
Yes, allegedly. You're right. I'm like, hold up, now. Let's think about what you just said. Allegedly, yeah.
Absolutely.
They rappers, they just give each other a discount. They did it for the free.
Yeah, they did it for free. Exactly. The videographers and everybody did it for the free. Everybody grew up together.
Yep.
We all friends from the same body. Mm-hmm.
Yep. Whoever studio that was, they let us just run up their bill. But yeah, it's all good because they knew the platinum hit was coming. Double platinum.
Mm-hmm. It's like, bruh, it's the stuff that just be going over folks' head, fam. It's the stuff that just go over folks' head. Who paid for this? Who financed this? Who investment was this? You know?
And Link is a CMG dude. Link got his stuff stolen. Early in the year, he got his computer stolen and his phones. Remember that?
Yeah, that's true.
Y'all going ham in the chat.
I had on camera yesterday. Oh boy. Come on, Tennessee. I don't think I ever rooted for Tennessee in my life.
Me either.
Oh man, for real. Hey, y'all, we about 27 minutes away from them reconvening and giving closing arguments. You know what I'm saying? They sold them a dream. Absolutely. Fill their head with delusions. Yeah, fill their head with delusions of grandeur. Everybody thought they were finna be out. You know, if what holds true from Cornbread, Quette thought he finna be out. You know what I'm saying? Drop knew he was out of here. Y'all remember Drop riding out of the city that night? His homeboys just pumping him up. Oh, play this one. Oh, this one gonna be the one, bro.
Yep. You're going platinum on that right there. On that hole right there.
Exactly.
I remember. And them folks in that double R, Memphis Police, Sheriff Department, paper rock. You know what I mean?
Nah,
They wanted that
nah,
one on the street that night.
not so fast, my friends. Gotta be quicker than that. Tennessee, we the biggest. Oh, not the orange. Jesus. Kevin Figueroa said, "Go Big Orange." I hear you.
Shit. Boy, gonna go by 6 games this year. 5, 6 games this year.
Yes, indeed. I was wrong. I admit it. I thought he was finna walk from this. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. We all wrong from time to time. We all are wrong from time to time.
Not
If
me,
you
sir.
look at
Not me.
straight drop, say what?
I said, not me. I'm just playing. I'm playing.
Yeah, straight drop age too. Straight drop look like he went from 18 to 34 overnight. You know what I'm saying? This young man right here, damn sure age. He damn sure age. You know what I'm saying?
And you know what was weird about all this? A lot of these kids put CMG before their own family kids. I'm talking about loved ones, bro. They put money. That's what the love of money. Like Dolph said, if you love money, ain't no I don't want you around me because ain't no telling what you to do for money. Like these fools, they put money ahead of their own like freedom. I hope to God I never get that done, bro. I promise. I'll
Right.
struggle before I do something like that. I can't do it.
Yeah. And that was the situation with these guys. These guys said, shit, Jook say he gonna do it. Jook gonna pay us? They don't know Jook a scumbag. They don't know Jook a scumbag. You know what I'm saying? So they just jump out the window head first. And lo and behold, they get the job done. See, they saying they're gonna get the job done, but in their heart of hearts, they don't really think they're gonna do it. They don't really think they're gonna catch nobody. And then they got it done. It's almost like a dog chasing your car. You know what I'm saying? Dog be out there stretched out like a greyhound trying to catch the car. That dog caught that car. He don't know what the hell he gonna do when he get there. Besides bark. These boys hit the mother lode, the gold mine. And it's like, what are we doing now? Well, let's just take the car and park it at Quette house. For real? That's the smartest thing y'all thought about? Y'all didn't think to cover the car? Man, I would have went straight to the gas station and filled up a tank and torched the whole car. It's like they got it done and forgot what to do afterwards. No type of planning, no type of organization. And good, because that got you to where you are right now. Scrambling and scraping. Sam Cassell, for real. Hit a straight drop, sent his boys at Jook too, because he didn't send that money. Some of those shootings came from drop. Okay. That's wild. That's wild. Sitting in prison with the whole elbow in 35. You big dummy. Yeah, for real. That's facts. Niggas is sitting there. Ain't coming home no time soon. Ain't coming home. They're gonna have to pull a Claude and Ray to get up out that bitch. He boy gonna have to pull a Claude and Ray to get up out of there. Whew. And these two little black ladies, they ain't pressing it, they ain't stressing it. They just par for the course, you know. They par for the course, and you know, at the end, they know what it's gonna turn out like. Yeah, all of it should have been planned from the beginning. Yeah. They didn't have a real plan. Their plan was to go find somebody. And they did. And they did. It's like this. If I'm in cahoots with Jook, I don't need to call Jook on FaceTime to let him know, hey, and then you call Jook on FaceTime like 2 minutes after you pull out the parking lot. Dumbass boy, don't you think Jook gonna find out if you did this and y'all said y'all were going to do it? That was us. And boy, I thought that Jook was gonna say, all right, meet me over here, but no. Jook like, I'm at Chuck E. Cheese. I'll holler at y'all when I get out. Cold game. Cold game. Jook put the stiff on him, put the Heisman on him. Put the Heisman stiff on him. Hold up, wait. Hold up, wait. Hey, on your real phone, too. If the plan was to go get one of these boys and one of these boys turned up got, you ain't gotta call nobody. Everybody gonna know. Everybody gonna know. Yeah. Common sense will say, just let this thing blow over a little bit. Maybe I'll go to a payphone and hit him up tonight or something. And it's crazy. It's crazy to me. But, we ain't using common sense. Our mind is blowing 2,000 miles per minute. We didn't just extinguish the whole life. And not just any life, but the life of one of the most popular Memphians to come out of the city in quite some time. Yeah, they weren't ready. U.S. versus Reggie White in the Western District of Tennessee versus the Grace Street Crips Peter Road Mafia. Case started being investigated in 2013, and the feds did not drop warrants until 2017. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. They don't move on our time. Yeah, to be honest, they got lucky with Dolphin. Absolutely. Absolutely. It should have never happened, period. You're right. Hit them up on their real phone, y'all. On their real phone. That was us. That's our work. Crazy. Crazy. Jook played everybody that got played. Absolutely. Absolutely. Look what Jook at now. They didn't want anyone claiming their work. Yeah, for real. And that's the whole generation. Whether you in Houston, Texas, Shreveport, Louisiana, Tuscaloosa, Alabama, you do something, you gotta let somebody know. I was waiting on that name to come up. I thought the security guard was gonna bring it up. The security guard was the most disappointing witness in the whole trial. Vivian Ferguson, Vivian Fifi, the old lady, the 80-year-old lady, yeah, way better witness than the detective, with the bodyguard. Them folk asked this man, what do CMG stand for? That man said, to be honest, I don't even know. What? You've been standing on business, pressing the line, putting your life on the line to protect young Dolph, and you don't know what the opposition's initials stand for? That's crazy. He got hit in California, but I wasn't there. I was at a paintball tournament or wherever the hell he said he was at. They shot up the Sprinter. We was upstairs. Okay. Well, who did it? Well, they said something about somebody on the news, but I don't remember. For real? For real, you don't remember? This was an attempt on one's life. This is an attempt on the person that you are bodyguarding life. And you don't remember who they said it was? Damn, bro. Shit, you really been doing security? Are you blood related and a nigga just wanted a spot for you, so they just say, hey man, you do security? Yeah, the prosecution didn't do much research on him. Yeah, man. Crazy work. I really want to be able to defend how Dolph was moving. I don't see nothing wrong with it, but people are coming out saying he was wrong and all that. I wouldn't say he was wrong. You know what I'm saying? Only type of person that would say he was wrong was a bully. You know what I'm saying? He shouldn't have said nothing. He shouldn't have said, he should have kept his mouth shut. Oh man, I mean, okay. I'm pretty sure if you've been rocking with the squad, you know my thoughts on that situation. You know what I'm saying? Q1 and Youngster, allegedly. Absolutely. The news said something, but I don't know who it was. For real? You don't? Okay. Okay. It was literally over music, not much street. Yeah, you see what it is. I want all the paper route artists. You give me Big Moochie Grape, you get an income tax check, 5 bands. You give me Glock, you get 50 bands. You give me Dolph, you get 100. It's like, you can't call it street stuff. It sounds like a rivalry of music. Because if it was street stuff, somebody would have had a dollar sign over Daddy-O head, wouldn't he? Make you think right there. Why they didn't put a dollar sign over Daddy-O head? If it was street stuff. I guess not. Folks were jealous, playing both sides. You feel where I'm coming from? Positive vibes. If this was street stuff, why you not taking the street aspect out of it? You know? Daddy-O said that Dolph liked him because he had that jumper. We all know what he meant when he said that. He had that jumper. He had that crossover. He had the total package. I had that package. That's the street aspect. But no, y'all going out to Snoop bands, Big Moochie Grape. You know what I'm saying? These are rappers. Kamisha said after Teaser was hit that if Straight Drop was out, he would go big like Daddy for Get Back. Yeah, I can believe that. Daddy-O cool with Head and Jook as well. Right. I'm pretty sure they are. That's the street aspect.
He was, maybe. I don't think no more.
But yeah, exactly. But this is the street aspect. Now, if this is street shit, so why don't we go for him? No, we going for the rappers. Kenny Money, Snoop Bands, Big Moochie Grape, Key Glock. I don't know, man. Y'all gotta let me know.
Fizzle. Nobody went up there. Allegedly, a lot of it started with and nobody tried to touch He didn't get locked up until later on. Nobody tried to touch not one person.
You signed the ops. So if you believed in and you that pressed because he signed Unc, why don't you just go stretch Unc? I'm just saying, this case has so much speculation around it, and I'm not pointing fingers or anything because I speculated on a good deal of stuff. But yeah, man, this when you chop it up and you lay it out and look at it for what it is, it may have 15% of street stuff with 85% of the music business tied into it. That's what it's looking like with me. Feel me? Daddy-O didn't mess with Jook after he did some funny ish. Folks know what Jook did. Better you right. Yeah. Running off on people to get you every time. Every time. All right, y'all. We about 10 minutes. We 5 minutes away. Hey, 5 minutes away, y'all. Y'all stay locked in with your boy, man. Hit that like button. Support the channel if you can. No amount of donation is too small. No amount is too great. It's all about the appreciation. Most definitely. Why didn't they sign Kamisha's sons to CMG? Cause they the shit. I hate to say it, but
you heard him rap.
I mean, Dolph was gonna do something with J Money, but hell, Dolph told him not to go. Dolph told him not to go out, but you know, cause J Money was hot. He was hot. You know, you look at all this fast cash C Money stuff that just transpired, and you know, the origin story behind a lot of the stuff that happened with C Money started with J Money. You know, J Money said that it was said that J Money took a bankroll, a knot off of C Money, and C Money them, you know, tried to run down on him and hit him at a gas station, allegedly. This is when they got Young Key. Young Key was Stupid Duke homeboy. You know what I'm saying? And these are the origins of that war, because not much more time after Moneybag Yo gets signed to CMG and drops No Subliminals with Fast Cash Jizzle. Sparks off a whole war between YMM and Moneybag Yo, featuring 30 and Newski. Yeah. Bread Gang YMM. So that's the origins of all of that. But it really come from J Money and Fast Cash, you know. So it's a little side story, you know. What's going on, Glenn? Salute to you. At Mill Branch and Brooks, Exxon. That's true. That's that Memphis mentality. They can hate on people who get up and have the same opportunities as others, but get mad if you succeed and they don't. Jealousy and envy. You mean you can't even drive a nice car without the BS. That's facts. That's facts.
So, question. So these fools robbing each other and live in the same city? Like, you know, you're going to see each other pretty much every day. And people say Memphis ain't that big. Memphis is pretty big. But when you go to the same places every day, it's small. They robbing each other when you're going to see each other. That makes no... Man, people in Memphis crazy.
Yeah, it is, you know, you never know how big the fish tank is until you get out the fish tank and come back. You feel me? Oh, my goodness. They was talking about going to Privé, bruh. Just a trifling situation. Is that place open or closed now? I've been out of Memphis about 2 years. They said it is still open. I believe that it's still open. I may be wrong. You know what I'm saying? I'm back. I had to get something to eat with this case. Yeah, I ain't trying to eat nothing. I don't know if it even stay down for real.
Man, you better, hey, I'm dropping down. Salute to everybody in the chat. What's up, Bot Cap? I'm gonna be listening though, God willing. Y'all stay up, man. I hope I hit you up later after this. I hope you feel better, bro.
Yeah, man, I appreciate you, fam. I appreciate
All right,
you.
no doubt.
Yes,
Appreciate
sir.
you.
Yeah, man. Is it back at 1:30 Memphis time? Yep. 1:30 Memphis time. We all caught up on the whatchamacallit, on the Vizio, on the TV time. Let's see here. Nola girl said Memphis is spread out, but those areas you're talking about are all by each other. Absolutely. Absolutely. Jump wide open. Salute, Cam. Yeah, Sharon said one of them boys was in Cali with Dolph, and Dolph begged him not to go back. That was Jay Money. He went to the strip club, Kitty Cabaret, I believe it was called, and got hit up by an older cat. Glenn, salute to you for the donation, bro. I appreciate you. One big circle. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It's a pre-way open. My son passed away in 2014. He was rocking with Dolph back then, so I'm rocking for justice on my son's behalf. Yes, indeed. A lot of people are rooting for Dolph. And, everybody got their own story. And I hate to be redundant in my speech when I say this, but a lot of people never really even heard of Dolph until he died. It was this case. It was the way they did him that brought him on board. Dolph not in a million years would have thought that all of these people, and he could see it monetarily, but it's way more people that then came out to get his man his flowers after he could smell them. You know what I'm saying? After he couldn't smell them. They was playing in the studio allegedly. Man. Yeah. Appreciate you, Glenn. Thank you for supporting, bro. Yep, Kitty's Cabaret. And they were mad about Dolph signing Big Hump. Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate you, big homie. Is Makita's cookie still open, and why didn't they question the cashier? They did question the cashier. They did. And they still open. Yeah. So everybody knew Dolph. Yeah. Locally, everybody knew Dolph, but what I'm saying is a lot of people that didn't know of his music. A lot of people became acquainted through Dolph. They became acquainted with Dolph through the news headline. You feel me? Tune in, a rapper just got killed in Memphis. Arm hanging out the window of a local cookie shop. Then they seen the dudes that pulled up on him. One with a 9mm and the other one with a Drake. And they like, what is this? What did this dude do? What did he do to deserve such heinous slaying? And then reports came out. This was Dolph. 2 days before the murder. At a cancer place, giving them their flowers and making donations. Well, why was he even in that city? He was giving away turkeys. He was making sure his team, his record label, supported their neighborhoods. So he had turkey drives in every neighborhood that he had an artist that was from. That's when people start to say, well, there's some bullshit here. There's some bullshit here. Who hated him? Why was there so much hate? Yo, got it. Oh, man. I mean, period, point blank. That's basically how it happened. Now you got people that don't even listen to rap music fascinated with the outcome of this. Feel me? It's a very messed up situation. I'm not even finna sit here and pretend that it wasn't my whole thing. Pretty much is I gotta wait for a minute to plead guilty for me to judge. That's all I'm saying. Understood, family. One of my homegirls from Memphis called me and told me, and she said, and she was having a panic attack. I bet that cookie shop was strangely empty. Nobody wanted to see Dolph. I mean, well, he didn't make an appearance there. He was going to buy cookies. Be great and handsome, be successful. That's what he did. Absolutely. I'm one of them hitter. Never heard of him, but didn't play his music. Now it's Dolphin paper route all day. Yeah, it's a lot of people like that, Miss Muffin. None of the employees came up front or was happy to see a famous rapper. Is crazy. You're right. That is crazy that everybody didn't run to the front. You're right. That wasn't his first time now, but you're right. Yes, indeed. I seen an older white guy bumping Dolph. I was tripping. Now a lot of white folks rock with Dolph, man. For real. Thank you, Angel, for the super sticker. I appreciate you. I appreciate you, loved one. I just listened to Adolf since his first. I listened to Adolf since his first mixtape, but I did like some of God's music as well. You know what it do? He had been going up through that. He had been going up there. Yeah, exactly. He was a regular when he came to town. He did nothing to deserve that heartbreaking. I've been rocking since I moved to the city in 2010. That's dope. I don't even want to talk about them folks. That whole situation was strange. Yeah, Angel, thank you for supporting the channel. Real talk. Angel, you've been here for a minute too, so you already know. We don't try to no bias or nothing. We just give it to you, man. Straight, no chaser. No, do I have an opinion? I do. But I'm not trying to steal your opinion. I just give you mine. That's how we rocking with it. It's a lot of Memphis rappers bumping. Absolutely. Y'all do me a favor, man. Out of the 212 people in here, I need somebody to subscribe to the channel. Just one of y'all. It don't mean it don't make a difference who. If you're not subscribed, subscribe to the channel. Just one of y'all. Just one. Nah, Memphis is the hub. You know, it's been the hub since 2020. And just to be honest, it hadn't moved. They're trying to move it to Dallas, but to be honest with y'all, Z and that dough, man. I like Z and that dough as a person. The music, I try to make myself like. I'm not even gonna lie to you. The music, I try to make myself like. But it don't help that every time you dropping with an early 2000 sample. Like the song that him and Gotti got, that's Stunting Like My Daddy, right? The song that him and Boss Man D-Lo got is what is that song? Man, Mike Jones back then. The song, one of the songs he got with Montana 700 is Young Jeezy. And then what? You know what I'm saying? It's all just, it's kind of like how the old heads used to say about Puffy back in the day. Like, bruh, all you do is rap over samples. And that's kind of what Z and Doe doing right now. I'm from the neighborhood, been knowing Dolph since he was about 9. Forgot my folks were neighbors. That's sad, man. Justice is justice, allegedly, I guess. Yeah. I wonder how Mia J will feel if this guy's convicted. Would she feel like that's total justice? I doubt it. Please like, share, and subscribe. Hit the bell on the side to be notified on each and every time we decide to slide that way. J Law said the music is garbage. A lot of people would agree with you. Fam. He's a relatively new rapper, and the music is, yeah. I like Third Ball when he was humble. When I met him in Kingsgate, hanging with my little brother, Jay Gotti and Cheese. And rest in peace to Cheese, man. Rest in peace to Cheese. I used to like Cheese. I thought it was just me. I wasn't feeling the music. Nah, it's an acquired taste. Z and Undo music is definitely an acquired taste. My 75-year-old aunt in Detroit called me and said they killed Lil Dolphin. Like, what? Tell grandma we said, hey. That's crazy. That's crazy. High class street music. Yes, indeed. I think that's the new Dallas style now. Cause Montana, he rap a whole lot better than that. Amir, he rap a lot better than that. Wiz the Wizard, even Himothy Chung, all them boys got flow. Doe got to catch up. He got to catch up. It just make you wonder how you make it to CMG rapping like that. I think it was the image that they signed versus the rapper. He'll get better. I think they just figured out he'll get better, but he got a little swag by himself. You know what I'm saying? We can perpetuate this image, baller image with the ace of spades and, you know what I'm saying? All the Louis V. Mia J know it's more to it. Yeah, I agree. It's definitely more to it. Facts that I can't understand over half of these YN's lyrics. Well, it's hard when a nigga won't, you know what I'm saying, part his teeth to rap. A nigga rap like this. Nigga got a pound and it coming out the coat and running through the hood. We gon' load the Glock and shoot. It's like, open your mouth, bruh. Stop gritting your teeth together while you rapping. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Dolph was a beloved. He was beloved and a giver. Absolutely. Absolutely. Something going on, y'all. They said they're gonna be back at 130. We pushing 145. What the hell they got going on? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, bro don't open his mouth, man. You gotta open your mouth, say something. You know what I'm saying? You rapping like you don't believe what you're rapping. For real. That's crazy. Mia wants full justice, like myself and others. Yeah, let me get a I just had to take a deep breath. Yeah, damn, you don't believe what you're saying? How you want me to believe it? Shit. That shit don't sound convincing at all. I tried. The cadences be off. It's hard. I think they finna get started, y'all. We're gonna see. Yes, indeed. Boy, I tell you. Let's see here. Let me take a look here. Damn. My boy T Street said, who is that? T Streets or T Ski? One of them said that their boy is not going to jail. I don't know. Well, I ain't gonna say going to jail, but bro might be in a little trouble. He might be in a little trouble. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about Art Horn. Yeah. I saw something funny on the internet. I think I'm gonna share it with you guys. Where is that at? Bruh imitating finesse 2 times. Let me see. Y'all seen this?
You fall down, you get up, baby. They try to lock me away, but it ain't enough, baby. It's gonna take you an army. It's gonna take you an army. It's gonna take you an army. She went to jail, came home, went to jail again, came back again.
Bro, funny as hell. I don't know who that is, but he's funny as hell. Oh man. Yep, you're doing a great job covering this. I appreciate it. If you knew how I feel, you would think I'm doing an exceptional job. My goodness. I knew what it was when I signed up for it, though. I knew it was going to be a while. But gee whiz. I'm kind of feeling it. But we're going to rock out. Yeah, little dude was so funny, man. I done watched that about 20 times. I ain't even going to lie to you. Little dude got hold on, y'all, because they taking their time. Little dude got the black eyes and everything.
They try to lock me away, but it ain't enough, baby. It's gonna take you an army. It's gonna take you an army. It's gonna take you an army. She went to jail, came home, went to jail again, came back again.
Oh man, that's silly as hell. What's going on with the Folio trial, bro? I hadn't checked. I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you. I've been concerned with this one. Alicia Andrews. We're gonna have to I'm gonna look into it. I'm gonna definitely look into it. Yes, I dropped the link for you, bro. Yeah. T-Baby says another little dude that did that. I don't know. You think he funnier than this dude? This little dude funny as hell, man. Oh boy. But they just taking their precious little time, I tell you. Yes, indeed. Yeah, Finesse. I know Finesse glad all that stuff done kind of died down a little bit. This trial done kind of took the heat off Finesse. Yeah. They were talking about 2 times every day. Every day. Then you got the little dude Cut, FNG Cut that he hanging with. I know that nigga's tired as hell of Finesse. Like, bruh, stop talking to me like you some type of grand wizard or something. You ain't smart as a 5th grader. This nigga just lecturing, bruh, all day, all night. When I came home from jail, I was out here with some shorts on and some Crocs and no shirt with $250,000 in my pocket. Off them perks, off that Adderall, off that Casamigos. Like, nigga, stop talking. You done said enough, bro. Talking about Finesse talking to F&G Lil Cut. His homeboy that came home from the feds. That nigga, bro, I was out here. I was awake for 47 days straight. Like, all right, my nigga, we get it. Yeah, he trying to find out how to get back on.
What time they coming back, man? 3 o'clock?
It's supposed to be 1:30. We pushing 2. We pushing 2. I appreciate you, Tat Town. It's one bailiff they got in here when they first went live on Monday. There you go. The shiny forehead. That nigga, I know he don't smell like nothing but S-curl. That nigga smell like nothing but S-curl. They went live. You ain't see nothing but the back of bruh neck. I'm like, why they doing bruh like this? Whew. You Mississippi football coach looking. Dirty, dusty feet, funky feet dragging. Yeah, bro. That damn Ricky crazy hell. I want to see what these closing statements gonna be about. To be honest with you, I really think Manny Aurora came across as not likable. I hate that for Quette, but it is what it is. Your lawyer came through here like the big shot, and you know, people in country towns, and when I say country towns, you know what I'm saying, I ain't zoning on Memphis, but he from the A, and he trying to get his shine on, you know. He coming in here like he Drew Finland, trying to throw weight around. I don't think they like that. There you go. Thank you, Divine Black Rose. He came across as Hollywood. Said Judge Mitchell smoking in her joint. She got a hookah back there. With that haircut she got and that Cisco color she got in her head, she back there hitting the hookah, jamming that incomplete. You know what I'm saying? That's who they waiting on. They waiting on Judge Mitchell. Yeah, somebody must be talking to the Fed right now. Hey, they quit saying, how do I say it was Gotti without saying it's Gotti? Come on, help me now. We supposed to be back out there. How do I tell him it's Gotti without saying Gotti? Come on, man. Help me.
You can't.
Oh boy. They playing.
Cause that's what everybody want.
Yep.
Sad.
Yep. Oh, Chat Town, I ain't doing no tripping, bro. I'm really not. They said the judge ate a lot of ice cream this morning. Boy, you funny. Ooh-wee. Yeah, so just know you won't get a verdict today. Nah, that'll probably come tomorrow, about this time tomorrow, honestly. If they can get the closing statements down. If they can get the closing statements down. Yeah, they playing right now. She might have been Frankie Beverly and May. Yeah, for real. I don't know, Big G. It might be too late in the game for that plea. when the prosecution rested that, I think that might have been it.
Yeah, that was ball game.
I was just playing with y'all. These is jokes. I ain't want to go to trial. Get me a plea.
Yeah, it was joke all right. For the next 40 years.
If he convicted, I'm pretty sure he gonna go for he gonna try to run it back. He gonna try to run it back. I can see it. Marge Simpson looking at. She do look like Marge Simpson without the blue hair. For real. Yeah. Accommodating the jury. We're gonna see. That's a lot of accommodating. These folks playing games. And I'm not gonna lie. Them folks, they took more breaks than damn YSL in this trial. 10-minute break here, 30-minute break here, lunch. Come on, man. I was surprised when they said that when they said call your next witness, because between every witness they done took a break. I'm like, for real? We getting 2 witnesses in a row? Let's go. Yeah, they different, fam. I ain't gonna even hold you. Govan was hoping the feds move in and a state conviction is a death sentence in prison. Yeah, that's true. Well, unless they move in within the next 20 minutes, yeah, it ain't looking good. Yeah, he gonna do a lot of appeals. Exactly. I fully expect it. I fully expect it. He done filibustered this long. Quette looking tired, stretched out, and swollen. Swollen well. Show me the swollen, cause that looks sunk in to me. That looks sunk in to me. Mm-hmm. So this trial so unorganized. Yeah, Thug did win his case. Yeah, my mama would say, boy, that boy face sunk in. Especially when you look at this. Yeah, that look healthy right there. Look at the forehead. Look at, you know what I'm saying? Boom. Bags. That boy ain't been getting no sleep. No sleep. Mm-hmm. Yeah. They definitely gave me property back too. You can't get new evidence in on appeal. If it don't work now, it won't work. Especially when you got one of the best lawyers out there. Yeah, that's true. Supposedly one of the best lawyers out there. Brian Steele way better than Manny. Absolutely. Shit, Manny ain't even in the same league. These folks trying to put Brian Steele in the class with Drew Finley and the dude that used to get Kodak out that jam. Yeah, these are top dogs right here. Quite ain't got enough. He ain't got enough for that. He ain't got enough period for that. Dog tearing his ass up. I swear. I swear. Yeah, good for Thug. Get your stuff back and get out the way, man. 15 years on paper, that ain't a win. That's a trap. I mean, it could be a trap, but when you got that type of paper, if you got that type of paper and you older, you wiser now, and you still get jammed up, you were supposed to. You were supposed to get jammed up. You feel me? The stuff that they talking about Thugger did, this all went down in 2015 and 2014. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, back then he didn't have the type of value. He didn't have the type of money that he got now. I think he can stay out the way. I think he can stay out the way and walk them 15 down. Said, if you can't, there's something wrong with you. For real. Hey, you talking about Doe B? Nah, Z and that Doe. Doe B can rap his ass off. Z and that Doe, not so much. Not so much. Yeah. Shit. Guy that feature made that song. Yeah, guy that feature made that song. Nah, Doe B was a rapping fool. Shout out to Big Glenn. Glenn Thomas, rest in peace. They just waiting, and he too damn dumb to stay out the way. We'll see. Especially when you can't go back to the city. Z and Doe rap like he be nervous. Yeah, for real. Like he rapping at the school talent show in front of everybody. Yeah, man, I wouldn't say Manny bootleg, but he ain't what everybody build him up to be. You know, that's Dirk attorney, that's Dirk lawyer. Well, I mean, what did he do in that trial? Nothing. Because Dirk ain't even go to trial. So, I mean, it's good optics. It's very good optics. Brian Steele is like Abel and a beast on finding errors. Yes. And he have a whole team combing through everything with a fine-tooth comb. Yeah. Dolph love Dobie. Absolutely. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. And would travel down here. To lock in with Dobie. Yeah, I think somebody need to call and ask for Judge Mitchell at. For real. It's 2:00. Y'all a whole half hour late. Let me be half hour late and see how that gonna work. If I was in Memphis, I'd be pissed. Y'all paying for this. Y'all paying for this, man. Yes, indeed. You call her in her chambers if you want to, by Cap. Your ass will be up here talking about some. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Well, I tell you, that's been a rough one today. Nah, you gonna hold you. Man. When Dobie died, I couldn't sleep for like a week. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, they do. They do. Coke block music, yes indeed. Shout out to the Gump, man. Gump ain't been the same since Dobie died, man. So they trying to swing back. They're trying to swing back. They public servants. You right, they are. Yeah, they need to get with it. Hey, y'all need to y'all need to get with it. Bring them folk back out here. I think it's too late, Nola girl. I really do. I think it may be too late for a plea deal. Yes, indeed. Definitely one of them ones. Definitely one of them ones. 3 p.m. What's going on, man? It might be fighting that new charge. I don't know what's going on, y'all. And my thing is this. I mean, walking a tightrope. You said walking a tightrope for 10, even too much. You got to be a damn fool to have, to be not rich but wealthy and be out here falling afoul of the law. Most people fall afoul of the law because they trying to get it. You know what I'm saying? Whatever they trying to do. This man ain't got to drive if he don't want to. He ain't got to go to that damn club. Mariah the scientist is right there in the house with him. Studio in the house with him. I mean, I'm not saying that he got to stay on the mountain like young boy, but hell, you can move. You can move and stay out of trouble with that type of money. For real. Here, the Govan gave Nico Jennings that look yesterday. Gave that Nico Jennings look yesterday. What's that Nico Jennings look? Put me on the game. I'm tired of looking at these folk heads, man. They need to come on back. Hit us so deep. So Dobie Demise was really behind BC because he couldn't let someone in the club. He wouldn't let them in the club. They wanted to come in for the free. He said no. They came in and they was already. See, you have to watch them folks that be slick hating, and you like, it ain't that bad. It ain't that bad. And them folks hating for real. You better take that shit serious. Yeah, they at the door. Part of them hating was, hey man, they're my people. Let me get in. Nah, bro, you gotta pay like everybody else. And they knew they had to. They just wanted to start some commotion. They came in, and the crazy part about it, they didn't even hit him in the chest or the head or nothing. They hit him in the leg. You know? Hit him in the leg. Took so long for them laws to get that. He just bled out. Hey, Hitter, can you go back to when the lawyer was talking to Govan so I can see if I can read his lips? I heard Manny say, stop talking. I don't want to move it because they supposed to be coming back any moment now. Any moment now. Thugger was in Miami partying for B-Day weekend with all his folks. That's what I'm saying. You got enough money where you can take your folks with you. Man, come on, man. Nico Jennings. BMO dude, what's going on, family? Salute to you. Nico snapped, but he was mentally ill. Quette made her fainted. Yeah.
It's too late in the game to be famous.
It says too late in the game to be famous. Yeah, I swear it is. I swear it is. Way too late.
You should have fainted with all them niggas at your house. Wrapped in a damn conspiracy that the lawyer can't get you out of.
Here we go, gang.
Oh, look at Eve.
She look like she be playing dominoes and some more shit at the picnic. Tom.
Look like Lester Jenkins.
You know what I'm saying? She said, round that box out. Don't make it so boxy next time. I don't know what type of haircut that is, man. That shit look like gold kudzu. Jesus Christ.
Man, look like somebody took some peroxide and just whooped her ass.
Line it up. Line it up. What is that? Hey, Eddie Monster killing me. Hey, Eddie Monster killing me. Let's see that Eddie Monster. Oh my goodness. She got a peninsula Eddie Monster. That's gross as hell. Diabolical. It looked like she had a part. It looked like she had a part in that jump about 3 months ago and she's trying to let it grow back.
Well, I hope she didn't have no part in that shit.
Oh boy, y'all crazy as hell.
I'm looking like MC Hammer and shit.
For real, she said, I'm gonna get a part in this shit for the Essence Fest. She said, oh, I forgot I got Govan out here. I need to grow this hair back. Oh my God. Oh my God. Y'all ain't shit, man.
Let down to home.
It's a little flat out.
Shout out to Memphis, man.
Yes, indeed. I tell you one thing, I wouldn't mess with her. Yeah, no.
You want hit the John?
No, I'm talking about that, man. Listen. She cool. She cool.
So you wouldn't smash the judge?
No, man, I wouldn't smash the judge. I know some folks to get some self-gratification out of that. Just because she the judge, you know what I'm saying?
And the lie detector test says, sound like a goddamn lie. I'm like,
Listen to that shit. She ain't playing. That type of judge I want anything but time. Probation ain't an option for Quette. If he beat it, he'd be lucky. Yeah, this ain't the one. This ain't Paige Whitaker. This ain't Paige Whitaker. She probably got some trauma in her past that she ain't dealt with. You know what I'm saying? She might just, boy, he'll look like dude I used to talk to in the 11th grade. But he's ugly. Next thing you know, 50 years. Thank you. Quick. Like, okay, Mario, they got us, bruh. What you mean they got us? They had Cornbread saying Mr. Govan in the trial. They like, hey, stop calling him Mr. Govan. What you usually call him? Oh yeah, Quick. You know, we went over Quick house, and you know, I want to get some pills from Quick. I'm like, go back to Mr. Govan. The man named Quette. The man named Quette.
Man, if y'all wasn't gonna pay him, y'all should have got rid of him, bro.
Yeah, ain't nobody figure this thing out. You know, I'm not trying to, help nobody get away with nothing, but shoot, it should have been a whole method to how they were gonna get paid and everything else. But I believe
You can take the Frank Lucas route.
Jook was so cutthroat. He's just like, man, fuck them niggas.
Oddhorn, I ain't even surprised, Oddhorn. That's why. Because I knew that he didn't take the straight drop case because he knew he was going to defend somebody on the high end totem pole on CMG. It was coming.
Yeah. Gotta say, you ain't one of mine. Lord have mercy. Why do you folk playing game, man? She done came up there and set her water down. You know what I'm saying? Could he take the Frank Lucas route? No, I think it's too late. Yeah, this 2-minute warning. This ain't even the beginning of the fourth quarter. This 2-minute warning right here. Everybody don't smash everything like you, Cypress.
No. Nah, man, don't smash everything. But I'm saying, she a nice looking lady.
Yes, she's decent. She made a face there just a minute ago. I was like, ooh. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I mean, you got her. That's one thing you gotta worry about. That's one thing you gotta worry about.
What's that?
Me cutting in between you and Judge Mitchell. You got that. With the info Quette got, it's never too late. Okay, let's go. Let's go, Quette. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Govan, somebody could be trying to knock your head off. You want to get groceries? You can have them ordered from Kroger, Mr. Govan. What happened to Lee Coffee? Lee Coffee told Straight Drop he couldn't talk to nobody. He heard about that song, No Statements. That man said, give me this damn phone. You can't talk to nobody. But I need to call mama. And nah, you ain't calling nobody. Luke Evans said, no, get him up out of here. What the hell he think this is? So they got Coffee out and brought on Judge Mitchell. I think Judge Coffee might have been a little bit, you know what I'm saying? But, I mean, he wasn't what you think he was nice. I think he was.
He was way more lenient than her.
Yeah. Jook was getting fronted from young Texas boys.
We go to conspiracy theory.
Oh, it's the Texas Memphis connection. It's the Judge Mitchell is a beautiful lady. Yes, she is. She look like she got a little height on her too. Look like she used to play for Melrose back in the day.
Melrose.
Okay, Hitler, stop talking about our ugly women, man. That's enough.
Shout out to all the ugly.
Said a pipeline. Yeah, that's facts. That's facts. What are you folks? Boy, 2:15. They said they were coming back at 1:30. Ain't that something? Low down, daddy. Boy, you're stealing money. You're stealing money. Whew. Yes, indeed. She went to Memphis Catholic High School. What year she come out?
Man, shout out to Chattown, man.
Chattown say you need to smash Vivian Fifi. You going over to Vivian Fifi house? She said she'll leave $500 in the mailbox for you.
They gonna be smelling like Big Gay.
Go on over.
Rubbing alcohol, Dr. Tissue and shit, trying to fucking go last.
Go smash Miss Fifi. In 1992.
Man, look, just pass over the ARP, baby. Pass this shit over.
Don't play with me, Big T. You know I'm Big T too. Oh boy. She graduated Melrose High School 1992. She Delta Sigma Theta went to Tennessee State University. Got all that lady information. Chill out, back cap. Oh boy. Let me find out. That's how they stumbled up on Z and that dope. Hey, the pipeline, man. Come on now. As soon as they stumble up on Z and that dope and introduce him to the public as the new signee to CMG, JJ the Prince get indicted by the feds. Ain't that something? But you ain't hear that from me though. I guess this the part that's sealed. So anytime y'all hear Z and Eldo say free the Prince, that's what we talking about, JJ. Yeah, man. These folk playing games. They need to apologize when they do come. Hey, listen, we apologize.
Oh, they can never say that.
No, hell no. Hell no. Somebody gonna learn today. Boss Babe, what's going on? Salute to you. If anybody in here that didn't hit the like button, y'all go and hit that like button for me, man. Hit the like button and subscribe to the channel if you're new. You know what I'm saying? We do pretty good content over here, man. We do pretty good content. I just, you know, I'm not at 100% right now, not feeling my best, so you know. But forgive me for that. We still pressing through. Yeah. But yeah. Salute to everybody in the chat. For real. These folks, they playing games. I could have showed we could have went back through some old content. But see, they said they're gonna be back 45 minutes ago. Ain't that crazy? That's crazy as hell. Hey Cypress, they ate all that bad meatloaf. Shout out to Kamisha Henderson White. Quette not changing his tune. Well, let me tell you about. Let me just tell you about Gotti. And this might not have nothing to do with nothing, but you know, Gotti, you say? Yeah, Gotti. Make it juicy for him, Quette. Oh boy. Waiting on Quetta. He don't know if he want to take the stand.
Well, too late.
Well, he already said he didn't want to.
Well, we won't get a verdict today.
Nah, he ain't gonna get no verdict today. They might not even read closing statements today the way they playing. My dog Dub JJ said last minute snitching going on. Can I give you something on Love Migo? You don't want nothing on Migo? Damn. What about Trace Line? Y'all ever heard of Trace Line? Not on him either. Wrong Ridge Crest? Okay. All right, damn it. Listen. About Gotti. Oh boy. I ain't got nothing on Gotti, but I do got him and Justin Johnson walking through this concert right here with Jook. You know, you got Jook there. You got Vato. You know, Vato shot that dog too now. We got all these fellas. The gang is all here. Let me know what y'all want to know now. Let me know. Boy, I tell you.
Got it. De Niro. Vato, Big Jook.
Call them out.
Lil Larry.
Shout out to DJ Lil Larry. You know him. Call him out. Call him out, bro.
Grill.
You know him. Grill. Call him out. Who is that? Who is that, though?
I can't see.
You can't see? Put your spectacles on.
I can't see that far off.
Yeah, you can't see that far off. Okay. Yeah, I can't say. His name Justin. He go by the name Drop. You know what I'm saying?
That's who that is. Roll the tape.
Yeah. He go by the name Drop. You ever heard of him?
Who the big bald head dude, man?
No, the one next to him. I think you know who we talking about, sir.
Yeah, man, I heard him. That was the big bald head dude. That one.
Mm-hmm. He said Cornelius ain't one of his. That mean Drop is. And nigga said, don't worry about it, straight Drop. You gonna start CMG prison. The first label from behind the wall, you gonna be CEO. CMG penitentiary. Come on, man. I got your chain and everything, bro. These niggas horrible, bro.
They supposed to get rid of that nigga Cornelius. Especially if y'all knew y'all wasn't gonna pay him, you get rid of him.
And then they show his picture. They show his picture in the court when he on that video with Quette and Drop. That nigga back there looking like Dom Darnold from Fat Albert.
Oh.
That big ass.
These niggas don't know how to pull off no crimes, do it?
Well, you know, you get what you pay for.
I don't know how to cover shit up, cut off loose ends. Y'all just doing shit.
All right, y'all.
You need to leave now. The doors will be locked. There will be no coming and going during this time. Once I finish this,
what's up?
Bye. Statements, then you're free to move about. Hopefully you won't be doing much moving, but the doors won't be locked at that point. So if you have any issues sitting, this is now the time to excuse yourself. Thank you. You ready? Yes. Thank you. Officer Murphy, you can lock the door.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
Move your live up if you've been watching the live. Roll the red ball to the front. We already here. What's happening with you, home? Salute to you, bringing us that good content. We appreciate you, AVI King.
Yeah, tell them to come on in now.
Yes. You declined the offer. The book over there.
Appreciate you, homie, for real.
You guys had a big lunch. Y'all stay away.
That boy ain't laughing at nothing.
Yeah, no, funny.
Are there any family or anybody over here, as far as you know, out there off the market? Okay. Those of you who just joined us in the audience, I am preparing to read the jury charge. It's lengthy. It's gonna take me about 15 minutes or so to read it. If you're going to have difficulty sitting still during this time, I ask you to excuse yourself now. You're welcome to come back in once the lawyers start their closing arguments. But there will be no movement during this time with the instructions to the jury. The doors will be locked. There won't be any in and out. So this is the next part of this. This is my instructions to you. The law requires that I read this to you. I don't want to insult anybody's intelligence. I believe everybody can read, but the law does require that you hear it all at the same time. So I must read it all to you. Okay? Second Tennessee versus Hernandez, Govan. Members of the jury, the evidence in the case has been completed, and it is now my duty to instruct you as to the law. After I instruct you as to the law, the state and the defense may present their closing arguments. The law applicable to this case is stated in these instructions, and it is your duty to carefully consider all of them. The order in which these instructions are given is no indication of their relative importance. You should not single out any one or more of them to the exclusion of another or others, but should consider each one in light of and in harmony with the others. Ladies and gentlemen, the copy that you have there is for your use, so feel free to mark it up as you please. Duties of the court and jury. The law makes it the duty of the court to charge the jury the law relative to the case on trial, and the duty of the jury to carefully consider all of the evidence delivered to them in the trial and under the law given them by the court, render their verdicts with absolute impartiality. You can have no prejudice or sympathy or allow anything but the law and the evidence to have any influence upon your verdicts. You must render your verdicts with absolute fairness and impartiality as you think justice and truth dictate. Formal charge, not evidence. The indictment in this case is a formal written accusation charging the defendant with the crimes. It is not evidence against the defendant and does not create any inference of guilt. Statements and rulings of the court. At times during the trial, I have ruled upon the admissibility of evidence. You must not concern yourself with these rulings. Neither by such rulings, these instructions, nor any other remarks which I have made, do I mean to indicate any opinion as to the facts or as to what your verdicts should be. Statements and arguments of counsel. Statements, arguments, and remarks of attorneys are intended to help you in understanding the evidence and applying the law, but they are not evidence. If any statement were made by the attorneys in this trial at any time that you believe are not supported by the evidence, you should disregard them. Along these lines, the opening and closing arguments of the attorneys are likewise not evidence. You must base your decision in this case on the evidence that was actually presented in this court, not on these statements of attorneys. Furthermore, the questions the lawyers ask the witnesses are not evidence. You should not think that something is true just because one of the lawyers asks questions that assume or suggest that it is true. jury, judges of facts and law. You are the exclusive judges of the facts in this case. Also, you are the exclusive judges of the law under the direction of the court. You should apply the law to the facts in deciding the case. You should consider all of the evidence in light of your own observations and experiences in life. Presumption of innocence. The law presumes that the defendant is innocent of the charges against him. This presumption remains with the defendant throughout every stage of the trial and is not overcome unless all of the evidence in the case you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. Burden of proof. The state has the burden of proving the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. And this burden never shifts but remains on the state throughout the trial of the case. The defendant is not required to prove his innocence. The state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt all of the elements of the crime charged and that it was committed before the finding and returning of the indictment in this case. Reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt is that doubt engendered by an investigation of all the proof in the case and an inability after such investigation to let the mind rest easily as to the certainty of guilt. Absolute certainty of guilt is not demanded by the law to convict of any criminal charge, but moral certainty is required. And this certainty is required as to every element necessary to constitute the offense. Crimes charged and plea. The first count of the indictment charges the offense of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Embraced and included within this offense is the lesser included offenses of facilitation to wit conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, solicitation to wit conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, accessory after the fact to wit conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The second count of the indictment charges the offense. The second count of the indictment charges the offense of first-degree murder. Embraced and included within this offense are the lesser included offenses of second-degree murder, facilitation to wit first-degree murder, solicitation to wit first-degree murder, facilitation to wit second-degree murder, solicitation to wit second-degree murder, aggravated assault, facilitation to wit aggravated assault, solicitation to wit aggravated assault, accessory after the fact to wit first-degree murder, assault. The court will now explain to you the law applicable to count 1 in this indictment. Conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Any person who conspires to commit an offense is guilty of a crime. For you to find a defendant guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. That the defendant entered into an agreement with one or more people to commit the offense of first-degree murder. It is not necessary that the object of the agreement be attained, and that each of the parties to the conspiracy had the intent to commit the offense of first-degree murder, and that each party acting for the purpose of promoting or facilitating the commission of the offense of first-degree murder agreed that one or more of them would engage in conduct which constitutes the offense of first-degree murder, and that one of the parties to the conspiracy committed an overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy. An overt act is an act done by one of the parties to carry out the intent of the conspiracy, and it must be a step toward the execution of the conspiracy. Intent means that a person acts intentionally when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to cause the death of the alleged victim. Conspiracy is a continuing course of conduct which terminates when the objectives of the conspiracy are completed or the agreement that they be completed is abandoned by the person and by those with whom the person conspired. The objectives of the conspiracy include, but are not limited to, escape from the offense, distribution of the proceeds of the offense, and measures other than silence or concealing the crime or obstructing justice in relation to it. Abandonment of a conspiracy is presumed if neither the person nor anyone with whom the person conspired does any overt act in pursuance of the conspiracy during the applicable period of limitation. If an individual abandons the agreement, the conspiracy is terminated as to that person only if and when the person advises those with whom the person conspired of the abandonment, or the person informs law enforcement authorities of the existence of the conspiracy and of the person's participation therein. Facilitation to wit, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Any person who commits the offense of facilitation to wit, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder is guilty of a crime. For you to find a defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. That the defendant knew that another person intended to commit the specific felony of facilitation to wit, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, but did not have the intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense or to benefit in the proceeds or results of the offense. And that the defendant furnished substantial assistance to that person in the commission of first-degree murder, and that the defendant furnished such assistance knowingly. Conspiracy to commit first-degree murder has been defined on pages 4 and 5 for you. Knowingly means that a person acts knowingly with respect to the conduct or to circumstances surrounding the conduct when the person is aware of the nature of the conduct or that the circumstances exist. A person acts knowingly with respect to a result of a person's conduct when the person is aware that the conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally. Intent means that a person acts intentionally with respect to the nature of the conduct or to a result of the conduct when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. Solicitation to wit, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Any person who solicits or attempts to solicit another to commit an offense is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of solicitation, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. That the defendant, by means of oral, written, electronic communication, directly or through another intentionally commanded, requested, hired another to commit the offense of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, with the intent that the offense of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder be committed. Intentionally intent means that a person acts intentionally when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to cause the death of the alleged victim. Accessory after the fact, to wit, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Any person who commits the offense of accessory after the fact is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. That the defendant knew or had reasonable grounds to believe that Justin Johnson and Cornelius Smith committed first-degree murder, a felony, and that the defendant acted with the intent to hinder the arrest, trial, conviction, or punishment of Justin Johnson and Cornelius Smith, and that the defendant provided or aided in providing Justin Johnson and Cornelius Smith with any means of avoiding arrest, trial, conviction, or punishment. Knowing means that a person acts knowingly with respect to the conduct or to circumstances surrounding the conduct when the person is aware of the nature of the conduct or that the circumstances exist. A person acts knowingly with respect to a result of the person's conduct when the person is aware that the conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally. Intent means a person acts intentionally with respect to the nature of the conduct or to a result of the conduct when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. The court will now explain to you the law applicable to count 2 in the indictment. First-degree murder. A person who commits the offense of first-degree murder is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements: that the defendant unlawfully killed the alleged victim, Adolph Thornton Jr., and that the defendant acted intentionally. A person acts intentionally when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to cause the death of the alleged victim, Adolph Thornton Jr., and that the killing was premeditated. A premeditated act is one done after the exercise of reflection and judgment. Premeditation means that the intention to kill must have been formed prior to the act itself. It is not necessary that the purpose to kill pre-exists in the mind of the accused for any definite period of time. The mental state of the accused at the time he allegedly decided to kill must be carefully considered in order to determine whether the accused was sufficiently free from excitement and passion as to be capable of premeditation. If the design to kill was formed with premeditation, it is immaterial that the accused may have been in a state of passion or excitement when the design was carried into effect. Furthermore, premeditation can be found if the decision to kill is first formed during the heat of passion, but the accused commits the act after the passion has subsided. Second-degree murder. Any person who commits second-degree murder is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements: that the defendant unlawfully killed the alleged victim, Adolph Thornton Jr., and that the defendant acted knowingly. Knowingly means that a person acts with an awareness that his conduct is reasonably certain to cause the death of the alleged victim. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally. Intentionally means that a person acts intentionally when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to cause the death of the alleged victim. Facilitation to wit, first-degree murder. Any person who commits the offense of facilitation to wit, first-degree murder is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements: that the defendant knew that another person intended to commit the specific felony of first-degree murder, but did not have the intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense or to benefit in the proceeds or the results of the offense, and that the defendant furnished substantial assistance to that person in the commission of first-degree murder, and that the defendant furnished such assistance knowingly. First-degree murder is previously defined on page 10. Knowingly means that a person acts knowingly with respect to the conduct or to circumstances surrounding the conduct when the person is aware of the nature of the conduct or that circumstances exist. A person acts knowingly with respect to a result of the person's conduct when the person is aware that the conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally. Intent means that a person acts intentionally with respect to the nature of the conduct or to a result of the conduct when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. Facilitation to wit, second-degree murder. Any person who commits the offense of facilitation to wit, second-degree murder is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. That the defendant knew that another person intended to commit the specific felony of second-degree murder, but did not have the intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense, or to benefit in the proceeds or results of the offense. And that the defendant furnished substantial assistance to that person in the commission of second-degree murder. And that the defendant furnished such assistance knowingly. Second-degree murder is previously defined on page 11. Knowingly means that a person acts knowingly with respect to the conduct or to circumstances surrounding the conduct when the person is aware of the nature of the conduct or that circumstances exist. A person acts knowingly with respect to a result of the person's conduct when the person is aware that the conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally. Intent means that a person acts intentionally with respect to the nature of the conduct or to a result of the conduct when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. Solicitation to wit first-degree murder. Any person who solicits or attempts to solicit another to commit an offense is guilty of a crime. For you to find a defendant guilty of solicitation to wit first-degree murder, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. That the defendant, by means of oral, written, electronic communication, directly or through another, intentionally commanded, requested, hired another to commit the offense of first-degree murder with the intent that the offense of first-degree murder be committed. Intentionally intent means that a person acts intentionally when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to cause the death of the alleged victim. Solicitation to wit second-degree murder. A person who solicits or attempts to solicit another to commit an offense is guilty of a crime. For you to find a defendant guilty of solicitation to wit second-degree murder, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. That the defendant, by means of oral, written, electronic communication, directly or through another, intentionally commanded, requested, hired another to commit the offense of second-degree murder with the intent that the offense of second-degree murder be committed. Intentionally intent means that a person acts intentionally when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to cause the death of the alleged victim. Aggravated assault. Any person who commits the offense of aggravated assault is guilty of a crime. For you to find a defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. That the defendant intentionally or knowingly caused bodily injury to another, and that the act resulted in death of another. Bodily injury includes a cut, abrasion, bruise, burn, or disfigurement, and physical pain or temporary illness or impairment of the function of a bodily member, organ, or mental faculty. Knowingly means that a person acts knowingly with respect to the conduct or to circumstances surrounding the conduct when the person is aware of the nature of the conduct or that the circumstances exist. A person acts knowingly with respect to a result of the person's conduct when the person is aware that the conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally. Intentionally means that a person acts intentionally with respect to the nature of the conduct or to a result of the conduct when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. Facilitation to wit aggravated assault. Any person who commits the offense of facilitation to wit aggravated assault is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. That the defendant knew that another person intended to commit the specific offense of aggravated assault, but did not have the intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense, or to benefit in the proceeds or results of the offense. And that the defendant furnished substantial assistance to that person in the commission of first-degree murder, and that the defendant furnished such assistance knowingly. Aggravated assault has been previously defined on page 15. Knowingly means that a person acts knowingly with respect to the conduct or to the circumstances surrounding the conduct when the person is aware of the nature of the conduct or that the circumstances exist. A person acts knowingly with respect to a result of the person's conduct when the person is aware that the conduct is reasonably certain to cause a result. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally. Intent means that a person acts intentionally with respect to the nature of the conduct or to a result of the conduct when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. Solicitation to wit, aggravated assault. Any person who solicits or attempts to solicit another to commit an offense is guilty of a crime. For you to find a defendant guilty of solicitation to wit, aggravated assault, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements: that the defendant, by means of oral, written, electronic communication, directly or through another, intentionally commanded, requested, hired another to commit the offense of aggravated assault with the intent that the offense of aggravated assault be committed. Intentionally intent means that a person acts intentionally when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to cause the death of the alleged victim. Accessory after the fact to wit, first-degree murder. Any person who commits the offense of accessory after the fact is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements: that the defendant knew or had reasonable grounds to believe that Justin Johnson and Cornelia Smith committed first-degree murder, a felony, that the defendant acted with the intent to hinder the arrest, trial, conviction, or punishment of Justin Johnson and Cornelia Smith, and that the defendant provided or aided in providing Justin Johnson and Cornelia Smith with any means of avoiding arrest, trial, conviction, or punishment. Knowing means that a person acts knowingly with respect to the conduct or to circumstances surrounding the conduct when the person is aware of the nature of the conduct or that the circumstances exist. A person acts knowingly with respect to a result of the person's conduct when the person is aware that the conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally. Intent means a person acts intentionally with respect to the nature of the conduct or to a result of the conduct when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. Assault. Any person who commits an assault upon another is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements: that the defendant caused bodily injury to another, and that the defendant acted intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly. Intentionally means that a person acts intentionally with respect to the nature of the conduct or to a result of the conduct when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. Knowingly means that a person acts knowingly with respect to the conduct or to the circumstances surrounding the conduct when the person is aware of the nature of the conduct or that the circumstances exist. A person acts knowingly with respect to a result of the person's conduct when the person is aware that the conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. Recklessly means that a person acts recklessly with respect to the circumstances surrounding the conduct or the result of the conduct when the person is aware of but consciously disregards a substantial and unjustifiable risk that the circumstances exist or the result will occur. The risk must be of such a nature and degree that its disregard constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care that an ordinary person would exercise under all of the circumstances as viewed from the accused person's standpoint. The defendant has pleaded not guilty to each and every offense charged and included in the indictment. direct and circumstantial evidence. One type of evidence is called direct evidence, and the other type is called circumstantial evidence. Direct evidence is those parts of the testimony admitted in court which refer to what happened and was testified to by witnesses who saw or heard or otherwise sensed what happened firsthand. If witnesses testify about what they themselves saw or heard or otherwise sensed, they presented direct evidence. Circumstantial evidence is all the testimony and exhibits which gives you clues about what happens in an indirect way. It consists of all of the evidence which is not direct evidence. Do not assume that direct evidence is always better than circumstantial evidence. According to our laws, direct evidence is not necessarily better than circumstantial evidence. Either type of evidence can prove a fact if it is convincing enough. The defendant may be convicted on direct evidence, circumstantial evidence, or both. Criminal responsibility for conduct of another. The defendant is criminally responsible as a party to the offense of first-degree murder if the offense was committed by the defendant's own conduct, by the conduct of another for which the defendant is criminally responsible, or by both. Each party to the offense may be charged with the commission of the offense. The defendant is criminally responsible for an offense committed by the conduct of another if, acting with the intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense, or to benefit in the proceeds or results of the offense, the defendant solicits, directs, aids, or attempts to aid another person to commit the offense. To find the defendant criminally responsible for the act of another, it is not necessary that we find the defendant was present or that the defendant took a physical part in the crime. Encouragement of the principal offender is sufficient. However, mere presence during the commission of the offense is not sufficient to support a conviction. Before you find the defendant guilty of being criminally responsible for the said offense committed by the conduct of another, you must find that all the essential elements of said offense have been proven by the state beyond a reasonable doubt. Accomplice. The prosecution has presented a witness who claims to have been a participant with the defendant in the crime charged. While you may convict upon this testimony alone, you should act upon it with great caution. Give it careful examination in light of other evidence in the case. You are not to convict upon this testimony alone unless you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that it is true. Credibility of witnesses. You are the exclusive judges of the credibility of the witnesses and the weight to be given to their testimony. You should consider all of the evidence presented in this case by the state and by the defendant and give it a full, fair, and impartial consideration. Part of your responsibility is to determine what the facts are based on what you heard from the witnesses. If there are conflicts in the testimony of different witnesses, it is your duty to reconcile them, if you can. For the law presumes that every witness has told the truth. But when you cannot reconcile the statements of different witnesses, then you must decide which witness or witnesses you believe and how important his or her testimony was. You do not have to accept or reject everything a witness said. You are free to believe all, none, or part of any person's testimony. In forming your opinion as to which witness you believe, you may consider the following factors: how the witness looked, acted, and whether the witness appeared to you to be telling the truth when he or she testified. Was the witness able to see or hear clearly? How long was the witness watching or listening? Was anything else going on that might have distracted the witness? Whether the witness was in a position to know about the matter to which he or she testified. In other words, how well could the witness see or hear what he or she testified he or she saw or heard? Whether the witness's statements were consistent and how believable the statements were. whether the witness had a motive to testify truthfully or to testify untruthfully, and any proof presented of the witness's reputation for telling the truth. All in all, how reasonable does the witness's testimony seem when you think about all of the evidence in the case? Another factor for you to consider in evaluating a witness's testimony is whether the witness has made material statements at some point before he or she testified, which are different from his or her testimony at trial. However, unless entered as a numbered exhibit by the court and allowed to be taken by you back to the jury room when you deliberate, proof of any prior different statement may be considered by you only for the purpose of determining if the witness is telling the truth at trial. The contents of the prior inconsistent statement are not to be considered as proof in the trial. Another factor for you to consider in evaluating a witness's testimony is whether the witness's testimony during cross-examination appeared to be contradictory, unreasonable, and improbable. However, immaterial or minor discrepancies or differences should not affect the believability of a witness unless it should plainly appear that the witness has willfully testified falsely. Expert witness. During the trial, you heard the expert testimony of Dr. Juliet Scantleberry, who was described as an expert in the field of forensic pathology. You also heard the expert testimony of Lieutenant Michael Coburn, who was described as an expert in the field of crime scene analysis. The rules of evidence provide that if scientific, technical, or other specialized knowledge might assist the jury in understanding the evidence or in determining a fact in issue, a witness qualified as an expert by reason of special knowledge, skill, or experience may testify and state their opinions concerning such matters and give reasons for their testimony. In giving her opinion, Dr. Scantleberry testified that she took into consideration certain statements made by other persons. Because the statements were made outside the courtroom, they may be used by you only for evaluating the expert witness's opinion testimony and cannot be relied upon as proof of the truth of the matter asserted in those statements. Merely because an expert witness has expressed an opinion does not mean, however, that you are bound to accept that opinion. The same as with any other witness. It is up to you to decide whether you believe the testimony and choose to rely upon it. Part of that decision will depend on your judgment about whether the witness's background or training and experience is sufficient for the witness to give the expert opinion that you heard. You must also decide whether the witness's opinions were based on sound reasons, judgment, and information. You are to give the testimony of an expert witness such weight and value as you think it deserves, along with all the other evidence in the case. Defendant not testifying. The defendant has not taken the stand to testify as a witness, but you shall place no significance on this fact. The defendant is presumed innocent, and the burden is on the state to prove his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. He is not required to take the stand in his own behalf, and his election not to do so cannot be considered for any purpose against him, nor can any inference be drawn from such fact.
Longest 15 minutes ever.
Stipulations. A stipulation is an agreement between the parties. The parties have stipulated in 3 situations that certain matters of fact are true. They are bound by these agreements, and in your considerations of the evidence, you are to treat these facts as proved. The parties have entered into 3 different stipulations. The first stipulation was entered as Exhibit 17. The parties have agreed that the phone number 901-859-1460 belonged to Hernandez Govan. The second stipulation was entered as Exhibit number 24. The parties have agreed that phone number 901-618-3848 belongs to Hernandez Govan. The third stipulation was entered as collective exhibit number 33.
Drink some water.
The parties have agreed to enter into evidence certain sound bites played and testified to by witnesses Angela Arnold, Cornelius Smith, and Detective Jesse Brown. Jury deliberation and unanimous verdict. The verdicts must represent the considered judgment of each juror. In order to return a verdict, it is necessary that each juror agree thereto. Your verdicts must be unanimous. It is your duty as jurors to consult with one another and to deliberate with a view of reaching an agreement if you can do so without violence to individual judgment. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but do so only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with your fellow jurors. In the course of your deliberations, do not hesitate to re-examine your own views and change your opinion if convinced it is erroneous. But do not surrender your honest conviction as to the weight or effects of the evidence solely because of the opinion of your fellow jurors or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. If you have been taking notes in this case, these notes are for your individual use only, and you should not use your notes directly or indirectly, explicitly or implicitly, to persuade other jurors as to the accuracy of your notes. They should not be shown to others, nor compared, nor referred to in any way as authority, but should be used privately only by you as an aid to your individual memory.
She glitching.
Instructions to you. We are now ready for closing arguments.
Drink that water. How you doing? That was horrible. That was horrible.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So earlier this week, you heard me talk about choices. And I warned you, you would hear a lot of evidence, you would hear a lot of voices, you would see a lot of footage, hear a lot of names. But I also told you, if you'll remember, that the name that you needed to focus on and the name that you needed to remember is Hernandez Govan. But most importantly, I told you you needed to focus on the consequences of his choices. Hernandez Govan and the consequences of his choices. And the consequences. What were those consequences? Violence, death, and loss. And not just the violent death of a famous music artist, but the violent death of a human being, a person, someone whose life was marked with artistry, community, entrepreneurship. So let's take one last look at how that life ended.
Salute Antico.
A life, ladies and gentlemen. But before I get into how much we've heard this week and what exactly we've heard this week, let's talk about the law, and let's talk about what the judge instructed you. Conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. That's the first count. In order for there to be a conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, there has to be four things. There has to be an agreement with one or more people to commit the offense of first-degree murder. There has to be, or number two, each of the parties to the conspiracy had the intent to commit the first-degree murder. 3, each party acting for the purpose of promoting or facilitating the commission of the offense of the first-degree murder agreed that one or more of them would engage in the conduct which constitutes the first-degree murder. And 4, one of the parties to the conspiracy committed an overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy. The two important things about this charge is an agreement and an overt act. And in the jury instructions, you heard that an overt act is done by one or more of the parties in order to carry out the intent of the conspiracy. And it must be a step toward the execution of the conspiracy. In first-degree murder cases, often enough, the overt act is the murder. Count number 2, first-degree murder. A definition of first-degree murder is the premeditated killing of another. Number 1, someone unlawfully killed the victim. 2, they acted intentionally. And 3, the killing was premeditated. You heard in the jury instruction that in order for there to be intent, there has to be a conscious objective or a desire. You also heard about criminal responsibility. Criminal responsibility, that basically means that you don't have to be the person that pulls the trigger in order to be responsible for the first-degree murder. The jury instructions say that criminal responsibility is when someone acts with the intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense or to benefit from the proceeds or results of the offense. The defendant acts, solicits, directs, aids, or attempts to aid another person to commit the offense. Further, they don't have to be present when the offense is taking place. Encouragement of the offense is enough. So let's talk about what we heard this week. We heard first from Erica Thornton. She told you that she is the victim's sister. They were close. And the last time that she saw him was on FaceTime. The next thing she hears that her brother was taken from her. She told you about the person that she knew, the brother that she had, and the life that was lost. A life, ladies and gentlemen. We also heard from Raul Hopkins. He told you that he had been employed with Mr. Thornton for years as his security. He explained to you the tension between PRE and CMG. And he explained to you that CMG wanted Thornton to sign with them, but he didn't. And because of that, there's been tension. He talked about diss tracks. He talked about various acts of violence committed on Thornton. And he told you about CMG and their connections. Well, as you've heard from the testimony this week, Hernandez Govan is affiliated with CMG. He has connections within CMG. CMG was in direct conflict with Thornton and the life and the legacy that he built. Govan had an in with CMG. Govan had a direct conflict with the life and the legacy that Thornton built. And then you heard from Cornelius Smith. And that's where it got interesting. He told you that he met Govan in 2021 through a friend named Bobby Carter. The relationship started out as transactional. Cornelius Smith had a pill problem. Govan provided the pills. But then one day, Govan asked him if he wants to make some money. Smith told you that, of course, he has a drug problem. He has 5 kids. He needs money. So, of course, he wants to make money. And he tells you about several discussions between Govan, himself, Justin Johnson, and Jook. He tells you that at one of those meetings, Govan told him that there were multiple bounties on PRE artists, including Mr. Thornton, but also Paper Route Wood. He told you that on one night, he was given guns by Govan. He was given guns by Govan to attempt a hit on Paper Route Wood. He told you that out of the multiple bounties on PRE artists, Thornton's was the highest. Thornton's was $100,000. So of course he jumped on the opportunity. And Smith told on himself. He told you everything. He told you chapter and verse, who was in the room and what was said. And if you're thinking about a conspiracy, who would you want to hear from the most? A co-conspirator. Someone that is in the room, someone who can tell you what happened, what was agreed to, what went on. So after he found out about what this bounty was, he talked about November. He talked about how him and Justin knew about a turkey drive that PRE hosts every November. He told you that there were a few days where they went hunting. They knew that there was going to be multiple days where the turkey drives were happening. On the 16th, him and Justin Johnson went out hunting. Wasn't successful. On the 17th, he told you that Justin picked him up from his father's house. He told you that when he picked him up from his father's house, Smith and Johnson went hunting again. And when they were at the intersection of Lamar and Airways, they saw Dolph's car drive past. Earlier this week, I told you that most Memphians know Adolph Thornton's car when they see it. And Cornelius Smith told you the same thing. They knew who it was when he drove past. So they followed the car. They followed the car all the way to Makita's, and at Makita's, they pulled around, parked the white Mercedes that they were in, got out, gunned down Adolph Thornton, and killed him. They got back in the white Mercedes, and they left, but not before Marcus Thornton shot Cornelius Smith. Smith also told you that they ditched the car. He told you that they ditched the car on Bradley Street, across the street from the defendant's home. He told you that once they left the car there, they went to 2-Lane Apartments. At 2-Lane Apartments, that's where they switched clothes, That's where they had their wound kits. And that's where Cornelius realized that he left his phone. He left his phone and he needed a ride. So he used his co-conspirator's phone, Justin Johnson, to contact his girlfriend to pick him up. And you heard that from Angela Arnold too. She told you that she got some communication from a phone number that she did not recognize. A phone number that was not her boyfriend's. It was not Cornelius's. He told her to pick her up, and she did. When she picked him up, he got inside the car. He told her that he had been hit. He told her what happened. And he told her that they killed Dolph. You also heard from Angela that he had previously told her that there was a hit on PRE artists, but she didn't believe him. But he told her. And he told her that there was a bounty. And when she picked him up that day, she learned that they had killed Dolph. They both testified that after they went to a gas station for Cornelius to buy some cigarettes. And after they left that gas station, they met up with Govan. They met up at the Pressure World. And at the Pressure World, Cornelius said that he got his phone back and he got out the car. Well, first he got out the car. Then he went and talked to Govan, who was already outside the car. And he got his phone back and got back inside of Angela Arnold's car. Angela Arnold also testified that the same thing happened. She's never been to Pressure World before. She's driven past, but on this particular day, she pulled in. Cornelius got outside the car. Govan was waiting for him, and they went to the back and they talked. She didn't hear anything, but she saw the defendant there. And she knew that Cornelius had to get his phone. But then, Angela tells us, and she confirms what Cornelius already told him, that they had to get a car cover. She didn't know who the order came from, but she knew that they had to get she knew that they had to get the car cover. And Cornelius testified that he got the cash from Govan to get a car cover. So that's where they went. They got the car cover. But if you remember, Angela Arnold told us that there was some point where she dropped Cornelius off on Bradley Street for him to wipe down the car. She made a loop, she came back and she picked him up. Cornelius told you the same thing. He told you that he wiped down the car. One piece of information given by two different people saying the same thing. And then, if we're going back to what Cornelius told you, he told you that shortly before he was arrested, he ran into Hernandez Govan in the street. They parked their cars, they talked. Govan was worried that Smith didn't get any money. He told Smith, I'm gonna go to Prito. I'm gonna make sure you get your money. Well, of course he wanted to make sure that Cornelius got his money because he had previously asked for a $10,000 cut. He wanted his money too. Angela Arnold told you the same thing. She told you that Cornelius told her about this meeting in the street. She told you that Govan told Cornelius that he was going to go get his money. Cornelius told you that on the day that he was arrested, he was buying cake and ice cream for his daughter on her birthday. He told you how he got arrested. And Angela Arnold told you the same thing. One story, two people who told you the same thing. And we also heard from Sergeant Dabney. He was the case officer. He testified that he and other officers found the white Mercedes in the back of 1174 Bradley, directly across the street from the defendant's home. He told you, or he described the description of the car. He went through slide by slide, picture by picture, and told you that this was the white Mercedes that was used in the homicide to kill Adolph Thornton Jr. And then we got to Sergeant Browning. He went back to August 13th. He told you about an attempted shooting or attempted murder on someone named Paper Route Wood. And remember, Cornelius already told you that Govan told him that there were multiple bounties on PRE artists, including Paper Route Wood, also known as Terrence Baker. On this date, 911 dispatch received multiple calls about shots being fired in the area of 3645 Allendale Road. This is the shooting that Cornelius was talking about. The shooting that happened because of the guns that Govan provided. And on this day, there were multiple calls from Hernandez Govan to Justin Johnson, another one of the conspirators. 12 calls or 12 communications between Hernandez Govan and Justin Johnson on the day of the Paper Route Woo shooting. 8 calls or 8 communications between Hernandez Govan and Cornelius Smith on the date of this Paper Route Woo shooting. 4 calls between Hernandez Govan and Anthony Mims, otherwise known as Big Jook, the number 2 person at CMG, on the day of the Paper Route Woo shooting. And then we get to November. We're going to talk about the conspirator communications. Defense will have you believe that there was no communication between Hernandez Govan and the rest of the conspirators. Sergeant Browning testified that on November 2nd, 2021, there were 7 communications between Justin Johnson and the number for Hernandez Govan. On November 3rd, 7 communications between Justin Johnson and Hernandez Govan. 20 communications between Cornelius Smith and Hernandez Govan. On November 4th, 7 communications between Justin Johnson and Hernandez Govan. 2 communications between Cornelius Smith and Hernandez Govan. On November 5th, 1 communication between Justin Johnson and Hernandez Govan. 4 communications between Cornelius Smith and Hernandez Govan. And as we get closer to the murder, November 6th, 4 communications between Cornelius Smith and Hernandez Govan. November 12th, 5 communications between Cornelius Smith and Hernandez Govan. November 15th, 2 days before the homicide, 2 communications between Cornelius Smith and Hernandez Govan. You heard it from defense that there was hardly any communication between Hernandez Govan and the conspirators immediately prior to the murder. But you see here that there was communication. November 17th, the day of the homicide. On this day, 17 communications between Hernandez Govan and Cornelius Smith, the person he chose to do a job. On November 17th, the day of the homicide, 15 communications between Justin Johnson and Hernandez Govan. The person Govan chose to do this job. And 3 communications from another number of Hernandez Govan, ending in 1460. Another thing about these call records is that it confirmed a lot of what Cornelius Smith told us. Cornelius Smith told us that he left his phone in the car on the day of the homicide. Well, the call records show that there are no outgoing communications from 12:04 hours to 14:36 hours, which would coincide with Cornelius Smith not having access to his phone during that time because he left it in the white Mercedes. These are surveillance footage that we've previously seen. Cornelius Smith told you chapter and verse that it was him and Justin Johnson that did this. He told you they entered into an agreement. He told you that the reason they entered into the agreement was because of the $100,000 bounty. These records show that Cornelius didn't have his phone. He told you that he needed Justin Johnson's phone to contact Angela. And he said that he used Justin Johnson's phone, as indicated by the records. This shows that an outgoing communication from Justin Johnson's phone to Angela Arnold's phone, given the address of the 2-lane apartments. And then he told you that he needed to get his phone back. Well, whose phone did he use? There's an outgoing communication from Angela Arnold's phone saying, "This Zebra, send me bruh number so I can get my phone," to Justin Johnson. And then they asked for Quette's number. And shortly after these text messages were sent, Angela Arnold and Cornelius Smith met Govan at the Pressure World. They told you that they went to AutoZone for a car cover. Well, the phone extractions say the same thing. There was a receipt from around that time from AutoZone, or at least it looked like it was from AutoZone. Further, Cornelius told you that he wanted his money. He needed his money. And that communication with Jook wasn't really a thing. He would use Govan as the go-between person to contact Jook. But he still needed his money. So he found a way to message Jook, and he told Jook, "What's up, big bruh? I'm trying to get with you. I'm Govan's little homie you met before. I've been trying to let you hear my music if you don't mind giving me a call." Govan's homie. Govan's chosen person for the job. Ladies and gentlemen, we went from this person, this life, to this. You heard from Dr. Sandleberry. 20 gunshot entrance wounds to Adolph Gordon's body. We went slide by slide, picture by picture, documenting the injuries that Adolph Gordon received on the day of the homicide. She told you about the manner of death, the cause of death. She went through his injuries, the remote bullets. She told you about the wound on his face. We went from this to this. The defense will also try to tell you that the police officers didn't do a good job, that the investigation wasn't complete. But yet, they put on an officer as their witness. It seems as if the investigation isn't good if it doesn't cater to Hernandez Govan. It seems as if the investigation isn't complete when it doesn't benefit the defense. You heard from Sergeant Browning that this was a two-part investigation and that he started to get involved when Angela Arnold talked to officers about Hernandez Govan's involvement. Her interview was December 17, 2021, a month after the murder. It was a month in before they even realized that Hernandez Govan was involved. You also heard that Justin had access to Jook, and that Justin was communicating with other people when he was doing his own thing. But that doesn't take away from this conspiracy. That doesn't mean that this didn't happen. That doesn't mean that Govan is not involved. Govan already had Jook's contact information. He already had Justin Johnson's contact information. He already had Cornelius Smith's contact information. And if you look at the text messages that the defense entered into evidence, you see that there is communication with people that Hernandez Govan also communicates with, like Joshua Taylor. Defense will also tell you that the investigation wasn't complete because there were other people involved that weren't charged. Well, we heard from Sergeant Browning that this investigation is ongoing. By definition, a conspiracy is an ongoing crime that is continuous in nature. And sometimes you just don't have all you need to charge people. Sometimes people die. You can't indict people that aren't here anymore. And if all that isn't enough, you heard from someone that was in the room when it happened. You heard Cornelius Smith. You saw the videos. You heard the testimony of Angela Arnold and Sergeant Browning that support what he's telling you. Defense introduced a video of Cornelius Smith on December 9th, 2021, the day that he got arrested. He told you himself, he was a pillhead. He was high. And you saw that in the video. Even Angela Arnold told you that the day that he got arrested, when she was with him, he had taken some pain medication. And ladies and gentlemen, remember the call records. These communications don't lie. They coincided with dates of importance. The week of the turkey drive, August 13th, the shooting on Paper Route Woo. They don't lie, ladies and gentlemen. So let's get into the law one more time. Conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The defendant entered into an agreement. What is the agreement? What is the agreement? The agreement is if you kill Dolph, you get $100,000. You need one or more people to be a participant in that agreement. You heard from one of them, Cornelius Smith. We know there's Justin Johnson, and there's Hernandez Govan. There is an agreement. And what also do you need? You need an overt act. Earlier I told you that an overt act in the murder case is often the murder. Well, you saw videos of that. You heard the defendant, you heard the shooter, Cornelius Smith, testify that he killed Adolph Thornton Jr. For first degree murder, it has to be a premeditated killing of another. When we talk about premeditation, we know that there's no timeline on premeditation. It could be months, it could be weeks, it could be days, it could be a few minutes. All you have to do is have time to reflect. All you have to do is have time to think about what you're doing. Well, they had plenty of time. Cornelius said that they talked about this well before this murder. And we saw that the hit on Paper Route Woo was on August 13th. There was plenty of time to think and reflect about this murder. And as you saw from the video, it happened. For criminal responsibility, all you have to do is you have to have an act with the intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense or to benefit in the proceeds or the results of the offense. Smith told you Govan wanted his cut. He wanted $10,000 from Justin Johnson's cut and from Cornelius Smith's cut. That sounds like proceeds. Further, you don't have to be there when the trigger is pulled. You saw the video, you know that Hernandez Govan wasn't there, but that doesn't mean that he is not responsible for ending this life. Ladies and gentlemen, the state's burden is reasonable doubt. You heard in the jury instructions that reasonable doubt means moral certainty. You have to be certain for every element of the offense. That's my job. Certainty means that you can sleep easy at night knowing the decision that you made. It's not beyond a shadow of a doubt. It's not 100% certainty. It's not beyond all doubt. It's beyond a reasonable doubt. That is the standard. Once you've looked and reviewed all of the evidence, all of the photos, all of the videos and testimony that you've heard this week, it is the state's position that we have fulfilled our burden. We ask that you, the jury, make a choice. We ask that you make a choice to hold the defendant, Hernandez Govan, responsible for his actions. We ask that you find him guilty of first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Thank you.
We take a break, Your Honor, just so I can get set up.
How long?
5 minutes, I just have to switch the software over and have the deputy use my podium.
Let's stand in the brief 5-minute break. They can just grab some work.
Court stands in recess for 5 minutes.
No, it's really right.
Boy, this man is baked beans. Do you hear me? Stewed turkey tails. Boy, I tell you. She laid it out. She laid it out. Plain and simple. Come on, man. Plain and simple. Memphis native said, CMG site. If Lil Yo didn't do nothing to do, had nothing to do with it, I bet you he glad and don't have sympathy. Yeah, man, it's crazy.
I mean, what he need sympathy for?
Nah, I mean, he don't need sympathy, but I mean, to a man, this shit was horrible, bro.
Yeah, I agree it was bad, but you know, if he innocent, he don't need sympathy. You just move on.
What's up with the chocolate? Yeah, everybody ain't cut like that. They ain't, you know. Bro basically told you on that, what was that, CM10? He said he rolled over and was doing something else. You know what I'm saying? He ain't got time. That's crazy when you think about it. Brian did you nothing. You ain't been doing nothing but, you know, busting at him for the last 10 years. he come up short, then he's like, oh, whatever. Anyway, I'm not gonna even get on that.
I mean, so what people expecting to do implicate themselves in it?
You know what he's supposed to do? This is the part that I don't like. Now, this nigga will do interviews and tell these folk beforehand, don't ask me nothing about no other rappers in Memphis.
Mm-hmm.
But yet and still, from the first day he had an alt with Dolph until last Friday when they dropped that song with Z and Aldo, he throw endless and countless subliminals. Man, that man dead and gone, bro. Let it go. Let it go. And your brother did it. So let it go. Why are you still dropping subliminals?
No, all he said was, he survived.
Come on, man.
I mean, we know what he was talking about, but he just
Right.
said, I survived, and he kept it pushing. He said he cropped the nigga out the picture. I wouldn't know who he was talking about when he said that. And then he
break it down.
He wasn't talking about niggas got on the stand and one hit, he talking about Cornelius.
What about the cropping out the picture? Yeah.
I don't know. That might have been. I don't know. Might have been youngster from what we see right now.
It could be. Could be. And Tico said she lit up the juror. She lit up, and the juror is from Tennessee. He is not getting off, and people across the state is tired of all this crime. I can believe that. Bad timing. The defense need to break this. The defense need this break to regroup. Yeah, they gotta shake the spot, do something. That's crazy.
Manny have done enough. I done seen enough from Manny. Man, you bring an 80-something-year-old woman on the stand for what, man? Leave this woman alone. Let her enjoy her TV and bring her out to get involved. Now that I don't like. Bring this old elderly lady out to get involved in y'all mess. Leave this woman out there. Let her stay home and enjoy her Pepsis and her y'all gonna rest or whatever she does. Don't bring that elderly
Hey,
lady.
man, don't nobody understand what you saying. You sound worse than Cornelius on the stand. You just come on, man. I heard when you said don't bring that old lady out, and then everything else was just like.
Oh, my man. Yeah, man, you don't bring the old lady out in the mess, man. Leave that woman out there and let that woman live her days in this world.
Hey, Lassane P said, get that lady DA the 5 mics and the source. Hey, she dropped the instant classic. I ain't even gonna hold you. She dropped the instant classic. Yo, they taking forever. Something going on. They just taking forever, bruh. They took a 3-hour lunch, it seemed like. Yeah, man. Hey, man, listen. If y'all hadn't hit that like button, hit that like button. And if y'all wanna, if y'all wanna support the channel, man. I appreciate it.
Hit the like button for the old smooth dude, man. You know what I'm saying? The Princess Craft song, ladies and gentlemen. 205 Alabama, y'all.
I don't feel smooth. Man, listen. When we go off, I know Tamara going on after when she get home. I'm gonna turn it on, but I'm gonna be stressed out, bro. I gotta get this stuff. And I might get one of them medicine balls and see if that work too. But yeah, I ain't feeling it. But we rocking. We definitely rock. I appreciate y'all too. Y'all showing love, and I appreciate it. Thank you so very much. You know what I'm saying? We all came together for one reason only, and that's to see Dolph get justice. I would be a damn fool if I said that we came together to get justice for Dolph. No, we came together to see Dolph get justice.
Amen.
And hey man, we on the threshold of it, the state part of it. I think we on the threshold of the state part of it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Checkmate said grandmother missed her doctor's appointment fooling around with this nonsense. For real. Y'all need to give her a voucher or something. Got her coming out the house hot as it is.
Yeah, man. Yeah, we come together to see Dolph get justice and
Yes,
see
indeed.
Lil Yo proved to be innocent. Really.
Cam said he doesn't want that verdict today. Nah, he wanna get out and, you know what I'm saying, go to Ruby 2, there's Olive Garden, the 7, Roof Chris, and get right. You know what I'm saying? Drive for me a second, Sype. I gotta get up, man.
I got you. Yeah, man. My suggestion from Quette, now, man, look, just wear your Nike Tech fleece, and then they coordinate. I mean, and when they get ready to drop burger heads out of that, don't even put on no more suits and ties as we at home.
We back in it. 901 Orange Mountain Native said his squad. Man, I appreciate you. Man, if y'all ain't locked in with the channel, lock in with the channel. And trust me, I'm not low energy like this all the time. You know what I'm saying? We got good content though. We good ground over here. And if you just breezing by to see the dog trial, lock in with us, man. Real talk. I appreciate y'all.
So what they waiting on, a defense clothing argument?
Yeah, Manny said he needed 5 minutes to get himself together.
Man, ain't nothing you gonna say, man, ain't gonna change the outcome of this, man. You going back to the A, and he going to the block E. It had it done.
What's him? Got it gonna pop some gold bottles when Govan gets sent up.
He possibly still getting sent up.
You know what I'm saying? Real talk. Oh man, Glenn, appreciate you, homie. Appreciate you. I appreciate you, man. Said it's not letting you get the membership for real. If you are on iPhone, it's probably preventing you from getting it. You might have to go to a computer. But I appreciate you, and Rose. If you ever get near a computer, just tap in with us. You know what it is. It's my dog.
For sure.
Yes, indeed.
Long as 5 minutes of a nigga like, come on, man. You going back to Atlanta, man. Oh, what the hell does, man?
That nigga Govan he gonna be the first nigga in the pen to design a Nike Tech for the inmates. That man, no, he be on it. Yeah, I saw it, Anissa. I shot at y'all too. I appreciate you.
Say bye to the 85-inch TV.
Y'all didn't see the membership. Let me see. Hold on, y'all. I got you. See what I can do here. Try to drop it in the chat. What you say? Say goodbye to who?
The 85-inch TV that he enjoying.
Yeah, man, for real.
And get ready to be in front of the wooden box with the antenna.
Oh man. Yeah, man. Listen, I gotta do some shout outs. Lay low. I appreciate the donation, family. For real. I appreciate that. Let me see. Y'all bear with me for a second. Man, Ed, I appreciate you. Big homie. Salute to you, man. Okay, y'all. Shit. Stan, man, I get it. Here we go, y'all. Y'all here.
You can go back on the record.
Or is back in session?
Yes. Jurors entering courtroom.
All right, y'all. If y'all trying to get a membership, if you're on your phone, hit the description of the video where it says more, and at the bottom of the screen, it should give you an option to join.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for your time this past week. You've been stuck in a hotel room with no TV, no internet, just to make sure that your mind doesn't get jaded with regards to anything you see on the press. We talked about first appearances. I also talked to you about the fragility of the criminal justice system, and I hope you can see why now. I don't know anything about the 16 of you, which 12 are going to be the actual jurors. Mr. Govan doesn't know. I don't know if you have kids, if you're rich, if you're poor, if you live in Orange Mountain, if you live in a nice part of Nashville, Memphis. You see that I'm from Atlanta. But all I have is trust in you because you said you are peers to Mr. Govan. Mr. Govan, stand up. Come sit at the table and let them see you. It's time you're not marginalized anymore. Sit there while I talk. The fragility of the system is solely based on you. I don't know in what world the prosecution is living in this case, because unless they were watching something in the multiverse where other witnesses were saying perfect things, I don't know why we're here. You all should be embarrassed as a community that your district attorney thinks this evidence is sufficient to take a man's life for first-degree murder. You should be embarrassed that this is the person you voted for that brings this type of case. Just embarrassed. Many of you said you had a problem with the criminal justice system because too many people go free or they get fined. What they don't tell you, what the government doesn't tell you, and the press doesn't cover, is this is what happens when you don't have an advocate that knows what the hell they're doing checks all the records, fights for you, and shows you that he didn't do it. That's just another black man that is of no value from Orange Mound, that's poor, that has never had a voice in his life. I'm fixing that. My team is fixing that. He is indigent, he is poor, and he deserves better than he's gotten in this case. Sergeant Browning, who's the biggest liar that I'm going to go through with you, said we can't kidnap people and bring them in for questioning. What did Angela Arnold tell you? They threatened to have me arrested, being involved in this case, if I didn't talk to them. We went to the airport and we figured he was going to assert his rights, so okay. What about the second guy, Mr. Sears? His lawyer said he wasn't in town. When you talk about accessories and all this other stuff that the judge has told you about, how about the people that helped hide them? How about the people that helped give him new clothes? How about the people that gave him medical treatment, assuming they were even shot? Because you know what? I don't even know if he was shot, and I don't even know for a fact if that was the Mercedes used in the murder. Because why? There was no blood in the Mercedes.
Oh, this nigga, oh man.
To back up what Cornelius was saying, they would have plastered it front and center to you. Their own lieutenant from crime scene that they did not call tells you no one wiped that car with bleach because luminol or the other star thing, whatever it was, would show that. And if somebody said, I poured bleach on a towel and I wiped that car down, they would be. I don't know what world we live in. None of you would buy a pack of gum based on the word of Cornelius Smith. You wouldn't do it because he's a lying piece of so-and-so that will do anything. Lie about his grandmother, his family, his girlfriend, anybody. And I'm going to prove it to you as we're going to go through a few more slides. And Detective Browning may even be worse because that's just pure evil, trying to put people in prison based on shaded evidence. Dabney told you the truth, that we didn't do all this other stuff that we should have done. We didn't get around to it, was his quote. He wasn't happy about it, but he told me the truth. The other guy couldn't answer a yes-no question. It was always dodge and deflect, which is what they're taught to do as part of their training when they go and come and testify. These are the people that are policing your streets. You should be ashamed. The only crime that's being committed here today is in this courtroom. It's been committed for the last 3 days. This poor man will never get his life back because of what's happening. He's been threatened because they all think he's involved in the young Dolph murder, and everybody loves Dolph. Dolph has been threatened for years. He moved away from Memphis 5 years ago. He had 3 old bullets in his body from other times he'd been shot at by people, being in Charlotte, being in Los Angeles. Everybody knew there was a price on his head. There is no plan. There is no plan. I tell you why? Because if I made a plan and I go back to my house across the street with a murder car, are you freaking kidding me? And then they go ahead and call around to see where can we go to get changed. We are across the street from the guy that planned the murder. We don't go to his house to change clothes, but we ride around town until somebody picks up the phone, as you see from the records, and we go to 2 lane while we're bleeding and doing everything else. Have you seen a single photo of Angel Arnold's car, the Mercedes, or anything that had a drop of blood in it? As if they said, Cornelius is a pathological liar. I don't even know if he got shot on that day, because you have to ask yourself, there is a bullet lodged in his shoulder, as he told you. For a freaking month, he didn't get infected. He didn't have a problem. He just put some bandages on it and it was okay. Please, for the love of God, this is insane that I even have to talk to you about this. If this is what is sufficient evidence for first-degree murder, we're all in trouble because you're going to be next. Assault, all these charges they give you, there's 15 different ways they're trying to convict this guy. I didn't assault anybody. He didn't assault anybody. He didn't aggravated assault anybody. He didn't solicit anybody. He didn't facilitate anybody. He didn't act out whatever anybody. It didn't happen. All the text messages, all the phones, everything that showed you. Have you seen one single message from Justin Johnson or Cornelius Smith that says, hey, bro, let's go shoot somebody? I gave you tons of messages over their objection where Justin Johnson is talking to other people, talking about killing people. They weren't discreet about it. Where is a single message to Govan from any of these people over the course of 4 months that says, we're going to do this? Can we get your permission? we're gonna give you $10,000 or $38,000 or $50,000 or $100,000 or $1.5 million. You think if they would have had it, they wouldn't have shown it to you? They know the truth is the text messages are only about music because he's friends with Justin. I'm sorry, Justin's not a nice guy. You all live in the same neighborhood. They've all known each other. Just because you have quote communication doesn't mean you're in a conspiracy to kill someone. Cornelius. Let's go over the slides. This will speak for itself, and I'll let you think about it because I've hammered the point about didn't prove it. I don't need you to say he didn't do it if you don't want to, but they absolutely, for God's sakes, didn't prove it. Let's go to the next slide. All right, so excuse me. So you see this? What the government says? Angel Lawrence phone? Absolutely. This is Star Defense Exhibit number 1. This C bruh, assuming C is Cornelius. Send me bruh number so I can get my phone, right? He needs to get his phone. Next slide. Quez's number. Guess what he told you is the one honest thing he said. His brother's freaking name is Marquez Smith. They call him Quez. His brother is the one that got the phone at best. You know why? Because they had TBI Garner up here. They asked him to do location data analysis on the phone, right? You guys remember all that? And they did it solely for Cornelius' phone, and they did it for Dustin's phone. But yet they didn't show you any location analysis. All they have to do is say it's in that general area, this is where the tower's being, because calls are being made. Where was this call from? Where was his brother Quest? They just BS you constantly, and here I am fighting for this man's life. He is your peer. You need to be here protecting him from this. This is the crime. Next. So I'll just go over a few things on Cornelius Smith. I think that was pretty obvious from his statement. Go ahead, Robert. I think all this is obvious. You got a sociopath on your hands that's out there on his daughter's birthday. Is he intoxicated? He's not intoxicated. Just ask the prosecutor to tell you a straight answer, honestly. Do you even think the prosecution would take advice from Cornelius Smith on anything? But it's good enough for this poor man's life. My dad used to tell me, you know how somebody's honest? Would you loan him money? Raise your hands if you're going to loan Cornelius money. Because that's the crux of the whole case. And a bunch of BS cell phone records that don't tell you anything. Because they didn't do the location analysis. They can't give you a single text message that says we agree to do anything. And we know it was at least 4 months between the so-called meeting between multiple shootings that Cornelius did and when Justin went out. Next. And if you're not biblical, I'm sorry, but growing up that way, it's just used to be told the truth never changes. You don't need to remember it. You don't need to practice. Why were we meeting with prosecutors and lawyers now report? I don't want a deal. I'm just here out of the goodness of my heart. I'm going to get a mandatory life sentence. Insane. Next. We also showed you the letters from Cornelius that he sent to his sister saying, I've got that lawyer that you paid for. It's this guy's lawyer, and that guy cooperated against somebody else and walked from a murder. That's what you have in black and white in Cornelius' own handwriting. And that is what all of you said when I said, what would you do to avoid a life sentence? You guys said, probably anything. All right. We know this to be true. Next. And we know all this to be true. Next. And we all know this didn't happen. It just didn't happen. His story just didn't happen. And both he and Angela said it. Because, remember, he had talked to his family to go see Angela between the 14th of December, her first statement, when she didn't know nothing about nothing, and the 17th of December, when she's decided. And note how they have to prompt her to ask, could it be somebody with the name Q? And note, they had to ask her, didn't he forget something? Didn't he tell you something he might have forgotten or something that he needed? They had to prompt her. This is 30 days after that. You don't have to remember the truth This was the biggest day in somebody's life, you would think. I just killed Dolphin running around, and she can't remember who the guy was that picked up the stuff at pressure room. Oh, it shocker. There's a few cameras at pressure room. They had the absurdity to tell you, well, do you know how long the camera might be working or how long it records? You know how to find that out? Maybe go there and ask them. We've had Ring cameras and other things like that for a decade. It always goes to the cloud, and most likely to be preserved for a year or so, which is what most businesses would do, especially in a dangerous part of town. And guess what? You have those crazy MPD cameras everywhere. If you drive home, you'll see them. It's got a little blue thing coming out of it. I've showed you some of those from right around the area. Nobody checked any of them. You don't have to take my word for any of it, because everything I'm going to tell you is going to be backed up by independent evidence. You don't have to trust me for anything. You don't know me. But I want independent proof before I get in bed with a murderer with a machine gun that shot a guy 20 times in broad daylight, and thank God he didn't kill anybody else that could be shot. And this is who they're in bed with. Next. All right. Sorry, I just have to calm myself down. The other things with the shenanigans, as they try to tell you, is when the officer accidentally said, I don't even know if it was Justin something, I think he said that, but he said, AKA Dolph, I'm sorry, not Dolph, Brock, in that. And Mr. Cornelius says, yeah, I met him through miscellaneous in a moment of weakness. And you know, when I asked about it, you just smiled. You have murdered somebody, and we're up here chuckling. The government's chuckling with him, and he's laughing at me, making smirky faces, and says, I saw you on TV. That's the behavior you want from a guy that took a machine gun and murdered people. In fact, his definition is, I didn't shoot that many people because sometimes we didn't get the shots off or the gun jammed. And you're going to make a deal. Not a single text message anywhere. Take my word for it. And oh, by the way, I think he's a federal snitch, but I don't know if I believe that or not, because he's never snitched on me. All right, next. And then he also tells Uncle Ron, maybe we should have gone and talked to him, whoever Uncle Ron is, but I'm not a policeman, and I'm not trying to put anybody in prison. That there was a bug on him, that he's a snitch, and so you're going to have to plan a big old murder. Next slide. So we know he paid for his lawyer, and we know that was the team issue. And you know the absurdity of the prosecutor in their last statement. They're going to get to go up again and call me every kind of name in the book, which is fine. I can handle it. I will take those arrows for this man that I've grown to care about over the last year and a half, because he didn't do it. They had the audacity to tell you we can't indict somebody that's dead. Jook died 2.5 years after all this happened. Remember, Justin Johnson was indicted in December of 2021, about a month after this happened. Cornelius was indicted in January of 2022, about a month and a half after this happened. There is no investigation done in 2023 or essentially 2024. It was done. They indicted and gotten who they wanted. So at some point you gotta ask yourself, what happened here? And I have no idea, but it's not my burden to prove their screw-ups. If you believe Cornelius, he says Jook is the one that set it all up. His girlfriend said that. Then they backtrack and say, well, he was there and he set it up, being Govan. None of it happened. Keep going. And with Miss Arnold, I don't know how you date a murderer that's been domestic violenced me, stolen from me, done this. I don't know what her issues are at fault or not. She's just doing what the man's telling her to do. They've had visits, they've talked about it, and her story is still iffy as far as that goes. And God bless her. I hope none of you would be with a essentially soon to be convicted murderer for 4 years after all this happened. Right, next. And the interesting thing there was, we keep talking about the car on Bradley. Bobby Carter also lives on Bradley. And Bobby Carter was involved in the shootings with Mr. Cornelius. And in fact, Angela says Bobby was involved in the Dunk shooting as well. Next. All right, we already know this as far as the jail calls and the family coming to see her. Next. And we also know about the varying amounts of money this whole thing was worth. So now we get to the meat and potatoes of a few things I want you to consider. Remember, the two pillars to this case is you got to believe Cornelius Smith. And the judge has told you over and over again, you have to have that agreement. You got to believe it's out there, otherwise nothing. They've come up with 15 different methods, from murder to second degree to 30. I don't care if it's 47th degree murder. None of this stuff happened. There's no assault. There's no solicitation. There's nothing. So let's talk about the detectives. Next slide, please. All right, so the Detective Browning, the all-powerful Detective Browning, told you that Govan last talked. Oh, I'm sorry, I got my slides mixed up. We know Dabney, who actually I respected and had a nice talk with. He said they didn't do it straight up. Didn't try to sugarcoat it. We just didn't do it. Didn't go to pressure wall to confirm anything this man was saying. Tells you straight up we didn't go to AutoZone. Tells you straight up there was no relevant evidence of AutoZone. So this mystical receipt that's all crumbly, you can't tell what it is. That's supposed to be some kind of evidence now. And they didn't get around to investigating Jook, who was on Team Cornelius or whatever you want to call it. At least he was honest enough to tell you that. Next. So these are the slides you saw yesterday with Detective Browning. And this is where the evil of it all comes in. He did these call detail records for you. And this slide cuts off at 11:16 at 3:01:17. Right? They stopped it right there. I've highlighted for you. That was the slide. You might wonder, Manny, what's the big deal about that? It's just some phone call to somebody, no biggie, right? Yeah, he's talking to Cornelius here, no problem. But guess what? If they would have given you the full story on the slides where they turned bias you, next slide, you see on the same 11:16 at 5:37:15, this is Jook's number. And he spent a 6-minute phone call. It's not on the slide. I had to pull that off the call data records that you're gonna have a thumb drive. You will never find it or see it because there's thousands of pages of call information out there. But you see, this thing stops up there at 3 o'clock. They don't tell you this part. That Justin Johnson talked to Jook before the murder and also sent him a turkey emoji. If you are a law enforcement officer, your job is to investigate and the facts go where they may. You don't have a job to convict people. That is why I respect Dabney. He made a mistake, he owned it. Browning is a liar, pathological liar through and through. Next slide. So I take this where Browning also told you that they last talked to Govan on November 5th. You remember an opening statement that told you Justin Johnson had not talked to Govan for at least 2 weeks prior to the murder. No communication whatsoever. But they try to tell you that, oh yeah, on November 5th, he must have talked to Govan. And then Cornelius last talked to Govan on November 15th. Just remember those. It was very specific that they argued. So let's go to the next slide. So what you'll see is on November 5th of 2021, this is Govan's number. Her name is Govan. He's getting a call from Justin Johnson. You see this? This is the communication they had on November 5th. How many seconds is that phone call? Let me break it down to you. Zeros. It never went through. There was no phone call for at least 2 weeks. No text messages. Nothing. And this is the guy I'm supposed to be planning a murder with the most famous person in Memphis. Are you kidding me right now? All right, next slide. So there's an old movie that said the tail wagging the dog. You've got Cornelius telling him what they want to say as he tells you he likes to do. And everything they're trying to do is back up what Cornelius says. There is no explanation why they didn't go talk to Jook or bring him down for questioning. There's none. There's none. All right, next slide. So just go through here. That's 10, 12 phones out there. Go through all of them. Find me a text message where a single human being tells Hernandez Govan, we need to do something. That's evil, that's violent, that's criminal. Browning told you he just came up with these slides just a day or two before all this happened, because this is 4 years after the fact. And I'm seeing the slides for the first time. And the slides are complete BS because they keep misleading you about stuff. And so if the incriminating text existed, they would have showed them to you. They've cut off records in half, so you can't see the rest of the story. Go to the next slide. We know he agreed with me that these text messages, there's thousands of them with Justin Johnson. It's about music, because Justin was in videos and all that stuff, and Govan was there. He was a colleague, a friend, whatever you want to call it. That doesn't make you a murder criminal. And we know he talked to Cornelius about pills. 14 communications is what they call it. What they don't tell you is how many of those 14 actually went through. What were the phone call codes? Remember, 11 is important because that goes to voicemail, or it could be two-way, or the call goes through properly. Is it a text message? I don't know. Last night I'm talking to my daughter just about her boyfriend. Between okay, yeah, no problem, I had 16 communications with my daughter in a span of like 3.5 minutes. It doesn't mean anything, and you can't presume you know what the communications are about if, in fact, for the love of God, they even went through. I've already shown you one bald-faced lie about the government right there. There was no call on November 5th. Keep going. So we have the turkey emoji, we have the 6-minute phone call, and you know this secretive plan, PRE, as his bodyguard told you, this is social media. They do this every year. This is what they do. Remember, he's a man of the community. They put it out there. Everybody knows they're doing turkey emojis every year. Most of you probably know about this. Next. All right, skip this. Let's go to the next one. And then we have this. It's not anything I could get voluntarily out of that man. We have to press and press and press to show that Justin Johnson already knew Joe. Didn't need our guy to do any of it. That is why you will never see a single text message of any incriminating nature. Because I can promise you, had it said anything, a comma out of place, they would have it plastered up here on a board and saying, see, we got him, we got him. Next. All right, so Garner, he said, MPD asked me to do what? Location analysis on a couple of phones, Justin and Cornelius's. All you have to do is plug in a number in a computer. We could have done it. Hey, his phone's pinging off pressure level. Maybe more believable. Even if you choose not to go there, you can just ping it. You don't need the actual phone if you've gotten rid of it, because you can just order the CDRs from the phone company, as he told you. He did cell phone tower analysis for a very short amount of time, and then it just stops. Is this kind of investigation in Memphis we call sufficient to put somebody in prison for life? And none of the other phones were done. Where was Jook? Hell, where was anybody else in this case? Right? All right, we've got this, so covered that. Go next. We covered the AutoZone thing. I just respectfully ask, if the audacity to put a complete receipt in front of you that you can't read and just say, Detective Brown, I just know this now. It is not mentioned in any police report anywhere. As I asked him, he couldn't answer the question. But now suddenly it shows up in the phone. We know Dabney knew this was garbage because they talked about the auto part from earlier. You can't put a date, time, place on it. It's all what they call red herrings to mislead you. Think there's something nefarious out there and just use your imagination to convict. You would never let this happen if it was somebody you care about when you saw this. Some of you might be supervisors. If this half-assed work is what they brought to your desk, you would fire that person immediately. And don't say you wouldn't, because you would, because it makes you look bad. This whole county is a freaking embarrassment with regards to this trial, and the whole world is watching, and this is what we've got. All right, next. And then the last thing is you got to ask, if I set up the plan, I don't know if I'm having the murder car come to my house. And if I have the murder car come to my house, why don't people just come inside and change clothes there instead of riding around all over town trying to find a place to go change? And again, I know you may think I'm crazy, but there's no blood in that car. Was this even the right Mercedes as far as that goes that they got? You remember Treon Ingram and another gentleman had stolen that Mercedes a while earlier. Treon Ingram didn't come and testify because Treon Ingram picked up another murder right after that. Where did the blood go? Cornelius told you point blank, no ifs, ands, or buts, and girlfriend. I took bleach, I wiped it down, and the lieutenant from CSI with 28 years of experience says that just didn't happen. Where's Angela's car? Remember, she said he was bleeding all over. Where's the evidence of any of that? Right. So all I do is cross my hands and beg you guys, he is your peer. There is no evidence here. You would never accept what's happened in this courtroom in your own personal lives to make any decision of any kind. And he deserves that same respect. There is nothing here. They're going to get to come back up again. Remember, we've talked about first impressions. You need to use your minds, your eyes, your ears, and your noses and call the sniff test BS on this whole thing that they're about to give you yet again. There's nothing here. There's no solicitation, there's no facilitation, there's no assault, there's no murder, there's not a text message, there's not a phone call worth a damn, and they aren't telling you the story. Make them tell you, why didn't we investigate Joe? Make them tell you, why didn't we investigate all the people that helped these folks escape? And if you want to talk about conspiracy, how did he conspire or solicit Justin Johnson? Have you heard anything about that? Who's Jamarcus Johnson? Have you heard a single word out there? They're all together in a conspiracy. All you have is Cornelius's word. He's the linchpin of this whole case, and none of us would trust him. And we sure as hell wouldn't want him much. And then we have phone records that actually exculpate him. But if you make it all nefarious and have a sleazy detective get up there and talk about it, sounds pretty good. He didn't do it, but you don't have to take my word for it. He didn't prove it. If this case gets a conviction, then I just need to stop being a lawyer because the system is shot to hell. Thank you.
Are you kidding me right now? Spencer just called the whole city of Memphis stupid and dumb. Everybody from the DA to the police officers to the prosecutors, he called y'all dumb. Called everybody, all one of them dumb. Are you kidding me right now? This case is not about the prosecutor. This case is not about Jook. This case is not about Justin. This case is not about Cornelius. This case is about Hernandez Govan. He is the person on trial, not the city of Memphis, not the DA, not the prosecutors, not you, Hernandez Govan. That's who we are here about today. That's what this proof has been about. Embarrassed. Who should be embarrassed? Hernandez Govan. He is the person that made the choice to get engaged in this conspiracy. He made that choice. We've talked about choices. There are a few things in life that we can control, and our choices are one of them. What choices did Hernandez Govan make? You've heard that over the last few days of the choices that he's made. His choices led us here today. All right, police, they say they didn't do a good job. Convenient story. Something, novel. Because they didn't arrest everybody has to be arrested for them to do a good job. There was a twofold investigation. Sergeant Browning and Sergeant Dabney both told you that. It's very convenient that that part was left out of the defense's argument. There's a twofold investigation. Homicide and MGU. Those are two different entities within the Memphis Police Department. There was an ongoing investigation. And as Ms. Williams mentioned in her closing statements, this is a conspiracy. It's ongoing. To let you know that they were still investigating, look at the call records. Look at when those call records were received. Now, defense will have you believe that You know, there are thousands and thousands and thousands of pages of call records. There are. But guess what? You'll have access to all of that, and they're on a flash drive. You can search. You can put in the numbers that were given to you. When things happen, what happened with those calls. They're there for you. There's no hiding. There's no putting them aside. They're there for you to look at. So I wanted to clear up that misstatement. The focus at the time of the incident, November 17, 2021, was on a homicide. It was not on who went to AutoZone or who went to Pressure World. The focus was on a homicide. A person was dead. The defense never mentioned that we are talking about a dead person. Dead. It's everybody's issue and fault but Hernandez Govan. The police didn't kill Adolph Thornton. Cornelius and Justin killed Adolph Thornton. But who put them together? Hernandez Govan. Look at the PowerPoint presentation that Sergeant Browning provided. It has communications that contact log was put in there for Jook and Justin on the same day, about July 27th, around that time. They looked like they exchanged numbers. And if they knew each other before then, they wouldn't have had to exchange numbers. They would have already had each other's numbers. Look at that. Look at the call detail records of Cornelius Smith. You'll see about the first time he had contact in his phone anyway with Hernandez Govan was about July 25th, 2021, around that time. All you have to do is plug the numbers in. It's not rocket science, as he'd have you believe. Hernandez Govan put these individuals together. And Govan's investigation, Govan's role in this conspiracy, as far as MPD was investigating, really didn't start until Angela Arnold gave a statement. Now, if we are to believe anything Angela Arnold says, then we are to believe call records, which Sergeant Garner said they don't lie. They're the records. They are what they are. So we can't believe that. We're not supposed to believe Angela either. We're not supposed to believe anything that's happened. The records are what the records are. But they bring in Sergeant Coburn or Lieutenant Coburn. Officers are bad. They don't do a good job. But he wants you to, well, this officer did a great job. Just this one that we bring in. He did a great job. Cornelius will tell you, he didn't just get a whole thing of Clorox and pour it all over the car and wipe it down. He said he sprayed some substance on a towel and wiped. He was still hurt. It was in the dark. He was in a rush. He was scared probably that Govan was going to come out and shoot him or do something because he was across the street from his house. But you want us to, defense wants you to believe that all the officers are bad, they did everything wrong, except that part. The investigation was ongoing. Look at the call records. Look at when they were done. And you can still investigate. Because you want someone arrested tomorrow, it doesn't mean the evidence is all there. At this point, Jook is dead. Bobby Carter's dead. Joshua Taylor's dead. We can't arrest them. We're not digging them up from the ground. They are dead. That point is dead. Browning just analyzed the numbers that were there. Garner said the records are what they are. They come from the phone company or from the phone. All Browning did was analyze it to say, hey, these many calls came from this individual, this many contacts. That's all Browning was brought here to testify about. But because those records show Hernandez Govan communicating with the conspirators throughout the summer, throughout the fall, from July until November, well past November 17th, at least November 20th of 2021, oh, Browning's a liar too. And when all he did was analyze the records. The records were made by Mr. Govan. Defense also brought up that basically Justin Johnson had access to Jook on his own, basically. But we know that Govan made that connection. July 27, 2021. We know that. We see that in the call records. We see it. Govan already had Jook's information. Govan already had Justin's information. This was by July 27, 2021. Govan had Cornelius' information. Govan texts Justin address to Jook's smoke shop. And the contact was created between the two while they were there. But guess who did not have contact with Jook? Cornelius. He was a part of this conspiracy as well. And he got up here and he testified and he told you that he really didn't have much contact with Jook. Guess who he was communicating with? Hernandez Govan. That's who he was communicating with. And let's look at the definition of conspiracy. You just have to create that at least with just one other person. So if you take defense at his word that Justin Johnson had other conspiracies going on and this was something separate, Hernandez Govan was still egging on Cornelius. He promised to get Cornelius paid. Cornelius didn't have direct access to Jook. He told you he was trying to still get his money. December 2nd, 2021, he sent a message from Angela Arnold's phone via Instagram message. He said he couldn't just straight out put that, hey man, I want my money. I did what I was supposed to do. He said he sent him a message trying to get his attention. A week later, he's arrested. But Hernandez Govan was the link between all of them. Hernandez knew Jook. Even if it did, that's still being investigated. But if the entire hit came from Jook, it was communicated to Govan, who then put it out to Justin and Cornelius. Hernandez Govan did that. The defense also makes the assertion that for 2 weeks, Hernandez Govan didn't have any kind of contact with any of the people who did the killing. He didn't have contact with Cornelius. He didn't have contact with Justin. The phone records will tell you that that is not true. It's simply not true. The phone records are there. There was contact. There was contact the day before. There was contact the day before that. There was contact days before that. And even if they didn't talk on the phone, what is stopping them from walking to this house? Communication is there. Doing everything to take away from the fact that this trial was about Hernandez Govan. And there's nothing that says, okay, if we don't talk within 2 weeks, that all of this is out the window. Nothing in the jury instructions that the judge gave you or read to you said, all right, this conspiracy ends if we don't talk in a week. This is not girlfriend and boyfriend stuff. This conspiracy was ongoing. Hernandez Govan is just trying to pull himself away at this point. But this, Justin and Cornelius, they were put together by Govan. It's been reiterated several times. All right, even if you believe what the defense says, say Justin was conspiring with others. Okay, two things could be true at the same time. But what we do know that shortly before the turkey drive, Cornelius said that Hernandez Govan called him and Justin together and was like, hey, y'all know this turkey drive getting ready to come up. Y'all ready? Y'all ready to make this money? Y'all ready to do this? Cornelius told us that. The call records, they show that there was some communication shortly before the turkey drive, the week before Thanksgiving. And Govan just reminded them, this is your mission. This is what you're supposed to do. If you want this bread, you need to make it happen. You need to make sure that you take care of that family that's been out there. You need to make sure this is what you do. So Justin chose, even if there were other conspiracies, just if there were other conspiracies on the side. On November 16th, 2021, Justin Johnson chose Cornelius. He chose Cornelius. The same Cornelius that he was introduced to through Hernandez Govan. That same day, Justin Johnson sent Jook a turkey text. It's the same text that defense has entered into evidence. He sent that on November 16th. The defense just showed you there was some communication with Jook on November 16th. On November 17th, again, the day of the murder, the day that Dolph was killed. Even if there were, again, other conspiracies, Justin Johnson chose Cornelius Smith to go on a hunt with him. He chose to go on a hunt with him. He chose him the day before. He chose him on the day of. And Cornelius Smith said the only way he knew who Justin Johnson was because of Hernandez Govan. He told you that several times. Then we talk about Cornelius. Let's talk about his testimony. Cornelius was the state's witness. Prosecutors are probably not going to be hard in screaming at their own witnesses. The point is to get the witness to talk so that you, the jury, can understand what's going on. They're a witness. Cornelius, at this point, has already testified in a previous trial. He has no reason to come in here and lie to you about what he did. He said and told you, as you watched the video of the murder of Adolph Thornton, he told you, that's me with the big gun that killed him. Now, if any part of that is if he's to lie about, why lie about him killing somebody? That's where you lie at. He didn't lie about that. He told you. I mean, I did it. But I wouldn't have known Justin Johnson except for Hernandez Govan, and he put us together to get this done. He told you, the defense attorney, at least several times, that he was under the influence. You saw the video. Cornelius Smith was up there. He was high. Even the questions that were asked of him were confusing. And he told you, he said, I don't remember. I had taken some pills, and we learned you've been taking pills. So why at that point say anything different? Even Angela Arnold said he took some pills that day. Yeah, he may have been fine, but he told you, I've been doing this for a long time. It may not affect me the same way that it affects someone who doesn't take pills. But in addition to the pills he was taking, he took some Tylenol PM. Defense tried to make it seem like it was just, a headache medicine. But he was getting that itch. He saw the end of the road coming for him. He knew the marshals were behind him. He knew that. He's taking them pills. So they tried to get a statement out of him that day. He's all over the place. He's confused. Doesn't really say much then. But he gives a statement eventually. And he tells you on the stand what happened. How Mr. Hernandez Govan set all of this in motion. And defense, paints him as a liar. Cornelius said it's game to women. Well, Angela, she's still with him. Some kind of game. Letitia Jackson, kid's mother, he had enough game where she took his phone. He handed over his phone to her the day he got arrested. And Miss Ferguson, the neighbor, she said, he's a sweet baby, just sweet as he won't be, just slow. He helped her out. She didn't have a bad thing to say about him. Said he didn't give her $500, or someone didn't give him $500 for Cornelius. How do we know Miss Ferguson is the neighbor that happened to? Live on the street, there's several neighbors. But he brings sweet little Miss Ferguson in. We had nothing bad to say about Cornelius. Cornelius, this testimony was backed up by Angela, by the evidence and phone records, by the murder. All of that is backed up. Okay, you have looks like an AutoZone receipt in a picture crumbled up. You have access to the picture of their receipt. It was a picture that was in the phone that Cornelius took. It was in Browning's presentation. Look at the receipt. Blow it up. Stretch it out. You'll see that was taken, it looks like AutoZone, and it was a receipt from November 20th, 2021. In the end, all of this points back to Hernandez Govan. He got the ball rolling. He kept the ball rolling. He kicked the ball in the end. He introduced Cornelius Smith and Justin Johnson for the purpose of taking out members of PRE. One member of PRE being Adolph Thornton. That's where the conspiracy started. Again, all fingers point back to Hernandez Govan. Justin Hernandez Govan. Cornelius Hernandez Govan. Jook, as the defense keeps wanting to throw out, Hernandez Govan. And why I go to Hernandez Govan house after they commit the murder? Because that was comfortable for them. No one ever said these were the smartest killers. They didn't plan on getting shot. That wasn't part of the conspiracy. When we get shot, we're going to go here. But they'd already had the getaway car at Hernandez Govan house. So they originally met at Hernandez Govan house back in July. If they would ever meet up during the time of the conspiracy, from June of 2021 until March of whenever they were arrested, they would meet at Hernandez Govan's house. Want to go shoot a video? Go to Hernandez Govan's house. They're all in the video. Park your getaway vehicle, go to Hernandez Govan's house. Park your murder vehicle, Hernandez Govan, that's the person. Now, why did they not go in? Maybe he wasn't there right then. Maybe he was like, someone went down, I'm getting out. Who knows? But we know what happened. We know where they went. We know that the murder vehicle was parked there. We know that the getaway truck that they used to get somewhere else was parked in front of Govan's house. We know that. Even Cornelius Smith told you, Cornelius Smith told you that Justin wanted him to meet him on the day of the murder. He wanted him to meet at Govan's house. Cornelius said he couldn't get over there. So Justin came and picked him up. Again, all of this going back to Hernandez Govan, as much as the defense tried to deflect and get you to choose different deflections, it all points back to Hernandez Govan. Hernandez Govan had choices. He chose to bring Cornelius and Justin together. He chose to encourage them to have a hunt, to go on a hunt. PRE members, but the biggest bounty was Dolph. He knew that Cornelius had a drug habit and that he needed money. And he played upon that. He preyed upon that. And he put him together with someone who was just as hungry for him. Justin and Cornelius were put together by Hernandez Govan. He chose to ask each of them for a cut of the proceeds. He chose conspiracy. Hernandez Govan chose murder. Adolph Thornton will never get to experience many of the things we take for granted in getting old. He will never get to experience gray hair. He will never get to experience wrinkled skin, crackling knees. He didn't get to choose to grow old. That was taken from him and put in motion by Hernandez Govan. You, the jury, you have a choice. The choice is now yours. You have a choice in whether you hold Hernandez Govan accountable for his role in this murder, for his role in this conspiracy. And I ask that you choose to find Hernandez Govan guilty of murder in the first degree and guilty of conspiracy. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm picking up on page 27. Deliberation, order of consideration. In reaching your verdict, you shall first consider the offense charged in the indictment. If you unanimously find the defendant guilty of that offense beyond a reasonable doubt, you shall return a verdict of guilty for that offense. If you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of that offense, or have a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt of that offense, you shall then proceed to consider whether or not the defendant is guilty of the next lesser included offense in order from greatest to least within that count. You shall not proceed to consider any lesser included offense until you have first made a unanimous determination that the defendant is not guilty of the immediately preceding greater offense, or you unanimously have a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt of that offense. If you have a reasonable doubt of the guilt of the defendant as to all offenses charged and included in that count, you shall return a verdict of not guilty and proceed to the next count. Verdict. Count 1. The charged offense in the first count of the indictment is conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The lesser included offenses in order of consideration from greatest to least are facilitation to wit, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, solicitation to wit, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and accessory after the fact to wit, first-degree murder. Count 2. The charged offense in the second count of the indictment is first-degree murder. The lesser included offenses in order of consideration from greatest to least are second-degree murder, facilitation to wit, first-degree murder, facilitation to wit, second-degree murder, solicitation to wit, first-degree murder, solicitation to wit, second-degree murder, aggravated assault, facilitation to wit, aggravated assault, accessory after the fact to wit, first-degree murder, assault. Count 1. When you retire to consider your verdicts, you will first inquire whether the defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, as charged in count 1 of the indictment. If you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of this offense, your verdict will be: we, the jury, found the defendant guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, embraced and included in count 1 of the indictment. Check the corresponding box on the verdict form and sign one of your names as foreperson. If you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of this offense, you will next inquire whether the defendant is guilty of facilitation to wit, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, as embraced and included in count 1 of the indictment. If you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of this offense, your verdict will be: we, the jury, found the defendant guilty of facilitation to wit, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, embraced and included in count 1 of the indictment. Check the corresponding box on the verdict form and sign one of your names to the verdict as foreperson. If you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of this offense, you will next inquire whether the defendant is guilty of the next lesser included offense in order of consideration from greatest to least. If you find the defendant is guilty of a lesser included offense, your verdict will be: we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of, placing that offense in that blank, embraced and included in count 1 of the indictment. Check the corresponding box on the verdict form and sign one of your names to the verdict as foreperson. If upon all the proof you have a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt of the offenses charged and included in count 1 of the indictment under the law defined and explained to you, it is your duty to acquit him, and your verdict will be: we, the jury, find the defendant not guilty as to count 1. Check the corresponding box on the verdict form and sign one of your names to the verdict as foreperson. Count 2. You will next inquire whether the defendant is guilty of first-degree murder as charged in count 2 of the indictment. If you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of this offense, your verdict will be: we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder as charged in count 2 of the indictment. Check the corresponding box on the verdict form and sign one of your names to the verdict as foreperson. If you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of this offense, you will next inquire whether the defendant is guilty of second-degree murder as charged and included in count 2 of the indictment. If you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of this offense, your verdict will be: we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of second-degree murder, included and embraced in count 2 of the indictment. Check the corresponding box on the verdict form and sign one of your names to the verdict as foreperson. If you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of this offense, you will next inquire whether the defendant is guilty of the next lesser included offense in order of consideration from greatest to least. If you find the defendant is guilty of a lesser included offense, your verdict will be: we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of, placing that offense in that blank, embraced and included in count 2 of the indictment. Check the corresponding box on the verdict form and sign one of your names to the verdict as foreperson. If upon all the proof you have a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt of the offenses charged and included in count 2 of the indictment under the law defined and explained to you, it is your duty to acquit him, and your verdict will be: we, the jury, find the defendant not guilty of count 2 of the indictment. Check the corresponding box on the verdict form and sign one of your names to the verdict as foreperson. When you retire to the jury room, you will first select one of your members as foreperson who will preside over the deliberations. When you have reached a verdict on a particular count, the foreperson will check the corresponding box on the verdict form and sign his or her name to the verdict as foreperson. Take the case, consider all the facts and circumstances fairly and impartially, and return to the court with verdicts that truth dictate and justice demand. Now, there is a couple things you need to know. Pages 33, 34, and 35 are your verdict forms. So I kept referring to check the corresponding box. These are the corresponding boxes. You got count 1 and 2 pages for count 2. Okay. I also have here the official copy of the jury charge. There are a couple of minor changes that I've made. Like I caught one misspelled word, a couple of misspelled words. And I've made those changes on here. Nothing that's going to change it substantively. But the official copy is going to go back to the back. Please do not write on it. Feel free to write on your own copy. Just use this as the official copy if there's any discrepancy on what you may have with you. Okay, so this is the official copy. So is everybody in a good position to deliberate? No issues with the court to know about. All right, so we shall choose 4 alternates. Once again, all of the exhibits are going back to the back with you. You will be provided a computer, a blank computer that you can use to look at any of those zip drives if you like. Miss Stacy, do you have anything back in the back you need to collect? If you'll just stay right where you are, please. Miss Wilkes, ma'am, do you have anything back in the back? Mr. Cobb, do you have anything back in the back?
Just a book.
You want to go get it now? Mr. Ayers, do you have anything back in the back? All right. You want to go collect? If you have any questions, please write them down and turn on the lights. And, Officer Parks will come collect the question. You are excused to deliberate. Alternate same.
Lord have mercy. I know that boy stomach is in knots. True believe what it do, home.
All right. You stand in recess.
What's on a brief recess?
Always just show lawyers this. I had a
no
bad
idea who that
experience one time, so I always show lawyers what the numbers are, make sure we are clear with the numbers. All right.
All right, they game planning, fam. They are game planning. Jurors are deliberating, or they going back to deliberate. If we get something back tonight, y'all know what it is. Y'all know what it is. Boy, I tell you. He lost a daughter. He should have told everything he knew just for her sake. Another black man gone down the drain. Well, we don't know. We don't know. We don't know. We've seen crazier things. A lot of people say that, well, they let Tyree Nichols killers walk. Well, Tyree Nichols killers wore badges. It's a difference. I don't care what color their skin was. They still represented the shield. And that go a long way. Especially for some people. Listen, y'all don't trip on 901 King Deshaun. That's my bro. I hit his inbox, told him he good. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't have put his comment on the screen if I didn't, you know what I'm saying, if I felt it was derogatory. So, and Chat-Town, you good. You good. Y'all don't trip off that. We family. Spread love. That's the Hit Squad way. Always have been. All right. Cook by 9 o'clock. Over under. I got over. Well, if it's before 9, you can stick a fork in it, man. For real. If he come back cool. Oh yeah, he'll be back. He'll be back. Yeah, man. Let's see here. Yeah, should have believed in what you was doing. Should have believed in what you was doing, fam. Just to be honest, believe in your sports betting. Believe in your box truck business. This is what happens when we often try to jump to the front of the line doing dumb stuff. You know what I'm saying? Taking chances, being thirsty. Cornelius, Justin, and Hernandez all qualify. You know, a couple more years of grinding with the music, and Straight Drop have been right where he wanted to be. A couple of more years grinding with the parlays and the box truck business. It's funny how you get in trouble and then get a box truck business. You know, so often we spend our mind on stuff. We spend our time minding stuff that ain't got nothing to do with us. The stuff that's never gonna benefit us in the long run. You know, Cornelius out here just doing foo-foo shit. Bro could have went and got a job. He said he was a janitor by trade. Man, slow money better than no money. Cause right now you're making 35 cents a week. In the pen, 35 cents an hour. Come on now. Bruh, they put you in the trick bag. They sent you out on a mission that they never was gonna pay for. The same way that the dollar for dollar challenge was gonna always end up being won by 10% was the same way that this mission was only gonna support Justin Johnson. That's it. He was gonna be the only one to benefit, but he couldn't get away, so everybody lost out. Everybody lost out, man. This was scumbag activity. Jook low down as hell for crashing these boys out like that. Quette was too, if he had involvement to the level that they say he did. And I honestly believe he did. I don't put the mastermind jacket on him, but he was definitely involved at a high level. Scumbag activity, fam. You know, you see these dudes crashing on a crash course with Destiny, and instead of helping them, you put a turbocharger on their shit. Oh, you want to crash? Come on, bro. I got something. Come on, man. It's crazy. It's crazy. This man coming over there begging for pills on credit. And instead of saying, bro, you got such and such amount of kids, you might want to get yourself together, man. Come on, man, tighten up. That nigga said, bro, you always coming over here asking for pills on credit. You want to make some money? So you ain't gotta ask for pills on credit? Boy, I tell you, the thinking be stinking. The thinking be stinking, gang. For real, for real. It's sad, but it's true. So we got 2 down, but we waiting on 3. They should be in front of their computers right now, deliberating. I don't know how long it's gonna take them, but I tell you one thing: the little message that Manny Aurora gave to him was abrasive. And to some people, especially if they from Memphis, it could come across as downright offensive. And it didn't help when the prosecutor came right back and just polished that offense up, saying, boy, you come down here, you call us stupid, dumb, you know, playing right into it. I know Quette shook. I know he shook. Smitty G, this state time, but okay, he should have took the 414 months. Either way, he lamb chops. Sacrificial. You know what I'm saying? And I still ain't sure about this MPD situation. Them folk was screaming Jook name in 2021 in December. What all y'all needed to pull him in? What going on? Miss T, what time you going on? Salute to you. What time you going on? Because I've been here for a spell and I don't feel the best. I was actually waiting for you. Because I wanted, you know what I'm saying, everybody to go somewhere for verdict watch. You know what I'm saying? Are you doing verdict watch, Miss T? 5:30. So I guess I'm going to shut it down. Man, listen, if you haven't hit the like button, hit the like button. Hit the like button. I pulled a shift with y'all today. You know what I'm saying? If you can support the channel, support the channel. You know what I'm saying? I always tell people it's good ground over here. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no smear campaigns, ain't no narrative steering, none of that. None of that. You know what I'm saying? And I want to shout out a few people that spread love today and showed love and supported the stream. First of all, I'll start with Divine Black Rose for the Cash App. Thank you to OG Snake Spotter for the 2 Cash Apps. Thank you to my dog. Oh yeah, Ed Potts for the Cash App. Thank you. For Lil Vegas and the Cash App. Thank you, bro. I appreciate you. And Tico, I appreciate you, family. Tanya T, salute to you. Thank you for the Cash App. And Mimi, thank you for the Cash App. I appreciate the super sticker. Sean, I appreciate the super sticker. N2, thank you for the super chat. Anissa, thank you for the super sticker. Glenn Gray, thank you for the super sticker. Angel the Real Boss Dyson Jones, thank you for the super sticker. Glenn Gray, salute for the super chat. Carrie, thank you for the super sticker. Miss T, Real Talk with Tamara, thank you for the super sticker. And Chevy Blue and came through with the $50 dono. Thank you guys so very much. Thank you guys. Y'all are the real MVPs. Thank you for holding me down and supporting me. This has been a very difficult stream. When I get off of here, I'm gonna take some medicine and I'm gonna put Miss T on and I'm gonna fall out. But thank y'all, man. Thank y'all so much. Thank y'all. Yeah, hell of a stream, y'all. Miss T she about to cook. Hey, they said the last prosecutor they said that she bears striking resemblance to Real Talk with Tamara. I tend to agree. She was getting on their ass. She was getting on their ass. Yes, indeed. Thank y'all guys, man. It's your boy, the Alabama Hitter. And we just about halfway there for Justice for Dolph. Yes, I am. I'm definitely going to get that. Thank you, Sierra. Thank all you guys, man. I appreciate you dearly. But yeah, man, this was a good one. And if you're not subscribed, subscribe to the channel. You know what I'm saying? And rock out with us sometime. With that being said, this your boy, the Alabama Hitter. Until the next time we decide to spin, I'm in the win. J4D.
Matters, water, shit, for real. I got your bitch skinny dipping at the crib. I'm serving, counting, smoking, ounces. I just made a play for 300K. Yeah, my bitch, she bad. All my niggas bitch. I got work for she. Damn, I feel like two-tone Ray on some big feet. I fucked her to sleep, then jump back in the streets. Mama put me out, I'm straight out the trap. Stuck the 100 in a box and sent them across the mouth. I'm geeked up on that lane, counting while you sleep. Everybody eat. Yeah. Hey, man, couple M's when I came home. My little bitch, she ratchet, yeah. Bend her over, stab it. Y'all was down dead. Let her push a nigga have it. I be dead fresh. Feet closed, casket out. I got money habits. Tragic. You see the pounds, now you don't. Trap, nigga, magic. 1,000 pounds gone. If I make it, man, me disappear. Am I wrong? Getting head on the E-way. I just hope I make it home. Bitch ratchet just like Trina, but she fine like me alone. She bad and she a savage, yeah. Pretty and she nasty, yeah. Do she call me daddy, yeah. Met her in Louisiana, fucked her down in Dallas, yeah. Doubt that you get your first million sending things from Cali, yeah. All we know is trapping, yeah. 100 rounds in traffic, yeah. Hey. Trap, 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 trap. Count, 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 count. It's all there. Count, 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 hey, count. Hey! If your bitch look good, then I might take her. Yeah, yeah. I just fuck her now. I don't wanna date her. Yeah, yeah. Nigga, wear your cape, you look like Captain Saver. Wear your cape, you look like Captain Saver. Yo! Matters, water, shit, for real. Go!
Yeah.